College lectures rarely get more boring than this. Sungwoo, a proud student, naps without hesitation. He dozes off like it's the perfect time to sleep. Suddenly, a loud system window snaps him awake. It tells him to pick a class, one that could help him survive doomsday. Sungwoo blinks, confused by what's going on. He rubs his eyes, unsure if he's dreaming. Then, the entire room is swallowed by darkness. Chaos erupts as students start screaming. Sungwoo tries to make sense of the sudden blackout. All devices die without warning. Floating system windows pop up around them, alongside dozens of glowing class cards. Each shows a name and a star count. A 15-second timer starts ticking. Everyone hesitates, frozen, while time slips away. Sungwoo acts first, without wasting a second. He grabs the card with the most stars. It assigns him the ultra-rare class, Necromancer. Only one other student dares to pick, choosing Swordsman and receiving a real blade. But Sungwoo gets nothing, doubting his class choice. The rest stay classless, too afraid to act. Fear keeps them from picking anything. Out of nowhere, a goblin stabs a student. He screams, begging for help. But everyone just stares as it keeps stabbing him. When the goblin stops, it turns toward the others. Panic explodes. Students scatter in all directions. Sungwoo stays put, too scared to attract attention. The goblin snarls, ready to charge. The students beg the sword guy to step in. He breaks down crying, refusing to fight. Sungwoo realizes he's completely alone now. The goblin leaps straight at him. He runs, but turning away feels like death. He spins and kicks the goblin hard. It's small, so he grabs a chair to fight. The goblin charges again, faster this time. Sungwoo smashes it down like squashing a bug. After he drops the goblin, a system message tells him he earned 10 gold. He stares at it, wondering if the world turned into a fantasy game. Another pop-up explains he can command the dead. At level 1, he's limited to 3 goblins. As he's piecing things together, the goblin he killed rises again, undead. Sungwoo gets it now. His class raises the dead. The goblin's glowing eyes lock onto him. When 2 more goblins barge in, the students scream again, panic spreading fast. The MC steps up, facing the enemies. His undead goblin waits for orders. He commands it to strike the living goblins. The skeleton obeys, slashing through them with its blade. But the goblins fight back. Now it's 2 against 1. One slashes the undead's left arm. MC sees he might need to join if his goblin falls. They look beatable, small bodies, but he needs a weapon. He yells at the nerdy kid with the sword, tells him to hand it over. The guy clutches the sword, shouting he won't. MC tells him to fight or give it up, but the guy freezes. Honestly, tossing him to the goblins would be faster. MC grabs a chair to help his goblin. He hurls it straight at the monsters. The skeleton seizes the chance, cutting them both down. MC earns more gold after killing the 2. He watches the one-armed goblin walk toward him, face unreadable. The way it stares into his soul creeps him out, so he tells it to look away. The skeleton drops its head, almost disappointed. Just then, a system alert reminds him of his ability. He instantly revives both goblins, reaching his summon limit. As students process the chaos, distant screams echo from other buildings. MC starts thinking, this isn't just one school, this is nationwide. Outside, the destruction is unreal. The entire city looks like it's burning. One student swings the door open, says they must move. Another urges them to run to the lot. He has a car. As they rush to the stairs, goblins leap from the shadows. The creatures charge, but before they reach the students, the undead ambush them first. MC yells at the others to run while his skeletons hold the line. The students panic and scatter in all directions. MC tries to stop them, then decides it's better they go alone. He knows the system runs on rules. Fighting might be his best shot at surviving and growing. He watches his undead fight without hesitation. One goblin goes wild, slicing a skeleton's head off. Losing a minion, Sungwoo senses things turning bad. Now the last 2 skeletons face the enemy pair. This time, they manage to win the fight. He gets more gold, then sees a level up prompt. His eyes widen. He opens his profile window to check. No stats to allocate, but a card appears with a random reward. He knows luck matters, but this feature is crucial. He picks the random card. It raises his summon limit by 1. He can now control 4. As he summons another undead, he feels his mana drop. Surrounded by skeletons, he sits and gathers his thoughts. With no clue what's coming, he chooses to focus on surviving. Using his minions as cover, he slowly descends the stairs. Downstairs is worse, but staying here isn't safe either. He commands the skeletons to take the lead. They move down cautiously, then run into Hanho, terrified by the undead. Hanho smacks one in the head with his dagger. MC sees him sobbing and calls him out. Hanho asks what those things are. MC says they're kind of his guards. Then Hanho asks about his class. He says he picked Rogue, thinking 1 star meant Brigadier level. The guy chose wrong. Even the skeletons look disappointed. Hanho joins up, and they all start heading out. As they walk, MC sees a notification for Party Synergy. It needs 5 daggers equipped, grants bonus gold and fatal strike chance. MC realizes this buff triggers with group conditions. His undead might benefit too. That meant he could activate the buff without forming a party. As they move down the hallway, they spot a group of goblins and one huge boss monster. A system alert says goblins are weakened by the scent of death, reducing their stats by 30% when 4 same-species skeletons are present. With the debuff triggered, Sungwoo sends his undead to attack. They tear through the goblins with ease, but the real threat is the boss itself. It lifts its arm and activates Wild Berserker. This powers up the goblins, shifting the fight. MC stays calm, knowing the buff must go if they want to win. He tells the one-armed skeleton to ignore the rest and strike the boss. The goblin leaps straight for the target. It slices clean through the boss's arm. The boss kicks it away, but the job is done. Without the buff, the undead clean up fast. The boss refuses to fall, fights harder. Eventually, they bring it down. MC gains extra gold. He also spots some loot beside the corpse. One item is a long spear. The other is a wristband that boosts nearby allies. He picks up the loot, sees the one-armed skeleton waiting for praise. Sungwoo smiles and pats its head. The skeleton twitches, oddly pleased. He moves on with Hanho. While walking, they hear people nearby. MC quickly orders the skeletons to hide. A large group of students stands near the locked gate. A guy steps up, saying he called the student council, but the gate won't open, no matter what they try. MC already knows him. That's Jin Seok, a bully. He used his council status to boss people around. MC suspects he's faking leadership now too. Jin Seok tells Sungwoo and Hanho to protect the group since they have weapons. He asks their class and brags about killing 1 goblin. MC cringes at Jin's act. Suddenly, the sword nerd runs over, saying he heard goblins at the stairs. Jin tells everyone to hide in the cafe while they guard outside. Sungwoo quietly shows Hanho a message on the door. It says the door stays locked unless they defeat the boss in time. Delay makes the boss stronger. MC knows no one's coming to save them. They must take out the boss. Jin Seok returns, introduces the nerd, and tells MC to block goblins. MC asks if he saw the door message. The guy claims he saw the message and insists a rescue team will arrive, believing the Korean army will save them. MC knows he can't wait around, so he heads back toward the stairs. He spots a pack of goblins charging at him, the nurse says. Dirty guy nearly collapses from shock at the sight. The skeleton minions appear as well, pushing him into full panic. MC raises his hand, stopping the undead, and explains they follow his command. He calls the council guy an idiot and sends the skeletons forward. With Synergy and the Death Scent, the goblins stand no chance. Students watch through the cafe windows, seeing Sungwoo's undead army clash with the monsters. MC joins in, striking goblins with his spear. Jin Seok stares in disbelief while planning his escape. As goblins try to flee, MC orders his skeletons to block the stairs. He must prove he controls them, otherwise no one will fight the boss with him. His bracelet triggers Wild Spirit, boosting his minions' speed. These small goblins aren't an issue now, but tougher foes will come. Students finally notice MC directing every skeleton. As his army wipes out the goblins, the crowd cheers. They begin to trust him. MC searches the fallen monsters for loot but finds nothing. He only receives a notification awarding him a roulette ticket. He wonders how they deliver it without an inventory. They return to the main group. MC smirks at Jin Seok, asking if he's useful now. Silence falls as no one knows what to do next. MC says they can't leave since the door won't break. He explains they must defeat the boss hiding somewhere in the building. Hearing that, everyone steps back, unwilling to face it. MC warns that failing means worse monsters later. A student raises his hand, saying he saw the boss on the roof. Sungwoo knows he must go up and asks if anyone will join him. As expected, no one volunteers. Even Hanho wants to stay, but MC drags him along for his buffs. A girl named Jizoo cuts in, saying more people will only clog tight spaces. She says MC already has skeletons, so weak humans add nothing. MC thinks she's reckless since they lack intel on the boss. He looks at Jin Seok, who trembles and claims he must stay to protect students. MC realizes no one else will join, so he goes with his small team. As they climb upward, they run into another wave of goblins. Goblins close in from both ends of the staircase. Jisoo charges forward without flinching, cutting through them fast. She wields a longsword with sharp, practiced strikes. Hanho can't hide how impressed he is. Meanwhile, Sungwoo clears out goblins near the top after finishing. They push forward, a few steps later. They spot a wounded professor on the floor. MC rushes over and asks what happened. The professor says he led students to the roof for safety, but a monster up there slaughtered them all. He grips MC's arm, begging him not to go up. MC rises, clutching his spear. A new quest appears, telling him to defeat the boss and avenge the dead. It says his fate depends on this. He knows it's a turning point. He regroups his skeletons and ascends. Once on the roof, a system alert says they've entered the boss room. The scene is brutal. No students survived the boss's attack. Only enemy minions remain. Jisoo, furious, rushes in to strike them down. Sungwoo stops her, motioning to wait. He knows they must stay calm to survive. The goblins quickly spot them. Weapons drawn, they surround the group. Hanho asks if they should run. MC says no, they fight. He lifts his hand and casts Berserker. Buffed, his skeletons charge in and slash through the goblins. MC tells the others to use the undead as shields. He stays behind one, stabbing when he gets the chance. Jisoo follows suit, cutting down more enemies. Hanho just stands there, unsure what to do. Feeling useless, he hurls a dagger. It hits dead on, dropping a goblin. Even he looks surprised. He had practiced throwing pencils back in class. He throws another, and it lands again. He locks in, finally finding his groove. As goblins fall, a debuff lowers their stats. They start to panic and flee, then halt before a massive goblin. The group instantly knows this is the boss. With the boss present, goblins regain courage and charge again. While they fight back, one skeleton gets crushed by the boss in one blow. MC panics, orders all his minions to fall back. The boss keeps slashing through them, one after another. He revives a few, but low mana stops him from doing more. Hanho throws daggers at the boss, but they get blocked. The boss charges at him, and he screams for backup. Minions try to defend, but the boss knocks them aside. One skeleton sneaks in and lands a hit. The boss grows enraged and kicks it flying. Suddenly, the sword girl appears and slashes him from behind. Her strike connects, but it's not enough to finish it. MC sees her tactic, decides to plan one too. He surrounds the boss with remaining undead, then commands one to flank from behind. When the boss turns, he hurls his spear. It lands on the boss's face, making him scream. MC's nearly out of mana, only 3 skeletons left. The boss laughs, sensing victory. He swings hard, catching MC off guard. As the boss charges in, MC knows it's do or die now. Then he spots a fallen sword nearby. The ground shakes as the boss sprints toward him. Sungwoo grips the blade and exhales sharply. He orders both minions to attack together. One gets shattered immediately. The other leaps and grabs the sword passed by MC. But it misses. The boss deflects with ease. Still, holding the weapon activates synergy, boosting speed and lowering weight. It also triggers the one-arm warrior buff, granting a high bleed chance. MC believes the tide can turn now. He charges, swinging his chair and sword. Jisoo and the minion follow his lead. He strikes first to break the boss's defense, then they all attack. But the boss slams the ground, knocking them back. Then a dagger flies in and pierces him Hanho's throw. MC gives the command, tells his one-armed minion to sacrifice itself for the hit. It's been key in this battle, but now it must fall. Against the odds, the minion slashes the boss, causing bleed. The boss collapses. MC levels up. He sees the skeleton absorb the boss's mana. It evolves to level 2, gaining commander traits. His friends tell him they leveled up after defeating the boss. They start chatting about their level up rewards. MC picks a random skill card. It lets him craft bone weapons using mana. He can only make 4 weapons, and their strength depends on the bone quality. With the boss down, his unique quest ends too. He also gains a skill that lets him summon more minions. He still doesn't get the destiny part. While thinking, a hood falls from the sky. Hanho grabs it and says it boosts stealth against monsters by 50%. Jisoo got a fire whetstone. Sharpening her blade gives it a chance to ignite. MC says they should test gear later. For now, they move out. Back at the cafe, tension rises among the students. Even the nerd starts thinking maybe they should have joined Sungwoo. Jinseok yells, saying anyone can leave if they want. He claims if they complain, they should go die on the roof like MC. The others snap, saying Sungwoo's the only one protecting them. Jinseok snaps and starts yelling insults. He claims MC is dead and no one's left to help them. Just then, skeletons walk in and scare him stiff. MC returns, asking if Jin Seok still wants him dead. He unlocks the door and steps out, ready to leave campus. The group and skeletons glance back at Jin Seok. MC asks if he has something to add. Embarrassed, Jin Seok makes a face and says nothing. Behind him, whispers spread he's just faking strength, still a loser. Ignoring it, MC Hanho and Jisoo step outside with their undead squad after checking the area. Sungwoo spots a side path and signals the group. They keep walking. They find bodies with crushed skulls and weapons scattered everywhere. MC inspects them, assumes goblins did it, and wonders if more remain. Hanho spots people ahead and gets excited. MC leads the group toward them. The people are all armed. Seems they fought off monsters and made it. Jinsok shoves forward, smiling as he greets Daesung, who's surprised he survived. Jisoo frowns, clearly recognizing Daesung. Jin Seok leans in and whispers something. Jisoo and Hanho guess it's about Sungwoo. MC just smiles, unbothered. Daesung introduces himself as student council president, says they must work together to live. Then he points at the skeletons and asks what they are. MC casually says the skeletons are part of his class skill, with a sneer. Daesung asks why he picked monsters that kill people. Sungwoo sees he's trying to make him look dangerous. Daesung says if he wants to join, the skeletons must go. Slightly annoyed, MC asks what happens if he refuses. Daesung dramatically lifts his hand and asks if creepy skeletons should really be part of the group. Hanho gets defensive about the creepy label, but after looking at them, admits they're creepy, but still cute. MC says if he destroys them, he loses his weapons. In this world, they're his protection. Daesung laughs, says he doesn't need to worry since they'll protect him. He asks one last time if he wants to join. Jisoo steps up, sword drawn, and says they never wanted to join. Being on the council means nothing now. Daesung asks if she's from social and physical education. She smirks and says it doesn't matter, the school's gone. He tells her to calm down and rethink. She snaps harder, reminds him how he faked checks during the festival, and says she's the one who reported him online. He finally tells them to leave. As they go, he yells they'll regret losing the synergy effect like that matters to a guy with an undead army. Away from the council, MC asks Jisoo if she hates Daesung personally. She says he's just a creep who hits on girls. Hanho grumbles, mad that the student leader is a fraud. Jisoo says they should focus on escaping and avoid crowds since monsters may target them. Sungwoo thinks briefly, then suggests they take the hill path to the main gate. Fewer people, safer route. They climb a long wooden stairway. Skeletons stay alert. It's too quiet. Sungwoo suddenly lifts his hand. Everyone freezes. Ahead, a massive orc stands over fresh corpses, bigger than the goblin boss. MC realizes this is the next wave of threats. Without warning, the orc slams its axe into the ground, then charges at full speed. MC stays calm, sees this as a chance to gain more skeletons. The orc smashes his minions apart instantly. With them gone, it turns to Jisoo. She lunges, but the axe slams her blade, nearly breaking her stance. It lifts its axe again. One of Sungwoo's skeletons jumps in and shatters, saving her. MC knows he must stop it now, orders a skeleton forward. The one-armed skeleton steps in front of the orc. As the orc swings, it dodges and strikes the orc's shoulder. MC tells Jisoo to fall back. They can't fight on stairs. She's frustrated at how easily the orc broke her guard. Once higher up, MC says they can't engage the orc directly. The orc recovers and starts climbing toward them. The team moves into the trees to limit its movements. MC tells Jisoo he'll sacrifice skeletons for the next move if needed. Plenty of bodies nearby, he just needs to manage his mana. The orc crashes through trees as they surround it. MC gives the attack command. Hanho throws a dagger at the charging beast. The skeletons follow, launching their weapons at the orc. Two rush from behind, but get struck mid-charge. They still manage to grab both arms and hold tight. MC and Jisoo rush in, blades ready. The orc swings at her, but she dodges. She slides under and stabs his knee. He drops, giving MC a shot to slash his right arm. Then the one-armed skeleton leaps in and finishes it off. MC sees a message 110 gold reward for killing the orc patrol leader. Shocked, he realizes they just took down the boss. Jisoo says it felt easier than the last one. MC tries to raise the orc, but his level's too low for mid-tier monsters. He summons basic skeletons and asks Jisoo about her class. She says she picked the Tiger Hunter card because of its color. MC, now with mana restored, tests his new crafting skill. He forms bone weapons sword, mace, spear, arrow, low grade, but tradable for gold. The axe feels lighter than expected in his hand. He tosses it to a skeleton. then arms each one, triggering fresh synergy buffs. He hands Hanho a spare sword, tells him to return it after. They descend the long staircase. On the way, Hanho spots something odd. A glowing purple gate blocks the path, marked with a warning. Defeat the boss in 8 minutes or monsters double in power. MC groans this again. Another alert warns that orc squads are now hunting, drawn by hunter scent and large groups. Jisoo realizes the more people they're with, the more monsters they face. Meanwhile, an orc attacks the student council group. From outside, Jisoo and Hanho hear their screams. MC feels lucky they didn't stick with that team. The three agree big groups bring big danger. A new alert signals the first orc wave. 5 enemies approach. Hanho panics, asking MC what to do next. He pauses, then smirks, saying an idea just hit him. He decides to lure the orcs using the wrecked cars and hidden skeletons. The orcs begin moving down the road. One orc spots Hanho on a car, mocking them, calling them pigs. Enraged, the orcs rush him, nearly closing the distance. A car door flings open, breaking their charge. That instant, the MC and Jisoo strike. She draws her sword. He commands his skeletons to attack. The skeletons swarm the orcs, leaving no room to counter. After the orcs fall, a system alert confirms the win. Sungwoo gets 100 gold and hits level 4. He now controls 7 minions, but his mana's still limited. Hanho celebrates, thrilled with his new high-speed slash. The MC turns to Jisoo, asking what reward she got. She chose strength, gaining 2 points and a surge of heat through her body. The MC tells Hanho to return the sword and summons 2 more skeletons to prepare. A skeleton stretches its hand, and he gives it the sword. As they leave, they see the whole city falling into chaos. Mid-step, Sungwoo raises a fist, signaling them to halt. Ahead, a group of orcs surrounds a bus, attacking the trapped passengers. They peek from behind a tree, counting 7 orcs. A man inside jabs a spear at the orcs, but it's useless. The MC realizes they'll all be slaughtered if nothing's done. Jisoo sees 2 orcs lifting their axes again, and insists they intervene. She proposes flanking the orcs while the man inside strikes from the other side. But the MC doubts that man will hold his ground, warning her not to count on him. Then he spots a truck and says it's time to show orcs modern efficiency. Inside the bus, a blonde man scolds the spear holder for missing every thrust. Kyung-soo Lee yells back, telling him to fight if he's so tough. Panic spreads inside. Passengers weep, sure death is near. Suddenly, the orcs freeze, distracted by a speeding car. The vehicle slams through, flinging 2 orcs into the air. Shocked, the bus riders stare, speechless. Skeletons leap from the truck and slash into the orcs. One man cowers even more, terrified of the skeletons now. As quiet returns, people inside whisper, wondering if the skeletons are gone. Then, a skeleton pops up at the window. The man screams, drops his spear, collapsing in terror. Hanho knocks, urging him to open the door. The man sees them but stays frozen, scared stiff of the skeletons, even after they explain they're human. With the orcs gone, they move on. Next scene, Hanho swings his hammer at a vending machine. Sungwoo glances over and asks what he's doing. He grins, lifts his hand, winks, and admits he has no gold for a drink, so he is trying to crack the machine for a soda. The blonde survivor steps up to buy Hanho a Coke, but the vending machine refuses to work no matter how he presses it. The MC rubs his head and asks if they should get back to the discussion before things drift again. He gestures at another machine and asks if it actually drops items when used. Kungu nods and explains they tested it once because their gold was low, so they could not afford more tries. He then points at an old TV with a sticker saying to take it if needed, hinting that following the note might reveal an item. The TV flashes on without warning, greeting them and announcing the opening of the E-Class store. Sungwoo taps the glowing screen to scroll through the list of available choices. The store lets users gamble for bronze, silver, or gold rewards, and E-Class shops sell gear only up to gold rank. While he scans the options, Hanho and Jisoo ask if the store even functions the way it promises to. He answers that the only way to know for sure is to try it themselves right now. Hanho counts his gold and ends up with around 360 to spend. Jisoo holds 584, while our MC carries 1,552. He also still has the unlimited rank roulette ticket, which grants him 1 item from any grade he desires. Hanho stares wide-eyed as the MC calmly selects the gold roulette option on the bright screen. The roulette spins, and fortune favors him as he lands the highest reward on the very first attempt. His prize is a blue orb called Tear of the Sea Spirit, a legendary item that boosts his mana and recovery greatly. It is exactly what he needed. because his mana issues kept slowing down every fight he faced. After the gold pull, he tries the silver roulette and wins second place, earning a shield while Jisoo gains a support skill. Hanho, however, lands third place and receives several potions, which leaves him visibly disappointed. Sungwoo reassures him that those potions might end up saving their group when things turn rough later. Jisoo updates them that the sports field crisis continues and insists they should head out to support the others. Hanho asks the MC if they will repeat their old tactic, but the MC smirks at the truck and hints at a bigger plan. Elsewhere, the student council screams for help while orcs surround them and push their defense back. Daesung urges everyone to gather and prepare to escape, while he tries to stall the orcs with his sword. Someone tells him more people remain trapped in the stands begging for rescue. He replies sharply that they cannot spare time for others when survival pushes them to move now. He orders Jin Seok and Hyung Min to take point since their shields can absorb the first incoming blows. Suddenly, the group hears a roar as a bus barrels toward the orcs from behind. The bus crashes through the monsters with overwhelming force, clearing a wide path. Inside, a man sits gripping the wheel and laughing madly at the chaos around him. When the orcs fall, Hanho leans out of the bus window shouting for everyone to climb aboard quickly. The players outside regret staying behind and realize they should have followed the bus crew earlier. Jisoo jumps out and lands before an orc ready to settle her score from their last encounter. The orc swings, but she blocks with her sword, holding firm against the heavy strike. This time her blade remains steady, refusing to get pushed back like before. She finishes the orc with her burning sword, ending the threat in one clean motion. She turns excitedly, hoping to share the moment, only to see Sungwoo and his skeletons already wiping out the remaining orcs around them. She watches his smart tactic unfold as he controls the fight while keeping a safe distance. She feels foolish, realizing she only boosted strength to beat orcs. Watching him cut through orcs, she wonders who he was before. After the fight, he turns to Daesung, asking why he's here after avoiding skeletons earlier. Daesung chuckles nervously, asking if now's the time to hold grudges. The MC glares, saying he saw him ditching people and running off. Daesung insists he was just regrouping his squad, but everyone on the bus knows he's lying. As they speak, a warning flashes about the orc chief going berserk. The MC boards the bus and tells Daesung he must follow orders to ride. First command, hand over your armor. He complies. He complains, asking how he'll defend himself without it. Sungwoo grins, saying he'll protect him personally. As they leave, he gets a level up notice, unlocking control over medium monsters. Another alert shows his summon limit has increased again. He's glad he now commands 9 monsters. Suddenly, he hears something behind him. A skeleton appears wearing Daesung's armor. He wonders if it's too heavy. Thinking back, he remembers this one's always more dependable. He sighs, tells it to strip. The skeleton looks crushed as he puts on chainmail over his shirt. Hanho steps in, pointing at the crowd behind them. He says they might need a second bus to rescue more. The MC says rescue missions are over. He steps toward the group with Jisoo and Hanho, gripping the handrail, and tells them it's time to fight. A system screen shows the orc boss has launched global destruction. Hunting all survivors. Sungwoo tells the crowd the rules don't allow escape. They must beat the boss. A guy in a tracksuit raises his hand, saying he saw 100 orcs in the gym. The crowd panics after hearing this. Then, a system message warns of a penalty for weak teamwork. 3 alerts follow. First, 10 players are under level 5, reducing speed and power. Second, 10 haven't killed anything, lowering attack and gold gain. The third says most players hesitate, raising the risk of confusion. Sungwoo exhales, realizing they could beat the orcs, but something's clear now. The crowd stares as he says he'll fight alone. A weapon is useless if you can't use it. Jisoo and Hanho try to stop him. He tells them the same thing again. The crowd looks confused, thinking he's lost his mind. The student council sneers, thinking this is their shot to take him out. Jinsok stares out the window, calls him a fool, says he'll die soon. Jisoo doesn't agree, tries again to talk him down. He reminds her she once said sticking together was pointless. His skeletons are stronger than anyone here. She admits to herself his plans rarely fail, but this time it feels riskier than ever. Sungwoo walks onto the field with his skeletons at his side. Everyone inside the university watches from the windows above. His friends stay on the bus nearby, ready to help if needed. He stops midfield as dark shapes appear ahead. The orcs roar and rush in, closing the distance fast. The MC scans the horde, searching for the orc chief. No alerts appear, so he guesses it's a mid-tier boss. A red orc snarls and lifts its axe, He climbs the stairs and sends his minions forward. He lowers his shield, its edge scraping the floor. He stands firm at the stairs' peak, ready. The orcs charge up the steps, howling. The skeletons raise their blades, bracing for impact. The MC activates Wild Berserker, boosting goblin strength and speed. Instead of charging in, the skeletons throw daggers at the orcs. A few orcs fall, but the boss survives. It blocks every strike. The MC panics, orders a charge, knowing this move risks everything. The orc boss shatters the entire skeleton squad. Whitey glares, fire burning in its eyes. Sungwoo touches its skull, telling it to wait. The orcs grin after smashing the skeletons. Suddenly, one of them gets struck from behind. An undead orc stands behind it. Now, under Sungwoo's control, a system alert confirms synergy activated. With 5 axes, weapon synergy boost power and speed for 10 seconds. The orcs can't handle the undead, who don't bleed or tire. Sungwoo stands tall with Righty, watching undead orcs overwhelm the rest. Students stare from windows, stunned as he wipes them out alone. Behind the crumbling orcs, Jisoo, Hanho, and the bus driver watch in awe. Jisoo's eyes widen. She remembers what he said. He planned all this. The MC checks a system window showing his rising mana. He grins, amazed by the item's power. Skulls begin floating across the field. A new alert says the orcs weaken from death's stench, cutting their stats by 30%. They start retreating. Their chief roars, boosting morale, reducing the penalty. The orcs scream and charge again. Sungwoo's undead brace for the next wave. Righty climbs the fence above him, then leaps to rejoin the undead troops. It draws its blade and cuts through orcs mid-run. With the undead orcs, the skeleton charges forward at Sungwoo's command. After finishing the orcs, the MC sits on the steps, exhaling hard. A system alert appears, rewarding him a lottery ticket for slaying 100 monsters. He ranks up to infinite status, becoming the 21st player to do so. He notes that 20 players have already claimed this rank. A bus engine suddenly growls in the distance. Someone tries to flee in the bus, but the pink barrier blocks their escape. Sungwoo scowls as the student council is swarmed by orcs. They were the ones trying to escape. Screams for help echo as the orcs try to drag them off. Angry, he turns to Palms. Annoyed their actions worsened things. As he gets ready to intervene, the other students are encouraged to support him. He agrees, but warns them to stay clear of his skeletons. He steps into the building with 2 undead orcs. Dead goblins hang from the ceiling inside. The building's interior feels like a nightmare. They stop as glowing eyes pierce through the smoke ahead. Sungwoo clutches his orb, wondering if this is the boss. He tells the others to prepare. They're facing the orc leader. The captives are badly hurt, some missing teeth. He's relieved none are dead, but surprised orcs even took prisoners. The student council pleads with him for help. He glares, saying they brought this on themselves and others. He can't side with those who won't listen. He commits fully, showing no fear. His plan is a surprise strike to confuse the orcs and save them. Suddenly, an orc swings its axe, beheading the council president. Everyone freezes, stunned, but the horror keeps coming. The real orc boss appears on the roof. It casts a spell that weakens everyone nearby. Jisoo's screen floods with alerts, showing confusion and draining mana from the abyss breath. The orc boss enters, a junior dark mage, like a shaman. Hanho's hands shake as he fumbles open a potion bottle. He drinks it to restore mana, then hands another to Sungwoo. Sungwoo refuses, telling him to give it to Jisoo. He grins, breathing in dark mana like fresh air. A system alert confirms the abyss breath spiked his mana past 4,000 Trs. He feels unstoppable. Another alert says the abyss breath triggers his first awakening. His stats surge, summon cap rises. His body glows with mana as he walks, eerie and powerful. Necromancer powered by black magic. He smiles and asks the boss what he just did. The boss is baffled, clearly not expecting this. Jisoo runs up and says they should all attack like they did before. Seungwoo smirks, mana glowing around him, and declares nothing will stay the same. The undead rise and shoot into the air. Hanho watches, stunned, as corpses awaken on the roof. His screen floods with synergy buffs. Sungwoo looks like pure death itself, ready to make the boss feel it. The orc shamans lash out, smashing the undead to bits. A system alert pops up, confirming all skeletons can revive without fail. No matter how many fall, the skeletons keep coming back. Each time one drops, Sungwoo revives it. The orc shaman starts to weaken. He stares at Sungwoo, who now looks like the real boss. Sungwoo asks if he finally gets who he's facing. Eyes glowing, He tells him this is what death truly is. The shaman shrieks, unsure how to beat him. He tries to escape, but undead circle around, cutting him off. Sungwoo watches and says he's foolish to think death lets you run. The shaman screams as skeletons pounce from all sides. He swings back, but they overwhelm him fast. Righty steps in and finishes him off. Sungwoo earns 1055 gold for killing the Darkcaster. After the kill, Righty absorbs his mana and ranks up. Sungwoo realizes his summons must land the final blow to gain experience. He opens his minion list. He now controls 33 skeletons, one of them a level 3 veteran. As he reviews it, Hanho calls out, saying something is coming from the boss's mouth. The MC checks and sees an item. It gives devil traits and demands sacrifices if removed. He's unsure what devil attribute means, but guesses it's like his Necromancer path. He equips it. Now, his strikes drain enemy mana. Suddenly, all skeletons collapse into bones as the shaman's spell fades. The team returns to the students, who cheer for their victory. They call him a hero, but he feels nothing. He knows staying alone increases his survival odds. Now that the boss is gone, the barrier breaks and the doors unlock. The students wonder if they're finally free. They start planning their next move. Some agree it's safest to keep following Sungwoo. Hanho checks his phone. Worried, he says it's happening everywhere and wonders about his parents. That makes the MC think of his own family. A bus stops, and Kyungsoo tells them to board. He says he used to drive in the army and knows where the base is. Sungwoo smiles and lies, saying he can't go because his home is close. Kyungsoo tells the others to get in. They brought 2 buses, everyone except the MC's group boards. He waves goodbye and drives off. Once they leave, Hanho asks where they'll go next, then asks Jisoo where she lives. She says she stayed in the dorms since her family lives far off on an island. She turns to the MC and asks if she can join him, even if she's not much help. He says she'll be useful and agrees. Hanho asks the same. The MC jokes he has to lose a hand first, become a one-armed fighter like Righty. Suddenly, Jisoo pushes them down to protect them. As they hit the ground, a massive dragon soars above. They stare at the giant beast, unsure what it even is. The bus grinds to a halt. Kyungsoo sees dragons chasing them. A guy yells to drive, but he says stopping is safer now. The dragons only go after moving buses. A system alert announces the boss Wyvern Alpha Male has appeared. One lands on the bus. It lifts the bus, then tears it apart mid-air. Watching this, Sungwoo knows he's still too weak, but he can change that. With his back to Jisoo, he says they'll stop running and start hunting. She's stunned, asking what he means. He says survival won't come from reacting. Doing that only delays being eaten. They must crush the monsters. He clenches his fist as the group advances toward a pack of orcs. A system alert pops up. The tutorial's over. If that was easy mode, count me out. Seungwoo commands his skeletons to trap a group of minions. Goblins scramble, but he's already blocked every path. Skeletons hack through them as they flee. Every kill adds more gold to his stash. He wipes them all out and levels up. Hanho peeks out, laughing nervously, claiming he handled it solo. The MC sighs, says they're just weaklings. Goblins won't help much now. He checks his stat cards and picks strength. Right after, he feels a change in his body. His skeletons keep slaying goblins off-screen, bringing in more gold. He steps out and sees Jisoo with her sword drawn. She smiles, saying she killed 9 goblins alone. The MC tells Hanho to grab the goblins' dropped daggers. Hanho collects and stores them in an icebox. As they move on, the MC tells the group to stop dealing with goblins. Jisoo asks if he plans to hunt tougher creatures. He explains goblins give 10 gold, orcs give 80, but he's aiming for something even better. They keep walking, the roads eerily empty. Hanho spots military trucks up ahead. Dead soldiers are stacked around the vehicles. Closer now, they see the soldiers holding shovels, not guns. One soldier steps out, holding a shovel, asking if they're human. He eyes the skeletons nervously. Sungwoo waves and assures him they're friendly. The soldier calls to his sergeant about people outside. Sungwoo walks up to the truck window to meet him. The sergeant apologizes, says he can't stand, his leg's injured. Sungwoo sees he's been stabbed by a goblin. Sergeant Kim looks embarrassed, saying he was hurt by a creature smaller than a kid. But they still won. The MC frowns, asking why no one here carries guns. The sergeant says their guns just stopped firing. It wasn't a mechanical issue. Every weapon failed once the monsters appeared. They had to fight with shovels and swords. Seeing his state, Hanho quietly tells Sungwoo he has healing potions. Kim leans closer, eyes the bottle, and asks if he can have it. Seungwoo looks away, saying they can't hand over something they might need to survive. Kim pokes his head out and says he has info to offer. He'll tell them everything he's seen and heard. The MC wants to hear it first. Kim says wolves the size of bulls wiped them out. He also spotted QR codes, 2 in total. One was at the station, the other at the subway transfer. Kim pulls out his phone, says the codes will install an app. It's the only working method to contact other survivors now. Seung-woo gives him the potion, thinking about the survivor network. Kim then asks where they're headed, saying they plan to rejoin their unit. Sung-woo asks if his unit is even safe. Kim explains their officers took their weapons and handed them shovels when the monsters came. He hopes they've changed since. The MC replies that they're headed elsewhere. As Kim gets ready to leave, Sung-woo warns him about the flying beasts. Kim starts sweating when he hears there are dragons in the sky. The MC moves on with his group and undead army. They find their first QR code at the station. Before scanning, Hanho nervously asks if it could be malware. Bro's scared of viruses in the apocalypse. The app opens a newsfeed and message board where players share updates. The game admin also posts announcements there. Youngwoo reads a post by the admin, wondering who's behind it all. He checks the message board but sees it's still empty. Jisoo says posting costs 1,000 gold. Then a post appears from player 40884 saying they're building a safe zone at H apartment complex, Hwasong City. It has 2 replies, one asking for contact info. Hanho spots the address, says it's near his home. Sungwoo asks if they should go. He also questions how someone had that much gold to post. They barely reached level 6, while that group's already level 8. He stares at the screen, sensing something off. Still, he wants to meet strong survivors, so they head to the address. A notification pings. A comment just got deleted. A player asks why their message vanished. The post author replies someone was trolling, so they removed it. Sungwoo finds it suspicious but keeps watching. Somewhere else. A muscular man holds a phone. He grins darkly, knowing someone else just took the bait. Sun blazes above as a father swings a bat, shielding his daughter from monsters. It's all he has. Realizing he can't stop them, he shouts for help. But no one steps in. Players nearby just watch from their homes. Just as the minions close in on the man, one suddenly gets stabbed by a flying dagger. An undead orc appears, swinging its axe at them. The man stares, stunned, as Sungwoo's undead army rushes in. Sungwoo reaches out, telling him he's safe now. The man says his house is close, but they ran out of food. Sungwoo hands him some cans, knowing it won't last, but it's all he can give. The minions scatter as skeletons tear through them. Chasing them down a stairway, the group spots a man in white. They find a dungeon sign. Hanho asks if they should go finish the rest. Before they move, the man steps in and warns them not to go below. He says something worse than the green minions is waiting down there. Sungwoo nods, smiling, and thanks him for the tip. As they descend, a system message confirms entry into the Elder Slime's shrine. They push deeper into the dark basement. A dead minion lies ahead, its head covered in slime. An undead orc smashes the slime with its axe. Each kill gives 140 gold. Hanho holds his corroded dagger, complaining the slime melts metal. Sungwoo says it can't melt bones, making skeletons ideal. Hanho hears something, turns, and sees a giant slime beast. The monster crushes a skeleton with one blow. Sungwoo realizes it can grind targets if melting fails. The slime's size and mass make his skeleton attacks useless. He quickly forms a plan and starts crafting bone weapons. Instead of summoning more units, he hurls bone weapons from afar. Jisoo tosses him a skeleton, which he breaks down and turns into another weapon. As he works, the slime lunges. He blocks it with an orc warrior. The slime devours the minions, tearing them apart. Sungwoo grins, saying the boss messed up. That skeleton held a sack full of bones. He activates his skill and converts the swallowed bones into weapons. The slime tears apart from within. Skeletons rush in and smash it further, stopping any regeneration. Righty lands the final hit, and they earn 2255 gold for slaying the boss. Sungwoo tells the skeletons to bottle the slime acid for later use. While collecting it, one skeleton finds the slime's core. It can melt or fuse objects. Sungwoo wraps it in cloth, curious if it's a compound part. Hanho calls him over, asking him to check the comments on that post. Most comments are gone. Others ask why. Someone asks about the player who first tried to join. Player 4E0884 says they never arrived. Maybe something happened. Hanho thinks it's strange how every comment keeps getting deleted. Seungwoo notes they spent 1,000 gold to post and keep spending more deleting comments. Something feels off. Cut to an underground lot where several guys loiter. One asks why bother hunting monsters when killing players pays more. One kill gets 500 gold from normal people, even more from players. Another laughs. says players are easier to kill anyway. And worse, they actually enjoy doing it. Two guys sit quietly inside the car. One asks about their boss, but the other looks completely gone. He grabs his head and screams, shouting Professor Red's name. The first guy flinches, asking if he means the serial killer. The unstable guy flashes back to getting mauled by a monster. It was a vampire. He stared at him and said he needed people like him. Meanwhile, the MC draws his sword and asks Hanho if he could ever kill someone. After being bitten, the man turned into a lesser vampire. He wonders how it came to this. He only went to loot a store with his crew. But then the vampire attacked and changed him. After that, he slaughtered his own gang one by one. The vampire watched, pleased as he did it. The boss fed on the corpses, no longer feeling human. The vampire told him to keep feeding and grow stronger until they meet again. He snaps out of the memory as someone yells at him. Another guy walks up, asks what's wrong. He says nothing, then asks what's up. The guy shows his phone. Their bait just got a bite. Player 157 commented, saying he's with two people and wants to meet them at the park. Hearing this, the boss immediately tells them to head to the park. He grins, thinking how open spaces make it easy to trap fools. No one in the complex dares to interfere out of fear. The boss plans to kill everyone there once the prey runs out. The driver hits the brakes, spotting a group in their path. All wear hoods and face away. The boss loses it, screaming to run them over now. The driver floors it, slamming straight into them. But instead of bodies, bones fly. The hoods hid skeletons, not people. Sungwoo uses those bones to form spikes and strike the car. The vehicle spins out and crashes. The boss panics, unable to grasp what's happening. Someone smashes the window and yanks him out. He gets thrown hard to the ground. The MC picks up his phone, asking if he made the post. With a blade to his head, the boss stammers. The MC had a bad feeling when he saw all those missing comments. He figured they must be gaining something from it. They set up bait but didn't expect a car charge. The boss glares at Sungwoo, asking if he even knows who they are. Sungwoo says nothing and kicks him in the face. One of his goons watches. Then, coldly, he asks how many people are upstairs. He threatens to rip his head off if he lies. The man bursts out laughing at that. He lunges and taunts, asking if the MC has ever killed. Righty appears without warning. He slashes the man's arm, drawing a scream and blood. Sungwoo glares, saying he still can't kill without reason. But skeletons don't share that restraint. As the orc skeleton lifts its axe, the man just laughs. The MC thinks he's snapped from pain. He turns to the second guy, asking whether to cut arms or legs first. Terrified, the guy blurts there are 8 others upstairs. Before he can continue, the boss claws him to death. Hanho and Jisoo freeze, shocked he killed an ally. The boss's torn-off arm now forms a sharp blade. He rips off the head and drinks blood. Never seen him do this before. The act heals him and boosts his stats. He once belonged to a 3-star ninja class, but after being bitten, he dropped to a low-rank vampire. This class can't level up, only absorb stats by killing. The man roars into berserk mode, raising all stats by 20%. The MC now sees a class more brutal than his own. They fall into defense, skeletons up front. One mistake and the vampire will crush them. Sungwoo commands the skeletons to strike, but the vampire's speed exceeds his guess. Sungwoo quickly orders them to fall back. The vampire rips through the skeletons, charging at the MC. He targets Sungwoo, knowing he controls the dead. Sungwoo barely raises his shield as the vampire's blade arm strikes. Jisoo slashes him from behind. He laughs at the attack, then shifts and starts going after her. Just as he moves, daggers strike his back. He turns to see Hanho smiling. 2 daggers ready. Hanho unleashes a barrage of daggers. Furious, the vampire switches focus. He flashes toward Hanho, giving no time to react. Righty blocks it just in time. The vampire slips past the sword. Sungwoo charges from behind, axe ready. The vampire reads the move, shatters the axe, and pushes through Sungwoo's shield. He dodges every hit, mocking them for being slow. While he targets Sungwoo, Jisoo sneaks up and strikes with her flaming sword. He dodges right before it lands. He laughs, saying he saw it coming from far off. Then Righty drops in from above, sword ready, and slices off his left arm. The vampire howls as it's severed. Sungwoo sees an opening and commands a full assault. Just then, the vampire's underlings arrive. He grins, saying their timing couldn't be better, but they freeze, terrified by his monstrous look. Jisoo lands another hit while he's distracted. Bridie and more skeletons strike at once. He fights back, but Sungwoo stabs through his throat. The MC asks if he can regrow a head, then tears it off. Killing him gives the MC 1,000 gold. Since he was level 1, Sungwoo's shaken, realizing players drop gold when killed. He stares at the group and asks if that's why they murder others. The gang trembles as skeletons close in. Sungwoo steps up, tells them to lay down their arms. They instantly give up and drop everything. One explains their boss took orders from someone higher, but they didn't know he could transform. Sungwoo questions if the mastermind created those monsters, and wonders what his class is. He starts to think about classes beyond 5 stars. He demands to know how many people they've killed. When they admit to killing over 21, he gives a signal. The skeletons move. The group pleads for mercy, blaming orders. But he spares no one. He knows letting them live risks future bloodshed. Jisoo looks shaken but agrees. A new post appears, warning others to avoid Sungwoo's group, calling them killers. The sergeant reads it, furious that players are murdering alongside monsters. Another comment says user 157 used skeletons to trap and kill the murderers. She smiles, realizing it's the same group she met earlier. A soldier alerts her to a call, but she waves it off, saying the saviors are doing well. Cut to a man in armor reading the post, thankful for Sungwoo's team. Even in this mess, they still protect people. He walks toward the light, asking if his squad should move out too. As they walk the streets, Hanho reports a new post. It's from the prosecutor of Yongdongpo, letting others comment for free if they lack 1,000 gold. Jisoo and Sungwoo talk about how the post helps players connect, find family, share synergy, and monster info. They finally arrive at Hanho's place. He stares at the door, nervous, hoping his family is alive. The MC tells him to stay calm and move carefully. They find dead orcs on the stairs, making Hanho even more tense. He prays for his parents before opening the door. A large slash on it stops him cold. He yells for his mom to open up. The door swings open, his parents appear, clearly worried. Talking inside, he learns neither picked a class. His dad says none of the cards felt useful. While eating, Sungwoo asks how they fended off the orcs. Every other door got smashed. Theirs stood untouched. Dad says he used pesticide to keep them out, stunning everyone. Mom adds that spraying it made the orcs run. Hanho nearly spits out his drink hearing this. After dinner, his mom thanks Sungwoo and Jisoo for bringing him home. She offers green tea, saying there's nothing else left. Hanho mentions helping with daggers, but she ignores it. As they relax in the living room, kids on bikes spot the lights and smirk. Jisoo steps out of the shower first. Mom quietly pities her slim figure. Hanho knows she's 30 times stronger. Sungwoo heads to shower, relieved their parents are alive. His dad outsmarted the orcs' smell, or they wouldn't have survived. Even in this chaos, something still went right. After washing up, they clean weapons. Hanho asks what's next, since they can't stay long. Says they need a destination first, then move. Sungwoo thinks those orcs were scouts. If more show up, a big battle could break out. The real issue is they don't have a clear path. As he thinks, Hanho lifts his phone, yelling at him. Says the guy who made the open post just uploaded another one. It says they set up a safe zone at Yongdong Post Station with help from a 3-star friend. They need gold or food to keep it. Jisoo questions if he's trustworthy. Hanho thinks he's genuinely trying to help. Sungwoo's still unsure, says now he gets why the guy posted yesterday. Maybe the safe zone is real, but spending gold to make a message board feels too calculated. He tells them to read the comments praising the player. Sungwoo thinks it's all for image. A big group may form, and resources will come to them. Hanho's shocked it was all for selfish gain. MC says maybe he's reading too much into it, but the station's too far to confirm. Hanho spots a comment from Chief Gu offering another safe zone at Hwashang Fortress, but says rent is required. MC dislikes the rent part but wants to know more. He asks how far it is. Hanho says 20 minutes by bus. Hearing it is close enough. The MC chooses it as their next stop. They all begin preparing to move out. The MC apologizes to the parents for bringing them along. The dad smiles, saying it's fine. He is grateful his son returned safely and is willing to follow. Hanho's mom warns that bandits lurk nearby. The MC asks what she means. She explains they are high school kids on bikes who rob people. Sungwoo sighs, realizing he must deal with petty thieves now too. A bike engine grows louder as they turn around and spot teens pretending to look intimidating. The kids stop and demand everything they have. They brag about their numbers and wave bats around. The MC smiles, asking if they truly outnumber him as glowing eyes appear behind him. The teens flee before he can speak further. The group stands puzzled, unsure what scared them off. The MC glances back with a stiff expression and finds giant wolves staring straight at them. Since the wolves don't rush in, He tells everyone to back away slowly. He avoids close combat with four-legged monsters. Their balance alone is dangerous. If anyone fell, survival would be unlikely. They retreat into the building. Hanho asks if they are safe inside. With the wolves still watching, the MC knows they can break in any moment. As he plans, one wolf charges and slams into the wall. Seungwoo throws an acid bottle, burning the wolf's face. While it reels, the MC orders his skeletons to hurl spears. Their only advantage is long-range attacks. Another wolf tries to force its way in, and he sends an orc skeleton forward. The wolf crushes it by biting its head. Green acid leaks out of the wolf's mouth. The MC laughs, revealing the skeleton carried slime mucus. Righty leaps from the first floor and drives his blade down. Right through the wolf's skull. The MC gains 240 gold for the kill. The remaining wolf backs away as skeletons advance with spears. They quickly finish off the rest. Seungwoo gains experience and reaches level 7. Jisoo lowers her head, saying they only slow him down. The MC assures her the situation was simply bad. He considers that despite her Tiger Hunter class. She trains like a pure physical specialist. Meanwhile, Hanho shows little growth. He tries to retreat but fails. He attempts to command the wolf, but his level is too low. He urges them to move before more monsters arrive. Elsewhere, a military helicopter flees from flying dragons. A soldier yells at the pilot to speed up, but the pilot says they are at full power. He curses Sergeant Kim for vague reports, but the pilot reminds him he ignored them because Kim was only a sergeant. A notification flashes, warning that the Wyvern field boss has appeared. The dragon grabs the helicopter midair and crushes it instantly. It lands atop a massive building, then lets out a thunderous roar. Seungwoo's team sees this and freezes in fear. Hanho hoped the chopper could handle the threat, but it failed. His dad points out the dragons seem to be settling in. They're too close to the zone, but moving now is risky. Seungwoo says they'll leave later and suggest resting. That night, the dragons fall asleep on the rooftops. Meanwhile, the group rests on the floor. Suddenly, the MC sees a brief flash. Then, a system alert appears, triggering card selection phase 2. Hanho warns his parents not to pick a low-star card. His dad assures him he won't mess it up. Seungwoo scans the cards, knowing he's not the only one doing it. Only 15 seconds remain. Since he already has a class, this new card becomes a secondary one. But before he picks, it vanishes. Someone else got it. Others are also grabbing cards fast. Hanho searches carefully, hunting for high-star options. The MC knows stars aren't everything. The card must match his build. He finally finds one that fits and takes it immediately. It's a 3-star Dark Mage Link card, granting synergy with his main class. He reviews the new skills and they blend perfectly with Necromancer. Hanho cries, having picked a 1-star Priest card by mistake. His new skill gives him 10 seconds of protection after a kill. His dad checks if he chose right. He looks up at his father's card. It's a 3-star Pioneer class that creates safe zones. Seungwoo lights up. They no longer need the fortress. Hanho's dad keeps showing off, then asks his wife what she picked. She replies she took a 1-star chef card. Hanho complains she should have chosen a combat class. Meanwhile, Seungwoo asks Jisoo about her card. She says she picked the 3-star Hitman card. It gives her sharp reflexes in danger. She sees how far the MC has come. He stays calm under pressure and leads well. She thinks she can't match him, but she must get stronger her own way. The MC asks Hanho's dad to explain the skill further. Pioneer lets him build a shelter using 10 mana per 10 minutes. It breaks under strong attacks or drains 100 gold if mana runs out. Seungwoo realizes keeping a safe zone here will be tough, and gathering people may bring trouble. He says to save the skill for emergencies and find a better zone location. Hanho asks if they're skipping the fortress. The MC glances outside and says they are. He thinks all the big groups will abuse their power, so it's best to avoid them. While looking out, he spots those same groups and sees the dragon moving. The dragons finally take off, letting them leave safely. The MC tells Hanho to search the forum for store locations. Wu holds over 24k gold and knows he must spend it wisely before stronger monsters appear. Hanho checks the forum top to bottom, but finds nothing. Suddenly, they hear motorcycles rumbling nearby. The kids are back now that the dragons are gone. Hanho says it's probably the same gang from yesterday. He grins and suggests asking them about stores. If they steal gold, they must know where to use it. As they walk, the kids talk about stores. Last time was unlucky, but they hope this one pays off. The kids return to their hideout, but it feels abandoned. They quietly unlock a room and find their friends hiding inside. One asks where Yujin is. A kid cries, saying the man took Yujin for not bringing enough money. Yujin suddenly walks in and tells him to shut it. He asks if she's all right, but freezes after seeing her face. She looks like a vampire now. He brushes past her and heads for their boss's room. The boss greets him as Tai Shang, asking why he killed Wuzuk, who led them and stayed loyal. Tai Shang says Wuzuk struck first. The boss asks if he plans to kill Yujin too. He stands and explains that vampires lose their minds without blood. Tai Shang quietly asks if he knew how many people Wuzuk had killed. That angers the boss, who snaps, asking if Tai Shang is talking back. He warns that their leader allowed them to live and work. Disobedience means death. Taesung turns to leave, saying he'll handle it, but the boss stops him, saying if he doesn't bring 10,000 gold in 2 days, he'll die next. Meanwhile, Tai Shang hears voices outside the room. Sungwoo's group storms in. The MC mocks their customer service. The boss assumes he's a buyer and asks what he wants. Sungwoo points his sword, ordering him to hand over everything. The vampire laughs, saying they have no idea what they walked into. Sungwoo spots his fangs and asks if he's the gang boss from the apartment. The vampire realizes they're the ones who killed his crew, rage boiling. He charges, but an orc skeleton grabs both his arms. The MC presses his sword to the vampire's neck, asking if he can regrow his head. Orc skeletons hold him as Sungwoo sinks the blade deeper, warning him not to move. He demands to know if he's the vampire lord. The vampire bursts into laughter, then breaks free and shatters the sword. He lunges at the MC, but a barrage of daggers stops him like the MC knew his move. Before he can react, Jisoo charges in and chops off his arm. He screams as blood pours. He can't regenerate properly since her fire-infused blade blocks healing. She swings again, flames still burning bright. This time, he dodges to the side. She ducks low and lands another strike. Furious, the vampire unleashes a flurry of attacks, as if she could match his speed. Mid-fight, he grabs her blade and tries to counter. But her new skill kicks in and she dodges with ease. Orc skeletons strike from behind, catching him off guard. Death's aura now empowers the undead, weakening foes at the same time. Sungwoo recalls how they used to crumble under vampires, but now his aura keeps them strong. The orcs force the vampire down. Cornered, he begs to know what they want. He spots the MC, realizes he's the summoner, and sees an easy target. He plans to pretend to talk and then strike, but bone spears pierce him before he can act. Sungwoo tells him he should still be able to talk with holes in his chest, then asks coldly if he wants more. Taesung watches in shock. Stunned, they beat such a powerful foe. The vampire laughs, warning them not to get cocky. He begins morphing into a horrific form, vowing death when their plan works. Sungwoo has had enough, tells Jisoo to end it. She slices off his head without hesitation. Taesung panics, begging for mercy, claiming innocence. Sungwoo smiles, says he just wants everything they've stolen. The thieves hand over their gold, but it's barely anything. Jisoo eyes the corpse, asking if this was the boss the other vampire mentioned. MC replies that whoever's behind it is organized and gaining power fast. Jisoo stunned someone adapted quicker than Sungwoo. They seemed more built for this world than the old one. MC knows more vampires will come, this boss could create them. He wonders if avoiding them is possible, but knows it's not. Right now, they need the full team just to fight one. If vampires attack together, they won't stand a chance. After today, he knows they'll face them again soon. The MC turns to the teens and asks about the store. Hee-sung eagerly offers to guide them there, but everyone freezes as a red system notice appears, warning about players who skipped card selection. The MC senses something is very wrong. One teen panics, screaming that he never picked a card. He says the system felt shady, so he didn't trust it. He points to another guy who also skipped the card. A new red message says unchosen players will soon become monsters. Both players scream as they start to change. Sungwoo watches the change, knowing they must act fast. He tells everyone to strike before the change finishes. Outside, Hanho's parents wait, visibly nervous. His mom wonders if it's okay to hurt these thieves. His dad stomps, saying they've caused enough pain and even killed people. Inside, the orc skeletons fight to stop the monsters mid-change. The MC knows this is their only window to kill them. Suddenly, a werewolf smashes a skeleton in two. The MC is shocked by the monster's strength, but the orcs keep attacking, finally killing the creatures. Each kill drops 3,000 gold and levels him up. He stares at the corpses, disturbed by the huge gold reward. He grabs a random stat card, boosting his speed by 3. He seems pleased. Jisoo says stat boosts are key since enemies will soon target him as the commander. Meanwhile, Hanho freaks out, wondering if more monsters are coming. The MC tells him he's got a plan to turn monsters into allies. He's avoided using it on humans, but that might change now. Many players still haven't chosen a card. They'll become monsters, and he can't worry about image anymore. As he revives the dead into minions, he wonders if they can rival vampires. Taishang watches, stunned, as his friend becomes one of Sungwoo's skeletons. Sungwoo coldly asks him where the store is. Hyesung says it's inside an old car dealership. He adds that while his group only steals, that place works for the vampires and hunts people. Sungwoo orders him to lead the way. They enter, flanked by orc and werewolf skeletons. But the MC feels uneasy. There are no guards in sight. A loud crash echoes, and he signals everyone to hide. They watch a bear-like monster brawl with a vampire. The vampire gets overpowered as the bear slams him with iron chains. Sungwoo spots the chains and wonders if the bear is a captive, then realizes it was likely a kidnapped human-turned-monster. Just as the fight seems done, the vampire lunges again. The injured bear counters, hurling the vampire away. The MC realizes this might work in his favor. If timed right, he can take control of the bear. The monster roars and charges again. Sungwoo sends the werewolf skeletons in. One stabs the vampire, but the bear retaliates. It grabs a werewolf, but another slashes it down. The MC earns 3,500 gold from the bear's death. His slots are full, so he must remove one skeleton. He crushes an orc and replaces it with the towering bear, max-sized for its tier. Just then, Hanho spots their school bus among the cars. The group realizes students are inside. Sungwoo knows if all of them got caught, the threat would be massive. Charging in recklessly isn't an option. He looks at Taishang and asks about the store's location. As he tries to explain, a hand smacks his away. It's Yujin, now a vampire. Her captor laughs, calling them his children. He came to meet the one slaying vampires. Sungwoo figures the girl's body is possessed. The vampire likely came sensing his allies die. He tells him he talks too much. The vampire chuckles, saying some call him professor for his lectures, but since no one cares, he says they're all doomed anyway. He casts a minor curse on Sungwoo, requiring holy magic to dispel. He grins, ready to finish them off, but Sungwoo suddenly kicks him across the face. Hanho watches in shock, asking if he's still human. The MC sees a red mark on his hand, possibly from the curse, but it causes no harm. Hanho arrives in full priest gear, reaching out dramatically. Sungwoo sighs, thinking standards must have dropped if Hanho can become a priest. He tries removing the curse, but fails. The curse reveals Sungwoo's position to the vampire every 12 hours. A new notification appears, a quest to kill the vampire lord. The reward is 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket. This gives him direction. He'll kill the lord before the curse kills him. He turns to Taishang and asks where the vampire's base is. They head into the D-rank item shop. Inside, they must pick one of 4 balls bronze to platinum. Platinum costs 100,000 gold. The MC goes first. He has a ticket that grants access to the platinum ball, but saves it for later, thinking it's not urgent. He can manage for now. He selects the gold option. A new screen appears. He recalls that the first prize ball usually gives the best reward. He grins wickedly and commits. He pulls the top prize. The reward is a coupon for a master tier class skill. It uses no mana and creates a resting zone for minions. Summoning multiple minions triggers a curse of death that grows with their numbers. Jisoo and Hanho glare at him, annoyed by his luck. She shoves him aside and steps up. Meanwhile, Sungwoo activates the skill, sending his minions to the rest zone. It works like a massive inventory, storing minions for later summon. He turns, excited, and asks what items his friends got. He sees dread on their faces. Turns out Jisoo got a B-rank medkit and hiking gear during her hospital visit. Hanho received a tough bullhide chestplate. Noticing their mood, he awkwardly asks if they should keep moving. Meanwhile, the vampires hold the students captive in their hideout. Surrounded by corpses, Kyungsoo wonders if he should have followed the MC earlier. He regrets choosing to lead everyone to the military base. After sneaking past dragons, they arrived to find it ruined and empty. The others turned to him, asking what to do. A wave of panic broke out as everyone scrambled to figure things out. All eyes turned to Kyungsoo. Overwhelmed, he thought. Why is this my job? He only drove. One student showed him a post about a safe zone at the fortress, under their gaze. He realized their survival was thanks to him. He chose to believe in himself and led them to the fortress. It was a disaster. Vampires ambushed them, killing without hesitation. The rest were enslaved by the vampires. One vampire kicks Kyungsoo, ordering him to move. Another laughs, saying they'll just eat him if he slows down. He stares, broken. He knows he'll die like the others. The vampires line up the remaining students. A lone skeleton appears, sword raised. It looks like a minion. The vampires laugh, thinking it's just another weak monster. One rushes in to rip it apart, but gets pierced by several spears. Suddenly, Sungwoo's full army arrives. Kyungsu's eyes widen. Sungwoo came to save them. As he steps forward, Kyungsu reads him. He's clearly stronger now. How did the gap grow this wide when they're both students? The vampires get up, ready to strike again. But one is instantly ripped apart by the skeleton bear. Sungwoo stands firm, commanding his army to kill every vampire but one. Kyungsu watches, stunned. They're far more powerful than expected. It's not just Sungwoo. Jisoo looks much stronger too. The last vampire begs as the orcs hold him down. Sungwoo demands to know how many players and vampires are in the building and their levels. He says only the area manager is level 5. There are 12 players. Highest level is 4. Sungwoo thanks him but never planned to spare him. The vampire pleads, saying he knows the building's layout and defenses. Kyungsu stabs him without hesitation. He says he already knows what's inside that place. Tears fall as he begs them not to spare any vampires. His cowardly friends didn't deserve such deaths. Sungwoo claps his shoulder, says surviving this long was impressive. Vampires don't kill right away. They hide in plain sight, waiting to strike. He says their world collapsed, but they can't allow monsters to walk free. They begin sorting through the kidnapped players. One man asks the area manager how much longer he plans to keep this up. The manager grins, says humans are easy prey, better than monsters, more useful too. He adds their CEO has unmatched vision and sharp judgment. The man lights up, eager to join. The vampire tells him with effort he can be one of them. He started as a warehouse grunt, earned his way to full status. Mid-sentence, someone mocks him loudly. He turns, sees the MC standing alone. Sungwoo chuckles, says they called giving up humanity innovation. The manager asks who he is, walks forward with his group. Caged students spot the MC, feel hope. A vampire yells, warning them they're just food. Sungwoo glares, asks if his CEO never told him his name. The vampire realizes he's the one who killed Manager Park. The MC laughs, asks if manager is just a fantasy title. Seeing him enter alone, the manager thinks he's reckless, but still doubts he can win. Sungwoo grins, says he's more than enough to handle them. Black smoke suddenly spreads across the floor. Workers panic as a system alert says the Great Spirit is active. Skeletons emerge from the smoke one after another. The death curse hits, weakening employees. Fear sets in as skeletons attack. The manager tries to calm them, but fails. Vampires kill a minion, but it revives instantly. Furious, the manager shatters an orc minion with a kick. He charges toward the MC, knowing he's the summoner. Before he reaches him, an acid bottle smashes into his head. Hanho takes aim from a first-floor window. The vampire crashes to the ground. Jisoo frees the hostages as Kyungsu crashes into a car. He slams the bus into the factory wall and yells for all hostages to get inside fast. The vampire gives chase, unaware that Righty is charging in on a wolf. The werewolf skeleton slams him down hard. Righty soars through the air, aiming to finish him. Sungwoo's buffs and debuffs overwhelm the vampire completely. Sungwoo tells him this factory was the worst place to hide. The vampire begins to panic, realizing Sungwoo's not just strong but sharp. While bleeding from his arm, he hears the CEO's voice offering him power. Sungwoo looks puzzled as he watches the vampire change. His body mutates, turning more monstrous. A warning pops up. A high-level vampire has gone berserk. Staring at the new form, Sungwoo asks if this is what he really looks like. The vampire charges, ripping into the skeletons. Sungwoo commands his forces to strike back, but the vampire holds them off alone, pushing forward, tearing through the skeletons with terrifying speed. Jisoo leaps over him, slicing his back midair. As he spins around, she grabs Righty and hurls it. Righty slashes him mid-flight. An orc tries to help, but the vampire smashes it to pieces. As his army falls, Sungwoo instantly brings them back. Hanho is stunned that Jisoo is stalling him. Sungwoo stays tense, says this isn't good. The vampire is losing blood fast, berserk mode burning him out. But Sungwoo might run out of mana first. If his orcs fall, he's exposed. Worse. This isn't even the real boss, just a minion. Sungwoo wonders how strong the real vampire lord must be. While reviving, he spots a werewolf corpse nearby and smiles. Apologizes for stealing one of his captured beasts. With the new werewolf, his minions gain a synergy boost. The vampire looks shaken as the skeletons suddenly grow stronger. Sungwoo commands the werewolves to tear him apart. They obey and begin devouring him alive. Sungwoo locks eyes with him and says to tell his boss their little operation is done. He earns 10,000 gold but gets tagged as a player by the system. He thinks he can convert the vampire corpse. Since the head's intact, it's usable. He revives him as a vampire skeleton and says he works for him now. A new alert says he can view the memories of revived corpses. He's curious. He opens the vampire's memory to see what's inside. He cannot tap into his minion's memories, so he wonders if this comes from a new system trait. He watches the vampires gather before their lord while the ruler gulps a towering blood glass. He presses them to explain the purpose behind this deadly game. When silence follows, he states their true goal is simple: evolve. It does not matter who created the game, only that it grants a chance to shed weakness and rise as a new race. The vampire lord vows to build a new order. Sungwoo stiffens with rage as he grasps that this figure is the vampire lord himself. The vampire lord declares he gained a fresh quest and orders all of them to support it. They accept without hesitation. MC suspects the bite twists their minds, making them obey the lord on instinct. He announces a party in Huaxiang, telling them to drag in as many people as possible and enjoy the chaos. He assigns manager Kim to handle food and farming supplies. MC sees through it. They are preparing human farms and slaughter feasts. Their tactic is to bait people with fake safe zones. Moments later, MC receives an exclusive quest. He recalls getting something similar after his professor died. This one centers on the planned massacre. Sungwoo must stop it or use the aftermath. The choice shapes his fate. Hanho shakes him, but MC remains trapped inside the vampire memory shard. Tears fall as he fears something hit Sungwoo after seizing that vampire body. When MC snaps back, he places a hand on Hanho's head and asks who he supposedly wronged. Hanho flinches. Sungwoo releases him and reminds him of his promise to obey. He grins and says he wants him to join a quest. Elsewhere, the vampire lord fumes that MC slew his manager even while carrying some of his power. Madame Yang quietly wonders if Sungwoo might sabotage everything. The lord dismisses her fear, saying weak skeletons pose no threat. After the great feast, he intends to hunt and curse him. Outside the factory, everyone scavenges daggers and gear from fallen vampires. Juno asks MC if this is right. Sungwoo asks what troubles him. Jisoo recalls his earlier warning and says a huge massacre looms in Hwasong Fortress. She asks if they should rush to stop the vampires. Hanho cuts in, saying something huge is spreading online. Vampires are luring players with safety promises. A post from manager Gu tries to reel in survivors. Hanho suggests posting a warning, but MC halts him. He doubts any warning will stop desperate people clinging to hope. Also, if the vampires shift plans, he loses his edge. They cannot stop them now, so they must prepare. He then asks Jisoo if she found anything worthwhile. She reports locating useful potions in manager Kim's warehouse. She also uncovers a wireless charging battery for their phones. Jisoo shows a white potion called Treatment that heals infections. Sungwoo uses it on Taesong's friend, easing her symptoms. They thank him with relief. The MC knows she's struggled long enough. The potion didn't fully work, but helped a lot. He warns Taesong to guard her, says if the vampire lord returns, he'll kill her. Taesong firmly replies he won't let that happen. The MC frowns, unsure if they plan to resist him later. He sees they're crooks, but not evil, so he lets them go. Still, he warns they might meet again. Sungwoo asks Mr. Lee, Hanho's father, to activate his skill. A safe zone forms around the factory, speeding up recovery inside. Mr. Lee controls every inch of this zone. Everyone relaxes as their wounds start healing. Wonho's mother, a chef-class player, makes food that buffs allies. Jisoo watches the players, says they're finally adjusting. Sungwoo asks if she got an exclusive quest. She looks confused, says no. He realizes only he received one. He tells Jisoo she can sit this one out. She replies she's coming. He asks if it's because of her justice sense. She denies it, says she can't keep running. Sooner or later monsters will kill her. Fighting is survival now. As they speak, a new system notice appears. It announces everyone's entered Chapter 1. The admin salutes survivors. Warns those who failed to adapt became werebeasts. Now, enemies include monsters and humans alike. The notice gives 4 warnings, including a 7-day event lock to Suwon and Huaxiang. Gold is doubled. Defeating werebeasts may drop random combo cards, and each region will spawn a boss with rare loot unavailable in shops. Sungwoo stares at the screen, realizing they're locked from moving to new zones. Jisoo, resolute, says they'll stay and fight instead of fleeing. Hanho groans, annoyed that Sungwoo dragged him into another risky quest. The MC reminds him Jisoo's been with them since the start, and unlike her, Hanho wouldn't last a day alone. Switching topics, Hanho says people are commenting on his forum post. Many replied, but one stands out, from the Yangdongpo prosecutor. He built a secure base with level 3 pioneer skill, started a guild called Independence, focused on group survival and safe zones. MC doubts he expected him to join. The guy just wants others to know their intentions are clean. Hanho's shocked someone could think that far ahead. Sungwoo says ambitious players are surfacing. Hanho asks where they're headed. Sungwoo answers, the hospital. Says it's for leveling, then asks Hanho's level. Hanho says 5. Sungwoo finds that weak. Right then, Kyungsoo hits the brakes. He says they've arrived. They step out. Hanho asks if this is really the spot. MC confirms and declares it their new hunting zone. Monsters lurk behind cars and rubble. Suddenly, a blazing rock crashes toward them. They dive behind cars, barely dodging the hit. These monsters use spells, but Sungwoo's skeletons outmatch them. As Jisoo and the skeletons wipe them out, MC says they're kobolds. Goal now is boosting Hanho's level and finding new minions. Turning monsters gives MC more strength, but these kobolds are too weak. He already has werewolves, strong enough to crush low-tier vampires. Jisoo calls out and points toward the grocery store. The parking lot is full of corpses, reminding her of their college campus. MC figures this place might have been used for a tutorial event. She wonders if anyone could still be alive inside. MC says monster swarms gather in crowded areas, so chances are slim. Gyeongsu guesses places like Jeju Island, with fewer people, might be safer. Jisoo feels slightly better since her family lives there. She notices Sungwoo staring, says he shouldn't worry. She never expected to see them again. Says they're probably fine since her family's full of elites. MC senses a strained bond with her family, so he drops the topic as they step into the mart. The entrance seals with magic, turning it into the Sorcerer's Fortress dungeon. Only way out is beating the boss. A huge magic circle forms beneath their feet. Everyone gets teleported to separate locations. Hanho crashes through the ceiling, landing in a kobold pack. They laugh, thinking they caught a helpless human. He thinks he can take them, but alone. Panic hits. His survival window drops fast. The kobolds rush him. He accidentally kills one. The others charge at him in rage. He believes this might be the end, then realizes he's not taking any damage. Remembers his pre-skill grants protection for 10 seconds after a kill. Kobolds stare. Confused, their blows do nothing. Hanho rises, terrified, and asks if they really called him weak. Elsewhere, Kyungsoo and Jisoo search for the group. They follow a trail of blood and find Hanho standing over kobold corpses. Jisoo is stunned, but Hanho declares he's awakened his hidden power. With the three reunited, they agree Sungwoo can handle himself alone. Just as expected, MC and his summons wipe out kobolds. He finishes them off easily, but still worries about Hanho while searching for the exit. He stumbles on a wounded survivor. The potions won't help this time. The man weakly lifts a finger, pointing to a nearby box. Sungwoo grabs it, asking if it holds a potion. Inside is a strange egg. Its description says it holds a creature that may change fate. Using his last breath, the man tells MC the dungeon boss guards the token to claim it. The egg once belonged to the survivor, but the boss took its token. MC's heart sinks, realizing the boy was a 5-star dragon knight. He figures the knight got lost searching for the mart, lost all tokens to the boss. The class had long-term potential, but the knight died before reaching it. Though the description calls it mysterious, MC knows it's a dragon egg. He senses the knight wanted him to finish the game. While he's thinking, kobolds rush in, but his summons wipe them out fast. Seungwoo now swears to find the token and avenge the fallen knight. As his army slays more kobolds, he notices they charge in without hesitation. They're attacking like mindless puppets. Then an explosion booms. He sees a kobold sorcerer appear, despite its fierce look. One summon quickly wipes it and nearby kobolds out. MC levels up, chooses the skill path to increase his minion count. Instead, he gains Corpse Explosion, which uses 10 mana to detonate a corpse. He gets an instant test when more monsters close in, tells his minions to stand back, then casts the new skill on a body. A massive blast rips through the area. Outside, the remaining kobolds flinch from the sound. Suddenly, Righty bursts from the doorway and clears them. MC compliments him. Righty beams with joy. They reach the boss room, where the kobold sorcerer sits, shielded by roots. The force field can only be broken by destroying 3 hidden cores. Normal hits won't work. Seeing the barrier, MC understands why the boss waited while others fought. The boss then starts casting a deadly spell. That will kill anyone under level 10 in 1 hour. MC knows that includes his entire party. The kobold's earlier rush was a stall tactic. He sends minions to strike, but they can't break the barrier. So he changes tactics and piles corpses around the boss, then triggers all of them in one massive explosion. But returning to the boss, finds it untouched. Furious, the boss burns its own health to speed the spell up. 52 minutes left. Sungwoo panics, now under more pressure to locate the cores. He refocuses, decides breaking the cores is their only shot. By reading kobold memory fragments, he discovers the core's locations. Righty smashes the first core without delay. Only 19 minutes remain to find the last 2. He keeps moving, reviving monsters, reading their memories. He locates the next core and heads for the first floor. On the way up, they see slain kobolds. Sungwoo wonders if Jisoo did it. A system alert confirms the second core is gone. He assumes she saw the death curse warning too. He spots someone battling kobolds ahead and thinks it's her. He shouts for her to search for Hanho and Kyung-soo, but it's Hanho, proudly holding a kobold corpse, saying Sungwoo's late. Sungwoo watches in disbelief, questioning if this is a dream. Jisoo joins them, says she destroyed 1 core, but MC's more stunned by Hanho's sudden change. Hanho acts cool, says there's no time to chat, they must find the last core. Only 13 minutes remain. At the last core, kobolds guard it fiercely. MC says ignore the enemies, find the core. They locate it fast. Timer hits 10 minutes. Sungwoo boosts Righty, who leaps past the kobold. Righty smashes the core. With the barrier gone, they have 9 minutes to end it. MC glares at the boss, ready to finish it. Hanho, back to normal, jokes that MC has corpse bombs now. MC says the boss saw that move. Hanho suggests blowing the whole place up. MC thinks, then tells everyone to regroup and charge the boss room. They arrive just in time. A fireball from his sorcerer disrupts the curse spell. Sungwoo stares down the boss, asking what else it has left. The boss morphs into a fallen tree spirit, roaring and striking. It crushes minions fast, then swings at the group, who narrowly dodge. Jisoo slashes a branch with her fire blade, but the wound heals quickly. MC yells for her to move, then orders his werewolf to hurl kobold corpses. He detonates them mid-air, damaging the boss's face. Through the smoke, he thinks it's dead, but the boss revives again. A fireball from his kobold hits it from behind. They rain fire attacks, but it keeps healing. Sungwoo tells them to keep pressure on. A pop-up says the boss ran out of mana. Now burning health. MC grins, says he drained its mana using the devil's bloodstone. Even drained, the boss still fights. MC orders everyone to pull back. It lunges but collapses, too weak to chase. Before leaving, MC reveals he left skeletons on floor 1, as they escape. He blows up the corpse pile stacked under the boss. With no mana to recover, it finally dies. For slaying the fallen tree spirit, he earns 12 140 gold, hits level 10 and receives a roulette ticket as the 69th to level up. His summon cap increases by 5. He unlocks Death Response, which lets him summon 10 zombies for 10 minutes without using his count. He now controls up to 25 undead at once. Plus, he holds the Dragon Knight's token. He lifts his sword. Sure, he can take the Vampire Lord now. The token is a masterless blade that boosts his strength by 6. He learns he can't open the dragon egg yet, but it will hatch after 5,000 days or sooner if he slays strong monsters with the sword. MC realizes that means waiting 13 years. Jisoo says it's the penalty for lacking the right class. Seungwoo says he can prove himself by hunting monsters. Shortening the timer, the sword boosts his power, so he gladly keeps it. Hanho tells him his phone is ringing. He gets a message from Taeseong at Hegung Square, saying many survivors are there, but no vampires yet. MC feels relieved he's still safe. At the factory, he told him to blend in and watch the vampires, and send private updates if anything changed. Hyesung agreed easily since he'd spent time around vampires before. It seems he still hasn't spotted any in the so-called safe zone. One of his orc skeletons reports finding 2 dead werewolves. MC wonders if the tree spirit killed them. He revives them, raising his count to 5 werewolves and 15 minions. Fully ready, he heads for Hwaseong to wipe out the vampires. Meanwhile, survivors grow uneasy since their hosts never show up. From a nearby building, vampires wait for the right moment to strike. Their master enters, saying it's time. A vampire asks if they'll feast on the survivors. The master smirks, says they're hunting the ones who attacked the factory. The group looks confused since they expected a party. He says plans changed because that guy is close. He wants him dead before he ruins everything. The order comes straight from the Vampire Lord. Taesong spots them moving and alerts the MC immediately. The vampires head toward the elementary school, searching for him. The curse still tracks him, so they mock him for lowering his guard. They soon find a dire wolf's body. Seeing the claw marks, they assume one of his werewolves did it. They notice a blood trail and follow it. The vamp. Empire Master complains their manager lost to a fool, thinking MC is too dumb to know blood lures monsters. A vampire points out the trail leads to the auditorium. The vampire lord orders them to kill MC at once. They know he can command minions, but expect only 5 werewolf skeletons. Their master, ranked under the lord, believes he can handle 2 alone and trusts their numbers. He leads the group inside. They spot MC with only a few skeletons. Their confidence rises. They charge after him. MC runs to a dead end, turns, and says this will be their grave. The vampires hesitate, sensing danger. He says they counted his skeletons wrong and know nothing about his skills. One vampire mocks him, asking if he hid a few more nearby. Sungwoo grins, says he doesn't command a handful of bones, he commands an army. He summons the rest from the void and activates death response, flooding the hall with zombies. The vampires nearly lose their minds at the sight. Meanwhile, Sungwoo relaxes while his undead do the work. Righty boosts the skeletons with a quick command, and they respond fast. Zombies rip through the vampires, stacking debuffs. Sungwoo shows them what happens when you face undead alone. A female vampire charges straight at him. She gets blasted by kobold fireballs. Righty finishes her. MC gains 2,000 gold. Now only the vampire master remains, but he's far stronger than the rest. He slaughters skeletons and zombies with ease. 2 zombies manage to bite him, but he survives. He throws one off without effort. The vampire master leaps toward MC, aiming to kill. MC smiles calmly, tells him to look again before striking. The vampire flinches, panics, and asks what he means. 2 hours earlier, outside the school, MC gave one minion a special order. Tried exploding an orc skeleton, but nothing happened. He realizes skeletons aren't corpses, so the spell failed. Then summoned zombies using death response, wondering if corpses would explode. He learns that zombies count as summons while moving, but become corpses when still. He detonates a zombie, hitting the vampire master hard. He taunts him as the vampire collapses, wounded. One werewolf bites off his leg. The master asks if MC thinks he can defeat their boss. MC ends him with the nameless sword, earning 20,000 gold. The dragon egg timer drops to 149 days. He revives all fallen vampires. With 5 or more vampire skeletons, he gains synergy bleed effect and pre-death berserk. Confident in his army, MC readies for what's next. He gets a message from Jisoo, saying vampires are acting strange, demanding weapons at the gate. MC guesses the vampire lord sensed his guards' deaths, now rushing to catch him. Every guard now serves under him. At the camp, a new player spawns. Werewolves hang skewered on a rooftop. The crowd murmurs, wondering who had that kind of power. Jisoo and Hanho are next for the weapon check. One guard says they're collecting weapons to protect others, claims they killed 4 werewolves, so players don't need them. Jisoo glares, disgusted by humans helping vampires. They're just making it easier to slaughter people. Suddenly, Taesong sneaks over, saying he hid her twin blades like planned. With help from Yang Shik, a 2-star swordsman, Hanho asks if he brought his request. Taesong says yes. They pass inspection and blend into the crowd. Soon, the vampire lord appears, masked, furious about the MC. Hanho instantly recognizes him and guesses the masks hide their fangs. The group hides the sword. Now they just wait for the MC. As the vampire lord speaks, masked vampires surround the crowd. He tells everyone humanity must fall, too weak to survive. Pulling off his mask, he says they're sacrifices for evolution. Panic spreads as vampires begin their assault. Survivors try to flee but hit electric fences. It's a trap. The vampire lord grins as chaos erupts. Jisoo leads people away. He spots swords in her hands. Confused, she's armed. At that moment, Kyungsoo rams a bus into the fence. The barrier crashes down, letting players break free. Jisoo and Hanho rush out, guiding survivors away. Enraged, the vampire lord faces the MC stepping off the bus. MC smirks and mocks him, calling him Mosquito King. He eyes the vampires and asks why they're not enjoying the party. Vampire Lord laughs, says he arrived right on schedule. Flashing his fangs, he promises things will get exciting. Turning to Madame Yang, he says the party's dull. She says the main dish is missing, tells others to trap the survivors. The Vampire Lord asks if he's here to save them. MC says his team can handle the vampire girl. He chuckles at the word team, says he might have hired him if things were different. Sungwoo replies that he already has real friends. Suddenly, a werewolf skeleton leaps off the bus at the Lord. The vampire lord frowns, asking if that's really all he brought. While fighting it, he senses a trap, sees goblin corpses packed in. MC triggers an explosion, shaking the battlefield. Seeing their leader fall, vampires grow nervous but insist he won't go down that easy. They chase MC into the bus, but find only heaps of monster corpses. Sungwoo slips out through a hole beneath the floor, then blows up the bus, wiping out a large vampire group. Madame Yang hunts survivors with human allies. They hear the blast and worry. She scoffs, says their master won't die from something like that, tells them to keep chasing survivors. But glancing back, she finds her men lying dead. She feels a deadly force behind her, just dodges Jisoo's sudden strike. Eyes blaze. She readies to face the vampire girl herself. Hanho and Taesong bring survivors to safety, Sungwoo's plan working smoothly. Hanho holds his daggers tight, hoping he won't need them. But a vampire sneaks up from behind. The Lord posted him as perimeter guard. He mocks them, asking if they'll help him level up. Taesong charges in, thinking this vampire looks weaker than the rest. Hanho tries to stop him, but he's already gone. The vampire dodges Taesong's strikes and nearly sinks his teeth into his neck. But Hanho hurls a dagger just in time. The vampire flips into the air, dodging Taesong's punch. Hanho throws again, this time hitting him square in the face. The hit drops him. Hanho stares. Shocked, he knocked down a vampire. Then notices he hasn't earned any gold, meaning it's not over. Still alive and furious, the vampire rises, raging about his scarred face. Meanwhile, MC's blast cleared out the weaker ones. But he knows the real fight is just beginning. The vampire lord jumps on the bus. Now with wings, dude upgraded his skin. MC knows this won't be easy. He summons undead as the lord charges in. The vampire lands among orc skeletons, tearing through them like nothing. MC sees they can't slow him for long. He raises zombies from the ground. The vampire lord pauses briefly, but brushes it off, sure they're no real threat, as he crushes one. MC tries to blow the corpse, but the vampire reacts, blasting high-pressure blood mist using his blood fly. The move's weak but blocks the detonation just enough. MC switches plans, sends in werewolves, activating Cerberus synergy for a power boost. But the vampire lord slices down 3 in one swing. Close combat won't work. MC orders spear attacks instead. The vampire dodges easily, mocking the humans as unevolved weaklings. Sungwoo fires back, asking if that's what he calls evolved. The vampire claims it's an upgrade. Says the strong always ruled the weak. That's how history works. Society called him a killer, but the apocalypse gave him purpose. He believes he's chosen to lead this new world. MC grabs his head, realizing this guy's just delusional. Asks if he still believes that trash. Says no one's taken that seriously for a century. Suddenly, Madame Yang shouts for help. She can't accept defeat by a human she thinks is beneath her. All fight long, she hasn't landed a single blow on Jisoo. Jisoo tells her it's because she never trained. Her moves are strong but messy. It's what happens when you sit behind the vampire lord and farm easy experience. Jisoo strikes hard, landing a clean double slash. Madame Yang falls, defeated. Jisoo finishes the fight. She thanks her for helping her regain confidence, and that's it for now. Thanks for watching. Meanwhile, Hanho and Taesong are in trouble. A vampire offers them a deal, says they'll live longer under his side than under the vampire lord. Says they were once students too. Forced to join someone powerful to survive this monster-filled world. He asks again if they'll join him. Hanho agrees, which makes Taesong think he's siding with the vampire. But Hanho says the side he chose crushes his. Suddenly, a motorbike rider appears behind the vampire. It distracts him for a split second. Hanho uses the moment, throws a dagger. The vampire dodges, but it hits the rider's chest. The rider's fine, protected by a minion. Hanho aimed for the goblin all along. He shifts into Giga Chad form, standing tall. The vampire shudders. The vampire attacks full force, but it does nothing. It feels like hitting steel. Nothing moves. Shuno blitzes him with rapid slashes. Taesung and Kyungsu jump in, launching strikes together. The vampire swings at Taesung, but Hanho blocks it with his body. Hanho says he's maxed agility to dodge anything. No escape now. He tanks the hits while the others press in for the kill. The vampire realizes solo attacks fail, but together they can drop him. Plus, a tank shields them. Hanho slashes the vampire, but feels power slipping. The vampire catches on, suspects a time cap on his skill. A goblin crashes into Hanho, who kills it fast, reactivating his boost. One teammate starts tossing goblins to him from afar. Hanho mocks the vampire, says they've got goblins on standby, he can power up non-stop. He reminds the vampire about living under the strongest, then calls him dead wrong. Real survival comes from trust. Bro flexes and says they survive with love and peace. The vampire panics, says they're ganging up. He's not wrong. Watching his elites fall, the vampire lord burns with rage. Sungwoo says he's next, and that all his weaknesses are known. First, no weapons. Claws seemed enough, but after using minions, he realized it's a class penalty. Second, he's got high regen but weak defense and clumsy moves. Third, he lacks mana, so his skills depend on blood. He's been using Devil's Bloodstone, each strike draining his health. Last, he talks too much. The MC says he'd go straight for the Necromancer. Enraged, the Vampire Lord triggers a blood field and charges. Righty intercepts, parrying his blow. Then Righty hurls a slime liquid bottle at his face. Acid eats at his skin. Vision blurs. Out of blood. No regen left. He's exposed. The MC commands his minions to finish him. Still dangerous, but now clearly weakened. Smelling blood. He moves toward a row of werewolves hung like trophies on a building. He climbs to the roof, but a werewolf minion drops down and drives a blade into him. Sungwoo mocks him, saying his werewolf minions came from that same place. The vampire lord, barely standing, falls hard to the ground. The MC decides to finish everything with style. His minions hurl the vampire lord into a chamber packed with monster remains. The building blows apart, ending the vampire lord. He earns 10,000 gold for defeating a special player. He also gains 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket for the No Country for Wicked Men quest. Fate shifts, granting him a unique skill. When his group arrives, they share their victory with loud cheers. He looks at them, smiling, thinking the world may fall, but he will stay with them. By morning, everyone praises him. Many were rescued earlier by Sungwoo's group. Hanho says more people know their name now. Their celebration stops when a regiment appears, led by Sergeant Kim. Kim says he watched their battle from afar and came to see what happened. Sung greets him with a smile, glad he's safe, then asks why he came. The sergeant says they were watching a group claiming to build safe zones for survivors. They never expected things to spiral this wildly. The MC studies them, relieved they didn't fight the vampires, since they don't look strong to him. Kim tells him someone wants to meet him. The MC looks confused and asks who it is. Kim smiles and says the Korean army is still alive and active, somewhere else. An army officer gazes out a window. 4 stars sit on his hat. That night, the MC stands in an office, reviewing his own profile. He's level 10 with around 300,000 gold, half earned from the last fight. He sees quests far outperform simple hunting. His skill upgraded, letting him craft bone armor along with bone weapons as he shapes it. The armor clings to his body. It fits tight, shields him well, and still lets him move fast. He chooses to arm all his minions with this armor to toughen them. The quest rewarded him with an item, a heroic rank crossbow that fires without reloading. It suits him perfectly, since he usually fights from the rear. With these boosts, he feels stronger, certain he can handle anyone. A sudden heat rises behind him. He turns and sees his old home swallowed by flames, with his parents calling for help, begging now that he's strong. Sungwoo tries to summon a minion but remembers he's still a child. He watches, unable to act, as the fire consumes them. Fear takes him and he runs. All of it belongs to his past. He tells himself he's still that same powerless kid. The nightmare jolts him awake. Someone sees him rise and says he slept through the entire day. They point to the door, saying Sergeant Kim returned with the soldiers from yesterday. When they asked him to return to base, he refused, saying anyone wanting to meet him could come here, too tired to go. He gets up and tells Hanho to make them wait outside. That dream still lingers. He wants strength, so no one gets left behind again. As Hanho blocks the door, the lieutenant barges in, introduces himself as Lieutenant Major Taeyang Park, and asks if he's the Necromancer. Sergeant Kim follows behind. The major sits and says he'll get straight to the point. He says they tracked a shady group in Huaxiang, asks if Sungwoo took them out, and if he wants to join future missions. The MC says he'll explain how he won, but doesn't see how that helps their missions. Taeyang points at him and says he wants him in the army. That ticks the MC off. He asks why he should join them. The man keeps rambling about how the army and government could restore order with his help. Basically wants him to carry everything. He mentions a guy called the Prosecutor of Yongdongpo. Says he's forming a rogue group. That man saved civilians and built Korea's first guild and safe zones. The MC admits the guy's impressive. He even beat a local boss. But Taeyang dislikes him since he defies the government and refuses to join the army. The MC sharply disagrees, says they can't brand anyone as a renegade. The army and government failed. People had no choice but to adapt and survive. He says he'd rather live as a mercenary than join their army. That angers the lieutenant, who grabs his collar. The MC slaps his hand away and stands up. The lieutenant warns him he'll regret this, says he can't last alone. Sung-woo glances back, righty beside him, and says he prefers solitude. Yet he's got an entire army behind him. Players feel safer with soldiers nearby. But Hanho doesn't like it. He thinks they did the saving, not the army. Jisoo says people just want someone to count on. Even Hanho admits their presence feels reassuring. Probably better trained than civilians. Jisoo scans the soldiers, senses tension in their faces. She finds it strange, since they should stay calm in chaos. Hanho walks up to a few and asks if they work with Sergeant Kim. He says he met Kim before and knew a soldier named Kwan, asks to meet him. One soldier says he doesn't know where others are. Another says it's classified. Jisoo overhears and finds it weird. He's only asking for a private. Both feel something's off about these soldiers. Outside, Sung-woo exits after rejecting the lieutenant's offer. He wanted peace with the army, but that lieutenant ruined it. As he walks off, Sergeant Kim catches up and apologizes for setting up the meeting. The MC gets it. He knows Kim just followed orders and asks if he was sent to change his mind. Kim gives a nervous laugh. Sung-woo sighs, says the army must be desperate. Kim admits they need him, but the commander's approach was wrong. He steps in close, says there's something secret he wants to show him. They head into an underground parking lot. The MC wonders what secret could be worth all this. Sergeant raises his hand, halts him, and warns that soldiers ahead could execute them if caught. But the soldiers look drained, so he believes they can slip by. The MC grows more curious, seeing how far the sergeant is going. They head down some stairs and into a locked room. A photo captures the moment. Sergeant reveals a glowing crystal sealed in a box. He calls it the Prophecy Stone. He says these stones are scattered around the world. Whoever touches one glimpses the future. Finding one gives a major edge over others. Sung-woo reaches out and touches it. A vision begins. He floats weightless, as if in a dream. Suddenly, a skeleton wyvern soars past him. Below, he sees nothing but corpses. The whole city looks like it's been turned into undead. Among the skeletons, he spots himself and Jisoo. Hanho, as usual, stands below with lesser minions. Then he sees who caused it all. The Lich King, towering above the undead army. As he watches the Lich King, the Lich turns, incinerates him into ashes. Sung-woo jolts back to reality. A system message says it'll all happen on January 1st. He trembles, gripping his arm. The sergeant says his vision showed skeletons, and it reminded him of Sung-woo. Sung-woo receives a quest to seize the Grim Reaper's scythe. He must hit level 15, or the Lich King will make that vision real. Facing palms. He realizes this quest came from the sergeant's choice. Only 2 months remain to reach level 15 and find the scythe. He looked cool in the vision. But that's not the future he wants. He asks the sergeant about their area's boss monster. He's avoided it before, but now, time's too short. Boss monsters are the fastest way to level up. Sergeant Kim confirms one exists. It's the lieutenant's biggest headache. The lieutenant wants the area safe and clear, but needs players like Sung-woo to do it. Hearing that, Sung-woo agrees to help with the boss, but he won't do it for nothing. He demands payment. Soldiers report back, saying he wants over 100,000 gold to join. The commander erupts, furious at the audacity of that demand. Another soldier says they lack anyone that powerful. He saw him solo vampires. It was unreal. The commander pauses, then asks if Sergeant Kang could beat him. The soldier replies Kang might be strong, but Sung-woo leads an army. No one can match that. They can't win without him. As the commander thinks again, Sergeant Kim steps in, saying the MC is worth the price. He trusts him completely. Their troops bring in around 60,000 gold per day. Hiring the MC costs 2 days' worth. The commander knows it's a steep price, but has no choice with key areas at risk. One of those is the 01 Fighter Wing. A deadly monster controls the airstrip, grounding all planes. They sent dozens of troops. None survived the beast. If they kill it, they regain air travel. With that in mind, the commander gives in but swears he'll make the MC pay later. A soldier hands over the promised gold. He urges Sung-woo to begin the mission quickly. Sung-woo says he's stuck in the area for 5 days, asks if slaying it within that time works. The soldier says they need to fix the airport, so he must finish in 3. He introduces Sergeant First Class Kang, the only survivor of the previous squad. Kang tells the MC he'll assist, even if he outranks him. He asks for Sung-woo's level, expecting it to be low. Sung-woo replies confidently, says he's level 10. Kang is stunned, accuses him of cheating, says he's hunted orcs non-stop but still lags behind. the MC says coldly. He just hunts tougher monsters. Kang fumes, warning the airport boss is on another level. MC thanks him and tells him to level up in 3 days. Survivors look for Sungwoo, trusting his strength. Kyungsoo sees them and realizes they have even more lives to protect now. He tells Hanho's dad to deploy the safe zone only when needed, since it drains gold. The mother asks what's next. He says they should head to the hospital. There, they'll build a town for the remaining survivors. Everyone who lived must have some useful ability. Those skilled in daily work become builders. Fighters turn into hunters. The goal is to boost gold in power. Hanho's parents cheer at the plan. Hanho says it wasn't his idea, just the MC's order. He feels he failed those who relied on him. His dad encourages him, says leading takes courage, and he did his best. Meanwhile, the MC's group stands amid fire and heaps of dead monsters. Hanho says it's a massacre. The MC agrees, saying they've gotten strong. Any monster that dares attack dies instantly. Those who call for backup fall to his minions. Large groups get wiped by his explosions, and any survivors get finished by his crossbow. As they walk deeper into the building, they spot a hammer symbol on a marker. The MC heads inside, curious. He finds crafting tools and a system message appears. He can now combine 3 items. It costs 100,000 gold. Shocked, he realizes he can fuse legendary gear. He wonders how strong it'll become. He holds the Tear of the Sea Spirit, bought from the store, the Devil's Bloodstone from the Orc Chief, and the Slime Core from the Slime Boss. He thinks he should collect more items for future combos. Hanho warns the result will be random. Still, he hopes the item turns out useful. Sungwoo says he's lucky, so maybe it won't happen. The system warns it'll cost 100,000 gold, with a 2% chance of losing items. He goes through with it anyway. The process completes, and he gets a new item. It's called the Chaos Crystal. It grants Chaos attribute, boosting mana, regen, and lets him drain health and mana while attacking. Sungwoo wonders how Chaos differs from his former Devil attribute. He hoped for something higher, but this is still an upgrade. Before, he had to drain all mana first. Now he can steal health and mana together. His friends cheer him on as Jisoo steps toward the machine. She gets a prompt to combine 2 items for 15,000 gold. After the fusion, she gains a blade with an on-off ignition. It also burns enemies on hit. She looks pleased. So does Hanho. He slams the table and demands to know where his crafted item is, but no notification comes. Sungwoo feels bad and offers to buy him something later. They head to the old car lot. The store is in ruins. Hanho cries, asking who destroyed it. The MC checks the wreckage and says it wasn't a monster. Claw-like writing on the wall warns of a new species replacing them. The marks are too perfect. No way a beast wrote it. The MC suspects it's from someone smart who understands human language. They decide to head back. As they step outside, they bump into Sergeant Kim again. They ask what he's doing. He says their squad got a ground quest and went monster hunting. It's like a daily mission. Slay a set number by day's end. The reward goes to their commander. The MC asks if the soldiers get anything. Kim says their power rises 10% if successful, but goblins keep showing up like they respawn. He hopes that's not true, or their deaths were pointless. Jisoo asks if anyone tried running. They must miss their families. Kim says many did at first, but that stopped once they saw they couldn't make it alone. And desertion gets harsh punishment. Now the army just sends them on quests daily. No real plan. Looks like they're stalling. They also lose all their gold, so they can't use forums. The MC sees the army failed to adapt. That's why groups like Yongdongpo's grew faster. He offers to treat their wounded in his town. Meanwhile, giant bear monsters invade the town. Defense team can't stop them. The monsters tear through the lines with ease. Players abandon their spots and flee. Kyungsoo shouts, but no one comes back. One of the monsters towers over him. He wonders why this is happening while the MC is gone. A surge of courage hits. He charges the bear with his spear, stabs it in the eye, blinding it. The hit boosts his confidence, thinks he can stall longer, but another bear sneaks up and slashes him. As he's about to go down, he cries out for help. Righty suddenly leaps in, slices off the bear's arms. While it screams, Jisoo drives her flaming sword into its face. Wanho finishes the last bear with a clean strike. Then the MC arrives with his undead. He's pleased these bears will make great minions. The soldiers stand stunned, witnessing his overwhelming power. He gets a synergy bonus, Wild Tyrant, for recruiting 4 bears. It lowers enemy defense and boosts allies. Sergeant Kim sees it's not just Sungwoo. The whole team fights efficiently. He grips his axe, bitter at the gap between them. Thinks his squad could have done the same if given proper orders. He starts doubting if obeying those orders was even right. The MC tells Kim to report he's ready to reclaim the airstrip. Next morning, the injured from the bear attack receive healing. Hanho and Jisoo praise Kyungsoo for holding out alone. Sungwoo says he did well, holding them off solo is no small feat. Sergeant Kang shows up, mocking the wrecked town. The MC hates his tone. He tells him they were attacked by werebears the night before. Kang smugly says he knows how hard they are, he beat one himself. Kim had already told Sungwoo Kang's a high-ranking striker who uses martial arts, but Kim wasn't sure what combo card Kang picked in Phase 2. Kim asks Kang if he's ready for the boss. The MC is set. Kang gets annoyed, says he's not the MC's errand boy. He kicks him and says Sungwoo can talk to him directly, then asks if Kim's out there killing monsters like he should. When Kim says yes, Kang questions why he whines about comrades dying. While walking off, he says he's not bringing in gold like before, and the commander tracks them live. The MC overhears and realizes the army's using soldiers like slaves for gold. Kim finally snaps. He accuses Kang of letting soldiers die so he can level up. Kang chokes him, says privates should stay silent and keep delivering gold since he fights the hard ones. Says, if they died, it's Kim's fault for being weak. Kang mocks his blacksmith class, calls him a coward, but Kim picked battlesmith to protect his squad. Sungwoo's had enough. He grabs Kang and says he won't waste time on this. Kang pulls away, says he'd love to beat him up, but they have work to do, apologizes for the scene. Kim explains Kang's lashing out because he feels threatened by Sungwoo. Kim leaves with his squad to prep for the boss. Sungwoo feels sorry, but can't step in. They arrive at the airstrip. It's completely wrecked. Kang says he fought the boss yesterday, and it's no joke. The MC glares at him, annoyed he's shared nothing useful. He clearly doesn't want the raid to fail, but envy keeps him quiet. Luckily, Sergeant Kim already briefed the MC about the boss. The boss appears, a troll towering bigger than the plane. The MC freezes. It's way larger than expected. He scraps the werebear plan. It won't work now. The troll locks eyes on them and begins moving forward. Kang mocks him, says he can still give up and run for his gold. The MC lifts his hand, says he's fine. He never had just one plan. Sungwoo uses death response, sending zombies to grab the troll's legs. But the troll smashes them all with one earth-shaking stomp. He detonates a zombie, but the troll heals fast. The MC sees its defense is absurd. Even curses can't slow it down. It doesn't have flashy powers like past bosses, but its raw strength is overwhelming. Kang talks trash again, says retreat means losing troops now. But the MC won't back down. Hanho, though terrified, still stands beside Jisoo and the others, ready to fight. Meanwhile, the commander tells Lieutenant Kang that the prosecutor of Yongdongpo is rising by uniting survivor groups. He wants to inform the public with a post about the army's current state, but the lieutenant cuts him off, saying they can't trust open networks. He says their survival depends on secrecy. Public posts risk exposing them. No one knows who made this game. That makes openness dangerous. Even without full answers, the system is too valuable to ignore. It's their only real link to troops. The lieutenant asks if all soldiers were briefed. He secretly plans to kill Sungwoo after the boss dies. Can't risk uncooperative threats. He already sent Kang to carry it out and steal Sungwoo's gear. Tenon worries about Sungwoo's friends, especially Jisoo, asks if they're a risk. The commander says Jisoo's just a girl, and the other guy's useless. Bold words, considering what that useless guy did last chapter. The lieutenant orders him to go to the airstrip and make sure it all goes as planned. He wants them to give up their gold before dying. The commander feels more like a thief now than a soldier. It's robbery, not strategy. On the field, Hanho absorbs all the troll's blows using his invincibility skill. As the troll slows down, Jisoo stabs it from behind and leaves her sword tied with an invincible rope. Hanho runs around it, looping the rope tightly. Kang's jaw drops. He thought they were dead weight, but they're skilled. He starts to wonder if Sungwoo only got famous off their efforts. Hanho's shield is almost out, but Kim has goblins on standby to refill it. Hanho throws a knife, kills some, recharging his barrier. Kang can't believe he's farming goblins mid-fight with a boss, then realizes that's how his skill stays active. He has to keep killing. He eyes Jisoo, thinking she's not trained to fight humans. He still believes she's beatable since monster combat is nothing like human duels, but he never expected things to turn out like this. He considers killing the MC right here. As Sungwoo faces the boss, his mind flashes back to their plan. Hanho and Jisoo suggested tying the monster's legs. He called it too risky, said his minions should do it. Jisoo argued that if the minions died, the whole plan would fail. She and Hanho were faster anyway. The MC still hesitated, worried about their safety. Jisoo told him to stop babying them. They're partners, not kids. He needs to trust them. Back in the fight, the two succeed. The boss crashes to the ground. Sungwoo praises their growth. Now it's his turn. He activates Great Spirit, summoning all his minions at once. Kang panics, wondering if this is a Necromancer's true strength. A minion tosses him the Dragon Knight's masterless sword. He charges straight at the downed troll. With the monster tied, they unleash non-stop attacks. The boss grabs an orc skeleton and bites into it, but the MC detonates the corpse-filled bag inside it, blowing up its mouth. He follows up, slamming the sword into its head, finishing the kill. He earns 220,000 gold, levels to 11 boosts all stats, and gets a special chest. Using the sword also cuts 98 days off the egg timer, leaving 4th 850. For his new skill, he picks great bone weapons, unlocking more bone weapon types. Kang stares in disbelief. The boss is actually dead. The MC faces him and says the contract is done. He's keeping the corpse. His job was to kill it, not hand it over. Kang considers attacking now. With 20 troops backing him, he's feeling bold. He thinks he can snap Sungwoo's neck before anyone stops him. But Sungwoo already knows what's coming. He says it's too late for that now. Realizing he's been read, Kang charges forward. His strike explodes on impact, but Sungwoo blocks it with his shield. Kang can't believe it failed. He commands his men to attack the minions, thinking the MC can't fight without them. Kang attacks again, shattering the MC's shield. Sungwoo tries to strike back with his sword, but Kang kicks his arm, knocking it away. He laughs, thinking the MC is now unarmed. That's just how he is. Suddenly, a dagger slices across his face. He stumbles back, wounded, asking where the dagger came from. Sungwoo says his bone armor can turn into weapons. Kang yells, claiming he's still the superior fighter. But then, skeletons surround him. The MC reminds him he can also forge weapons from skeletons. He forms bone spears to trap Kang in place. Kang calls for backup, but the soldiers say they're already with Sungwoo. Sergeant Kim steps forward and says they've finally chosen to survive. The soldiers are done being sent to die under his orders. Kang screams that this is mutiny, says they aren't even protecting anyone. All they're doing is collecting gold for the army. More soldiers step up, siding with Sergeant Kim, saying he's right. Suddenly, the company commander appears and demands an explanation. Kim tells him another platoon revealed the truth. They refuse to serve this kind of army. The commander tries to intimidate Kim into backing down. Says he won't survive alone. Jisoo replies he's only digging deeper. The commander keeps yelling, threatens punishment if they desert. Kim looks at Sungwoo's group, realizing fear trapped them in service. But now, with Sungwoo on their side, there's nothing left to fear. Sergeant Kang loses it and pulls out a syringe. The commander tries to stop him, but Kang injects it, transforming into a tiger-like beast. Now wild and stronger, he kills the commander. He charges Sungwoo, but Jisoo intercepts. She slashes at his head, dodges a counter thanks to her skill. She lands a stab with her flaming sword on his paw, but Kang grabs her with one hand and throws her hard. She spits blood, badly hurt. Just then, a system notice pops up. Sungwoo has more than 3 canine skeletons' new synergy unlocked. Furious seeing Jisoo injured, Sungwoo drops the idea of sparing Kang. He commands all his skeletons to rip Kang apart. Meanwhile, the lieutenant gets excited seeing Kim return from the raid. Kim informs him they beat the boss, but the commander and Kang are dead. The lieutenant gulps and asks what happened to the MC. Sungwoo walks in with the tiger beast now under his control and says he wants to talk about the mission. Kim returns to the soldiers. They're confused he was supposed to be away. Their eyes widen in fear at the sight of the undead behind him. They cry treason. Kim just smiles and says, "We're free now." Meanwhile, Sungwoo tosses the lieutenant in front of the commander. The commander scolds him for failing to stop the uprising. Sungwoo understands why they follow him. He sends them to die and calls resistance treason. The commander denies it, claims it's all part of a proper mission, says they only survived by acting fast and finding a new way to raise morale. Sungwoo asks if he means the game's synergy, the same one he once called an enemy. He turns troops into slaves, punishes them for disobedience. The commander slams his cup, claiming the synergy saved their lives. He reveals that at the start of the apocalypse, they sacrificed many just to push monsters back. That earned them a special synergy. It forces soldiers to obey. They must complete group quests daily for a small boost, or monsters target deserters. Every other unit fell. They survived by constantly sending men into the field. Sungwoo tells him he's only fighting mindless, unorganized creatures. He compares it all to a twisted game, with humans as pawns under higher control. Sungwoo demands to know why the commander ordered his death. The commander admits it's a threat, can't risk rebel groups rising. Sungwoo sees the commander isn't worried, confident with just a crossbow. Sungwoo tells him to free his troops and surrender all gold. The commander snaps, claims everything belongs to the military. Sungwoo cuts him off, says he's taking it by force, and the commander folds. He hands over 45,000 gold. Sungwoo expected far more. Before leaving, Sungwoo asks about the werebeast vial. The commander hesitates, then says he bought it from drifters. Sungwoo remembers a ruined shop with a matching slogan. He suspects they wrecked the shop. Before leaving, he warns he'll monitor him through Sergeant Kim. As Sungwoo exits, the commander lunges, crossbow ready. Sungwoo blocks it with his bone shield, says he saw it coming. The lieutenant calls for backup, but Sungwoo pierces them with a bone spear. The commander shouts, threatens to trigger a bomb from the peddlers. He warns they'll both die if he presses it. Sungwoo shrugs, says go ahead, curious about the abyss's effect. The commander panics, realizing his threat fails. A skeleton smashes the window, crushes the remote in his hand. Sungwoo tells the War-Tiger to end it. After the execution, he notes the commander was only level 3. All that effort for gold, yet the man died nearly broke. As Sungwoo thinks, he notices a locker. He opens it, finds a few supplies, one bag of werebeast vials, capable of turning users into monsters briefly. Outside, Hanho tries healing Jisoo with his new skill. He asks why she avoids potions, which are faster. She explains others need them more, and he should train his skill. He also needs practice to grow stronger. He glances at the minions, feeling let down by their attitude. Then Raidi gives him a pat, restoring his faith in people. Sungwoo walks up, checks on Jisoo. She says she's fine, apologizes for acting rashly. She assumed she could fight the War-Tiger as a tiger hunter. Sungwoo says she failed because she skipped choosing a class skill, but it's good she's still versatile. He's relieved Hanho's priest role is evolving, crucial against the Lich King's undead horde. He can heal, use shields up close, and throw daggers from range. Sungwoo wonders if Hanho might surpass him one day. Hanho looks at his robe and innocently says it's way cooler than his. Sungwoo explains it's the Shadow King's robe, looted from a troll boss, reduces damage, hides user until action or detection. Hanho feels left out, having never received a legendary item. Sergeant Kim arrives, reports some soldiers want to find their families but will follow them to town. Most capable troops died early, and he no longer trusts the rest. Sungwoo tells everyone to return and get ready. With 3 days left in Season 1, he must keep hunting. The town's more structured now, players assigned to specific roles. Sungwoo keeps gaining levels, but slowly. He crushes orcs now, but at this rate. He won't survive the Lich King. He must reach level 15 to unlock the scythe. The chapter ends with an alert. Season 1 closes, bonus gold ends, travel opens. A guide appears, praises survivors, says the real test begins now, urges them to grow stronger. 3 more messages follow 20-day event. Raid bosses invade safe zones, angels and demons coming, clues scattered across the world. Sungwoo notes 2 key parts in this update. Raid bosses offer huge experience gains, and the new presence of angels and demons, which he knows little about. Hanho tells him to check the app, saying, Korea's server rankings are live. Sungwoo ranks 3rd, top is Gangseo Khan, already level 15. Sungwoo is shocked, he's been hunting non-stop but only hit level 12. It's not just the top rank, even ranks 4 and 5 are suspicious, likely from the same faction. Hanho yells about a forum post by a major player, prosecutor of Yongdongpo, head of Korea's biggest 500-player survival guild. The prosecutor invites Sungwoo to join, says they can survive and uncover the truth together. Sungwoo wonders if there's a hidden motive behind the offer. Still, he agrees to meet him. The prosecutor's guild looks solid. A member suggests expanding now that travel is unlocked. Another warns they should learn more first. Unknown threats like raid bosses are out there. The leader insists it's their job to fight monsters and protect people, wants the old world back. The blindfolded one gets moved, realizing their leader's strength. The girl reports she searched for the top-ranked players but found nothing on the first. She messaged the Necromancer instead. The blindfolded guy shouts at the name. Could he be Hanho's brother? Says the Necromancer never works without payment. She calmly replies, he doesn't always ask for pay. And when he does, it's fair. He's done a lot for people, has a solid reputation. The guild leader says that's why he wants to meet him. A team of 3 reaching level 12 is impressive. He needs to know if he's a threat. As he speaks, the girl interrupts, says the Necromancer replied. He accepted the meeting. The leader reacts. He orders immediate prep. Hanho asks why Sungwoo suddenly changed his mind. Sungwoo says he'll need him anyway. That man might help him level up faster, which he needs badly. As they plan to meet, another group appears. Taesong's biker crew rushes in with news. He reports a group attacked them and kidnapped his friend Youngshik. Some bandits, looking for something called the Golden Deer. Thinking they may strike the town, Sungwoo tells Taesong to take him to them. The bandits beat Youngshik, demanding answers. He keeps the town's location secret, thinking his friend will show up soon. A bandit steps forward to finish him, but then the biker gang arrives with the MC. The bandits cheer, demanding answers about the Golden Deer. The MC says he knows nothing, asks why they want it. One bandit stares at Jisoo, assuming she's weak. He glares at Sungwoo, asks if she can kill him. Sungwoo nods. Jisoo dodges the attack easily. She toys with him, then slices off his hand. His gang panics as he screams. They throw fire magic at her. She slices their boss, then charges, lightning fast. Hanho jumps in, transformed, scolds them for pointing a crossbow at a lady. One bandit tries using Youngshik as a shield, but fails. Sungwoo appears behind, kills him, earns 8,000 gold. The others flee. Watching the robe work, Hanho gets jealous again. Sungwoo says he'll lend it later. Taesong checks on Youngshik, asks about the Golden Deer. It grants players a special item. Jisoo spots a golden deer nearby. They get a hidden quest: catch the deer to unlock a secret stage. Sungwoo sends zombies, but the deer outruns them. He unleashes his werewolves. He runs after the deer as it heads into an alley. The deer stops, blocked by a werewolf. The werewolf turns to scare it, but facing 3 undead werewolves, it bolts. Trapped, the golden deer gets caught. They earn entry to a secret stage, but Sungwoo feels uneasy. That werewolf acted smart and fled. All the others fought like beasts. He finds it strange, but pushes it aside. The meeting's starting. The group waits, buzzing with excitement to meet the prosecutor. Taesong spots helicopters approaching. Sungwoo realizes the leader wants a flashy entrance as the guild head. The prosecutor steps out, greets Sungwoo warmly. He says his real name is Young-hoon Choi. They shake hands. The blindfolded one snaps a photo, says it's a historic moment. Sungwoo starts reading the guild's dynamic, sees everyone obeying the leader without question. He suspects something deeper is influencing them. Town players gather, drawn by the leader's presence. Sungwoo grows wary. No one here knows him, yet they're enchanted. Their loyalty reminds him of vampires willing to die for their master. He wonders if he's just paranoid, as he invites Young-hoon inside. He tells Sungwoo that his town looks calm. Sungwoo answers that it's nothing compared to the prosecutor's place. The prosecutor says they house over 30,000 people, not counting the outskirts. Soon, they will pass 40,000. Sungwoo asks if having more residents helps, since it means more hands to work. Young-hoon dislikes the idea, says he only wants to save lives. Most of his people can't help much anyway. Too old or too young. Barely a quarter can work. Sungwoo realizes this man leads a massive community of 30,000. The prosecutor says he watched him for a while, but never planned to recruit him. That changed after seeing the rankings. He realized Sungwoo's growth came from effort, not luck. He admits the trust of so many weighs on him. Sungwoo notes that's not something he usually tells a stranger. The prosecutor shares he lost his parents when the world collapsed, survived by growing stronger but still resents the game. He plans to strike back at the game one day, and for that, he needs people like Sungwoo. Sungwoo asks if he wants him in the guild, but the man presents a box, says he needs something else too, revealing a prophecy stone. When Sungwoo touches it, he sees the world tree on Yui Island. Its power wipes out everything around it. The severed roots spread across the island, ending every life nearby. He reads that this future happens if he fails to stop the fallen ones. The prosecutor warns that the world tree will destroy their world unless they join forces. It is already rooted in Yui Island, where a raid boss waits. Sungwoo understands he wants to build a raid team and needs him in it. He knows he cannot refuse. The world's future depends on it. Sungwoo thinks about sharing the Lich King's future but holds back, believing it won't occur if he gets the Reaper's scythe. He agrees to help but says he won't join the guild. He adds that all raid rewards must be split evenly. They seal the deal with a handshake. Hanho bursts in, shouting about an emergency. Raiders are heading straight for their town. The prosecutor steps forward, saying this is a chance for his guild to prove their strength. Jong-un summons the Crusaders, ready to confront the bandits. The bandit leader stops before them, smoking as the tension builds. The prosecutor calls to Sungwoo, saying they should know each other's classes. Already aware of Sungwoo's class, he shares his own, Crusader Commander, stronger when leading knights. The bandit leader asks if the man in armor is the target. His scout says they want the man in the cape and the girl beside him. The leader grins, says they killed his raiders, so he came for revenge, surprised to find such a large town. He grows eager, imagining how much gold he'll gain by wiping out every player. The prosecutor knows the bandits have killed too many, so he shows no mercy. He commands his knights to charge. The bandits came ready, launching ranged attacks to stop the knights before they get close, as spells and arrows rain down. The prosecutor lifts his sword, casting a force field that blocks everything. The bandit boss frowns but still fights. They rush in on bikes, but their weapons can't pierce the armor. The knights cut them down easily, then a truck roars in. The driver speeds off. The driver shouts for the bandits to clear the way. The prosecutor grabs his sword, charging his strongest move. Blindfolded guy yells for a retreat, knowing what's coming. Jong-hoon unleashes his cross spear, blasting energy shaped like a cross. Everything in its path vanishes. The truck gets vaporized. The bandits start to panic. Nothing is working. One knight gets struck by 2 axes and is blasted away. The leader calls the axes back. Their vortex blades, nothing blocks them. Sung-woo watches closely. These blades aren't normal, and he knows it. As knights fall, the prosecutor steps forward, smiling, and challenges the boss. The leader scoffs, says his vortex axes are legendary grade. But the prosecutor doesn't dodge. He stands firm. The blades explode on impact, shaking the field. Smoke clears, and the broken blades lie on the ground. The prosecutor mocks him, asking if those were really legendary weapons, then shatters the blades with his sword, leaving the leader rattled. His defense grows stronger with more knights, ranking among the world's best. Sung-woo sees it clearly. This man is a walking fortress. The prosecutor raises his sword, casting a healing spell. Golden light covers the knights, restoring them. It's another of his powers. He heals them by the damage he blocked. While he stands, they're unbeatable. With knights revived, he commands another charge. Meanwhile, Kyung-soo and the survivors hide inside a building. Hanho's dad gets curious, suggests checking outside. Kyung-soo hesitates, then agrees. They step out to witness the fight. Smoke covers the battlefield. All knights are down. The tide has turned. The bandit boss knew he'd lose in direct combat, so he released a poison cloud. It's called Abyss Concentrate. He holds his breath, shield useless. He meant to impress, but now he must fight seriously. Then he hears footsteps, turns to see Sung-woo smiling at him. Sung-woo inhales the poison, says he's the perfect match for bandits. Seeing him unfazed in the gas, the boss growls and hurls a bottle at him, but it backfires. He forgot he's facing a necromancer. Sung-woo enters his awakened form, says they're a perfect match. Sung-woo laughs, breathing in the poison. It's weaker than the orc spell, but still sharpens him. He wants to show the Liberation Guild what he can really do. The bandits stare, stunned. One thinks the poison failed and removes his mask. He drops dead instantly. Sung-woo, on the other hand, grows stronger with every breath. He triggers death response, summons zombies. The bandits realize he's a necromancer. To show full power, he calls out all his skeletons. The bandits panic as they see the werebeasts now skeletons. Sung-woo doesn't let them flee. He detonates corpses to wipe them out. Kyung-soo watches, stunned by his overwhelming skill. Hanho's mom walks up, asking what's going on. The bandit boss sees them, yells for backup to grab them as hostages. Kyung-soo steps in to protect them, but Jisoo arrives, placing herself between them and danger. Bandits charge, thinking she's an easy target. They couldn't be more wrong. Her flaming blade cuts them down, stunning the leader. Panic hits him, then pain he feels a blade in his gut. Sung-woo stabs him, takes the second hidden stage ticket. Now holding both tickets, Sung-woo can unlock the stage. The prosecutor asks what it is. But before Sung-woo replies, the portal drags him inside. The prosecutor tries to follow, but a message blocks him. He wonders where it leads. The cameraman keeps snapping shots of Sung-woo. The prosecutor scolds him, tells him to stop filming. Says evil people are everywhere. They can't risk exposing too much. The cameraman nods, promises to be careful with what he records. Meanwhile, Jisoo grows worried about Sung-woo. The prosecutor asks if she knows where he went. She hints at it but won't say, even under his charm aura. He senses she doesn't fully trust him. He insists it's for Sung-woo's safety. Hanho starts to speak, but Jisoo shuts him up fast. The prosecutor accuses her of standing idle while her friend's in danger. She glares back and says Sung-woo entered the hidden stage. They're teammates. She believes he can handle himself. The prosecutor praises her skills, offers her a place in his guild. Says joining would boost her abilities a lot. Jisoo turns him down, says she already has a team she trusts. She pulls Hanho away with her. The blindfolded guy glares, upset she disrespected his leader. The prosecutor now sees it's tough convincing these people. Meanwhile, Sungwoo enters a glowing golden city. A message says he'll get a reward for clearing the stage, and if he dies, he'll return safely. As he looks around to understand the place, he spots a golden minion watching him. Moments later, more minions appear. These aren't like goblins, they show no fear. He summons Righty, tells it to deal with them. Outside, the Liberation Guild tends to their wounded. Potions fail, so they switch to antidotes. Hearing this, the prosecutor suspects it's a curse, not poison. He asks her about it. She says it's likely black magic, probably bought from a special store. They wonder how Sungwoo stayed unaffected by the curse. The blindfolded scout reports that Sungwoo gained strength from it. His stat boost was minor, but he awakened new traits. His mana and stamina surged. This only deepens the prosecutor's confusion. He asks if they agreed to split all raid rewards. She says it was the only way to get his help. She asks to write the contract herself, hoping to tip it in their favor since he's young. The prosecutor allows it, but warns not to scare him off. He then asks their opinion of the prophecy stones. Both describe it as terrifying. He notes others feared the vision, but Sungwoo stayed calm. He tells her to check if Sungwoo saw a prophecy stone before. Inside, Sungwoo revives golden orcs, stronger than usual, but still easy for him. With no allies to protect, he fights without limits. He just needs to clear the monsters. No image to uphold, no team to support. As he goes deeper, his mind wavers, but hearing his name snaps him back. He turns to see his skeletons surrounding him. Even with them, a quiet loneliness lingers. He reaches a fork with two treasure chests, a large one left, smaller one right. The bigger chest means higher danger, but better loot. He chooses the bigger reward and steps forward. No monsters show up, making him wary. He commands his minions to strike. The chest shifts into a mimic boss. Its bite is strong, its fangs brutal. Sungwoo assumes it's slow, missing limbs. He believes the mimic will be easy prey. But the boss lunges, hurling his minions back. Hongwoo takes the hit, starts coughing blood. The boss turns fiercer, chasing him down as Righty struggles to hold it off. While retreating, Sungwoo realizes he misjudged the boss, thinking it couldn't move without limbs. He's stunned by his own arrogance, wonders if his awakening made him reckless. He finally admits he needs teammates. With them around, he stays more alert. The mimic lunges to bite him, but his minions manage to hold it back. He casts Death Response inside the mimic's mouth, sending zombies to strike from within. While they hold its jaws shut, he falls back, glancing at Righty. He quietly apologizes, then detonates the corpse explosion spell inside the mimic. The blast knocks everyone away. Smoke clears, the mimic's gone, he earns 1,434 points, finishes an A-rank mission. He learns the mimic's outer shell blocks outside damage. Only internal attacks worked. That's why healing failed when Righty attacked from the outside. Sungwoo takes the lesson seriously. Even in this game world, death is real. After healing, he enters the next room. It's a reward room with lockers, unlockable using earned points. The lockers contain rare items that boost experience and stats. These can't be bought from regular stores. He selects an oath parchment, which binds two players to a deadly pact. If either side breaks it, they die. He also picks 3 C-rank items: an upgrade stone, strength vial, and experience card. Clearing the hidden stage levels him up to 13 boosts his stats, and gives 150,000 gold. He uses an agility card for 3 points, thinking it could have helped dodge earlier. With rewards claimed, he exits through the golden portal. The prosecutor greets him, surprised he vanished mid-conversation. Sungwoo apologizes for the delay, but the prosecutor says it was worth it. He hands over a crate of potions as thanks. He suggests uploading a photo and their contract to inspire others. Says people need heroes to believe in. Sungwoo agrees, though he knows it might paint a target on him. Still, a good image matters. They take the picture. The prosecutor boards his chopper and leaves. Hanho stares at the potions, genuinely impressed. He thinks the prosecutor seems decent, but Sungwoo stays cautious. Sue suggests they start training, now that they've joined a raid team. Next morning, they lure goblins and orcs using rancid wolf meat, a failed recipe by Hanho's mom. As monsters rush in, Sungwoo blows up the fallen ones. The explosions ripple across the battlefield. It speeds up their hunting drastically. Hanho's dad uses his new skill to build a sentry post, forming a safe zone. Monster attacks on the town are no longer a concern. While they talk, Taesung shows up with his biker gang, saying he has urgent news for the boss. Sungwoo is slightly thrown by being called boss. Taesung reports they found a store in Hyeongnam, but it was already wrecked. Sungwoo now sees it's serious. Someone's clearly targeting the stores on purpose. These shops matter, since they can't manufacture anything here. With no steady supply chain, they rely on hunting and scavenging. Farming isn't an option yet. Sungwoo tells him to alert Kyungsoo if he sees anything. They must assign guards to every nearby store or risk safety. He spots a few of his female friends standing far off. Taesong says they're upset because he kicked Yoo-jin while she was possessed. Hanho says he's trending online, but hated in real life, for once. Sungwoo feels grateful for the forum. Taesong leaves, and the MC gets ready to grind. Suddenly, Jisoo senses danger and alerts the group. She warns them to get ready. 2 werewolves leap out from buildings nearby. MC's minions clash with them, but just as he takes aim, a werewolf yells at him not to shoot. He freezes. He's never heard one talk. The fight continues to rage. One of them grabs Hanho's backpack. It rips into the rotten wolf meat they've been carrying. While they feast, Sungwoo's minions close in. He points his crossbow and demands a reason not to shoot. The wolves glance at their leader, asking what to do. He tells them to calm down, says they still have a chance. Sungwoo doesn't get it. They're surrounded and clearly losing. Suddenly, the leader strikes nearby orcs, giving his allies time to flee. Sungwoo drops him with 2 arrows, but the others escape, seeing the wolf sacrifice himself. MC respects his loyalty. His minions pin him down. And Sungwoo asks why they attacked. The wolf says they lost control after smelling the meat. Sungwoo asks how they snapped out of it. The leader says a quest forced them to hunt humans. After completing it, they regained their minds. MC didn't know quests could drive monsters to kill. He assumed monsters just followed instincts. He asks if more like them are around. The leader stays silent, but Sungwoo knows. He asks if they trashed the stores. The wolf denies it. They avoid humans and weren't involved. He warns of another group destroying stores to weaken players. A rogue human faction, the Mad Scientists, is behind it, creating deadly gear. Sungwoo realizes they're the so-called wandering merchants. He asks if the wolf is stalling so his team can return. But the leader says he already told them to run and never look back. When Sungwoo raises his sword, he expects begging. Instead, the wolf stays calm. He says he's been waiting for this moment. Says, during class selection, he rejected the system for himself and his family. But his son chose a class, became the first human he killed. The wolf says he wanted to die ever since regaining awareness. Even if it hurts, Sungwoo knows he can't spare him. With his last words, the wolf says he only wanted to survive, but chose wrong every time. Sungwoo ends it. Hanho feels sorry, realizing they were just trying to protect their own. MC says they can't lower their guard. Even the looters they killed had families too. He warns him to gear up. They're chasing the 2 escaped werewolves. Jisoo wonders what they'll do if they catch them. They seem like kids. He says he won't harm them, just needs to learn more about their zone, even if it's unfair. The system makes them self-aware. Pushing players into moral conflict, they look human now. But he knows mercy could get them all killed if those beasts snap. These creatures are built to hunt and kill. The system made that clear through the quest. Youngwoo's team searches far. Then suddenly, they're spotted by Youngwoo himself. A voice nearby. They hide instantly and see kobolds dragging 2 captured werewolves. One kobold jokes about sausage meat, but their leader stops him, saying they're gifts for the queen. The kobolds stab the werewolves with spears and drag them away. The team's confused. Kobolds are weak. How do they bind 2 mid-tier werewolves? Sungwoo guesses poison, but it's not enough. They also notice a shop inside the dungeon, a sign it's uncleared. Sungwoo orders them to secure the store. It could help everyone survive. Just then, a notification pings this place is the venomous Spider Queen's chambers. 124 players died here. Clear it for a 50% bonus. Hanho gets anxious. They brought no goblins and this dungeon boosts monsters. Deeper in, they find people stuck in webs, crying out. Jisoo slashes the webs with her flaming blade, freeing the trapped players. One rescued player thanks them, but spiders erupt from his mouth, killing him instantly. He tells everyone to back up, detonates the bodies, and warns them to watch the ceiling. The blast draws in more spiders and kobolds. They swarm fast. Hanho hurls his knife, taking down one. He triggers his Super Saiyan form, fully charged. Enters Berserk mode, smashing spiders and kobolds, grinning wildly. The monsters panic, thinking he's a demon. They scatter. Hanho loses himself, repeating Sungwoo's lines like a madman. Starts believing he doesn't need his team anymore. Now he's a lone priest bandit. Kobolds shift tactics, order spiders to web Hanho from all sides. That's how they tied the werewolves, he realizes. They manage to trap him for a moment, but he breaks free, roaring. The kobolds scream at spiders to spray more. They wrap him tight, locking him down. Trapped, Hanho snaps back to reality, yells for help. Youngwoo detonates nearby corpses again, catching monsters in the blast. While teaching him a sharp lesson on emotional control, more creatures appear. He pretends to be one of them. He triggers death responsibility, summons zombies, and sends them at the monsters. He wipes out the invaders using a powerful blast. This opens the way for his team to secure the subway. But the tunnel leading to the next stop is sealed. He recalls the subway links to a mall above. Suspects the Queen hides there. After clearing the mall, they reach the boss door. A system alert warns it's a killer dungeon with 124 casualties, but exiting now still gives a small reward. Hanho panics. Getting rewards before the fight means danger. Jisoo asks if he wants to turn back, but he refuses to retreat, insisting they go on. Inside, a kobold shaman welcomes them, revealing himself as the boss. Wu expected a spider queen, not a kobold, and looks confused. Hanho's stunned. The shaman speaks fluent human. The shaman laughs, says it's thanks to eating 20 human brains. The MC realizes monsters gain power by killing humans. The shaman mocks them, says he'll soon have 23 brains. The ground trembles. The venomous spider queen emerges. She joins the shaman's side. This dungeon holds 2 bosses. They fuse. The shaman becomes the brain, the queen, the body. Seungwoo casts Death's response, unleashes his zombie horde. He plans to blow them up, then send in his skeleton. But the Spider Queen traps them all in metal webs. She flings the zombies aside instead of finishing them. Shaman grins, says he predicted the explosion tactic. The MC starts worrying. The kobold is thinking like a human. He watches as the Queen blocks Hanho's thrown blade. Elbold shouts, "The shaman's the brain, the Queen's the shield. She won't let him fall." The Spider Queen launches webs. Jisoo cuts through with her burning sword. She smirks, says the Queen burns just like the rest. The kobold casts water magic, snuffs the fire, pushes Jisoo back. Meanwhile, the MC commands his minions to shield and tells Hanho to protect Jisoo. He tells Hanho he's got a plan ready. While the Spider Queen crushes his front line, he taps necromancy, revives every corpse above. As they rain down, he mutters the nest fits a necromancer perfectly. A corpse nest isn't great when facing someone who raises the dead. The reanimated swarm charges the bosses, but the Queen slashes through. One undead lands a hit on her leg. She shrieks and unleashes poison, but it's useless. The dead feel nothing, just bones. The shaman notices the poison fails and orders the Queen to stop, but she no longer listens and her control slips further. Sungwoo understands the shaman is sharp enough to read the situation instantly. The Queen wipes out the first skeleton wave with swift, brutal force. The MC raises another batch from fallen bodies scattered around the field. He knows the fight must end soon because his mana drains fast with each cast. Monsters usually battle until worn out, then yield, but this kobold thinks clearly and grows angry at the endless undead waves. So he and the Spider Queen rush Sungwoo directly, aiming to end it fast. The Queen charges toward him with a fierce forward lunge. He blocks her advance using a reinforced shield of bone. His stats surpass an orc's, and though weaker than a boss, he can endure by pouring everything into defense. The Spider Queen shatters his barrier again, and her next strike catches him hard. He gets knocked back yet steadies himself, knowing damage is expected as long as it is not fatal. His minions refill his health and mana whenever they land hits. He only needs to endure the pressure and keep standing through the pain. Suddenly, the Queen halts her assault and pulls back. Sungwoo taunts them, asking if they are already worn out. The kobold boasts about his sharp mind, saying he will not fight a pointless battle. The Queen gathers every corpse nearby while he prepares his next move. The shaman burns the pile with a fireball, reducing them fast. He does this to prevent Sungwoo from turning the corpses into more soldiers. Sungwoo realizes the shaman's intelligence runs deeper than expected. His minions rush the shaman in a last attempt to break him, but the kobold creates a force field with an air blast, holding them back. Confident Sungwoo is close to running dry. The shaman relaxes his guard. Jisoo slips behind him and swings for a clean strike. The Spider Queen reacts instantly, blocking with her legs and shielding him as the kobold mocks her attempt. He scans the battlefield and notices one member missing. Hanho appears with zombies, saying he and Jisoo crafted a secret weapon for him. The shaman mocks Hanho's wit, claiming the zombies cannot even reach them. As he commands the Queen to attack, he notices her drifting out of control. Hanho reveals rancid meat coated on the zombies, its scent overwhelming to both monsters. Since the kobold is a monster too, he instinctively reacts to the smell. Sungwoo knows instincts override intelligence no matter how clever the kobold acts. The shaman tries to restrain the queen, but she is already lost to the scent. The MC bids them farewell and detonates the zombies, creating a massive blast. Elsewhere, the prosecutor battles another boss in a fierce encounter. He cuts it down with a clean sword arc, ending the man-eating bat. His troops shout in triumph, and he earns experience from his crusaders. He can now hunt most monsters freely and still gain shared experience. He knows he is not ranked first, yet still believes he stands stronger overall. But he still feels uneasy, wondering how Gangsuk climbed ranks so fast. Even leading Korea's top guild, the prosecutor still lags behind this unknown rival. It unsettles him. The guy's a mystery, possibly a threat to his system. Just then, his scout announces a change in the Korean rankings. The prosecutor stares in disbelief as the MC hits level 14 and claims second place. Angry, he can't figure out how he leveled so fast. After the blast, the kobold shaman barely survives. Hanho finishes him with a knife straight to the head. Defeating the boss earns them 300,000 gold and a killer dungeon bonus. Hanho feels proud, says he's no longer just a pretend tank. Turns out the Spider Queen lives. She charges, but Righty stabs her eye, ending her for 300,000 more gold. The MC hits level 14. Righty ranks up, gaining power and leadership. Sungwoo earns 2 more minions. With this, he feels nearly raid ready. He's confident he'll find the Grim Reaper's scythe soon, but his first awakening nears, and that worries him. Jisoo tells them to look for the store now that the dungeon's cleared. Later, they discover a C-rank shop that acts like a slot machine with gold, platinum, and diamond options. Sungwoo notices platinum items cost less here. After reading the rules, they realize it's a gamble. Hanho says he wants to meet the store's manager. Meanwhile, Sungwoo starts calculating their odds. The system works on tokens. More tokens mean better item chances. Hanho raises his hand, wants to go first this time. Sungwoo says they can all play since there are 3 machines. After multiple spins and no reward, a message warns they'll get a low-tier item after 5 failures, frustrating Hanho. Jisoo and Sungwoo keep spinning non-stop. The system increases odds the longer you play. That's how addiction starts. They go all in until Hanho finally lands a jackpot. He scores a legendary scroll, granting 1 random skill with a 50% fail rate. Jisoo runs out of money and quits, but Sungwoo keeps going. He hits the jackpot too, winning a top-tier item, the Shadow King's ring. It boosts agility and health, summons a shadow clone that hits for half damage. He also unlocks a quest to collect the full Shadow King set. The quest needs the full set, but he's not really into it. Since Jisoo got nothing, Sungwoo gives her the Wind Spirit's bracelet. He nearly smashes the machines. They return to town to alert others about the store and get someone to guard it. Over the next days, Sungwoo's team works on making the town self-sustaining. As they prep for the next raid, Hanho shares a new app feature, a live broadcast. They open a stream currently online. Jisoo thinks it's just a test it shows in office. The MC wonders if it came from the system or the Liberation Guild. He avoids judging it too soon, but sees it could sway public opinion. He realizes the prosecutor could use the broadcast to boost guild support. He knows the guy isn't evil, but ambition warps judgment. Sungwoo hitting level 14 disrupts his plans, making him more cautious. The prosecutor may hog raid loot, but Sungwoo has an oath parchment from a hidden stage. A helicopter suddenly arrives. The blindfolded man steps out, introduces himself as Min Hyun Seong, lieutenant of the Crusaders. Says he's here to pick up the second-ranked player. As they take off, the MC asks if flying is safe with wyverns in the sky. The blindfolded guy says guild members track every wyvern live. The pilots admit it's risky, but flying offers big advantages. Sungwoo realizes only large guilds can coordinate at this level. He wonders if there's another way to travel safely. A sudden alert assigns a raid competition. Beat the boss solo to win a title. The boss has Gladiator's Blessing, cutting strong damage by 90%, but not in one-on-one combat. The blindfolded guy looks surprised. This wasn't planned, but trusts his sister or the prosecutor will handle it. Hanho watches him panic and sees how alike they are. The MC is shocked raids usually need full teams. Soloing one is near impossible. He feels watched and thinks someone is manipulating the quest to make things harder. Now he's forced to race against the prosecutor and other guilds. The guidebook shows a message from the prosecutor, saying 12 teams and 1,000 players will raid the Yui Island boss live. Afterward, the Liberation Guild plans to expand across Korea and the world. Most players cheer, but some say Sungwoo should lead since he's ranked higher. When Sungwoo's team arrives, the crowd welcomes him excitedly. As they land, the prosecutor greets them personally. The MC compliments how well organized everything looks. He spots a camera, suspects the raid might be for show. He also sees the crowd, guessing it's meant to show off their numbers. A purple-haired player steps forward and mocks him for coming with just 2 people. Says this doesn't look like a real alliance, then brags about bringing 31 elites. The raid terms aren't set, so the MC wonders if they staged this to corner him. Sungwoo asks his name. The prosecutor introduces him as Gang Yoon Lee, a fire mage and forum celebrity from Daihak Ro. Sungwoo replies that his team always fights together. They need teamwork, not headcounts. Gang Yoon looks irritated, but the prosecutor reminds him what Sungwoo's class is. Says Sungwoo is never alone. That's why they wanted him in the raid. As the blindfolded guy chews his nails, the prosecutor calls for the meeting. They head inside. It's about to begin. Inside, group leaders gather around the table. Manhwa Seong, Crusader Deputy, says the new quest made the raid harder. The rewards will rise too, though the items remain unknown. She suggests converting loot to gold, then splitting it among all 12 leaders. He looks around, sees no one objects. Even if it's not fair, everyone agrees silently. He realizes it's a setup. The leaders work with the prosecutor, even split or not. The Liberation Guild gets it all, leaving him scraps. Manhwa asks if anyone disagrees. Seungwoo raises his hand, asks why split evenly when the quest demands solo kills. He argues the one taking the risk should earn it all. Manhwa reminds him he proposed equal shares to begin with. Sungwoo clarifies he meant fairness, not strict equality. The other leaders push back, say strengths vary. They ask if he's trying to let someone else beat the boss for him. An Seok-gu stands and challenges him, known as Iron Fist, ranked 11th. He's famous for bare-handed monster fights. Mengwoo shrugs him off, says he's just angry because Sungwoo is right. He keeps making enemies fast. Seok gets pissed. The prosecutor slams the table, says it's an excellent idea. He masks his irritation, says it'll make the raid more entertaining. That night, Ansuk vents by slaughtering lizard monsters. As he keeps fighting, more beasts flood the field. He doesn't retreat, he pushes harder. Fireballs suddenly rain from above. An explosion wipes out the wave. Purple-haired guy appears, warns Ansuk to stop, says dying now would cause problems. The island has turned into a lizard monster nest, but Ansuk's sure he can clear them all. Gang Yoon says the fallen ones also plan to plant the world tree seed. An Seok asks who they are. Gang Yoon says he doesn't know, player or monster. That's why they need to claim the island fast. Gang Yoon's sure the prosecutor can handle things. He keeps his word. Suddenly, they spot a chopper flying toward Uito Park. An Seok thinks it's heading for the prosecutor, but purple-haired guy says the MC is going there too. He might reach the boss first. Following Seungwoo is Myung-soo Yang, once a top archer before the world collapsed. He believes success isn't just effort, it's knowing who to follow. People favor those who obey. He knows he's not the best, but he clings to others to survive. Manhwa gave him 2 weapons, told him to sabotage the MC during the boss fight. But nothing's going his way. Watching them now, he feels his plan crumble. Jisoo's blazing sword and Hanho's solid defense shock him. He stares, thinking they've tamed some kind of new monster. The MC marches with a horde of armored undead. Their coordination rivals the Crusaders' teamwork. As he's lost in thought, Sungwoo turns and asks if his group wants armor too. They say no, they're archers, light gear only, but he equips them anyway. To their surprise, they feel lighter and better protected. Now the MC's synergy surges past 40 units. Myung-soo feels like he's helping his rival and worries it might hurt his own review. Slipping back into flattery, Myung-soo points out that Uito Station is ahead, with the boss park just beyond. The MC grows uneasy. The water level keeps rising. The archer warns of lizardmen ambushing from below. He suggests teaming up, smiling. He doubts the Necromancer can handle it. Sungwoo ignores him, orders Hanho and Jisoo to step back as his werebears throw the lizardmen into the water. The MC blows up the bodies, killing all hidden monsters. He earns tons of gold. Archers nearby stare in awe. When the smoke clears, the MC tells them the path's safe. A helicopter soon arrives. A cameraman starts filming. Hanho notices it's meant to capture the guildmaster's moments. The cameraman beams while recording the MC and his undead army. He thinks this is just what the prosecutor wants shown to boost survivor morale. The guy is too pure. Viewers cheer wildly as the MC wipes out the monsters. The cameraman's assistant tells him the Crusader team is calling. He answers the phone. Manhwa screams at him to turn back or face punishment. He's confused she gave him clearance. She snaps that it was just to avoid looking biased. Terrified, the cameraman turns around and leaves to film others. The MC's group assumes other teams must be advancing too. The three of them reach the boss zone, though called a park. Jisoo says it looks more like a thick jungle. The ground suddenly rumbles like an oncoming quake. A beam of light shoots from the northern forest. A message alerts them. The Lizardman warlord has spawned. It reduces concentrated damage by 90%, but accepts solo fights. They spot helicopters racing toward the signal. MC figures the prosecutor waited for them to locate the boss first. He's even more aggressive than expected. The Crusaders charge in, skipping nearby enemies. The contract doesn't say travel must be on foot, but MC finds it hard to trust someone that competitive. Hanho asks their next move. MC says they'll clear a path. His undead troops begin cutting through the monsters. He notices green light glowing on his outfit, and he knows what it means. The C-rank card from the hidden dungeon activates. He's gained enough experience. The MC is pumped. Time to hit level 15 and trigger Awakening. He uses the card. His body vanishes into another realm. It feels like touching the Prophecy Stone, but now he floats in open space. A glowing light appears, and the system sends a message. He is chosen to bear Death's power and must claim the Grim Reaper's scythe. The quest Who is the Master of Death. Part 2 appears. If he seizes the scythe, Awakening begins. If he fails, he becomes the Lich King's servant. A glowing figure tries to speak, but the MC can't understand. He wonders if the system itself is talking. The being feels peaceful, yet oddly familiar. Somehow, he knows it won't hurt him. Suddenly, a message tells him he's about to face death firsthand. As he reaches for the light, it disappears. Then he wakes up in reality. Hanho says he was out for 10 seconds, proving it wasn't just a dream. He knows death is coming soon. He hopes it won't be someone close. The message only leaves him more confused. An explosion suddenly echoes from the boss's direction. MC shakes off the thought. Now's not the time for reflection. He can't finish the quest yet, so the boss comes first. He signals the others to move and tells Myungsu to fall back. They rush toward the boss area, spotting the Crusader helicopter wrecked and burning. The blindfolded man crawls from the crash, unsure what hit them midair. A massive spear is lodged through the chopper's front. The prosecutor walks out of the flames, ordering his squad back into formation. He used his blind faith zone skill, saving all but the pilot. He tells them it's time to make the monsters pay. With more lizardmen closing in, the Crusaders ready themselves. 17,000 viewers watch the fight live. The knights move with precision, cutting down monsters cleanly. While fighting, he sees the prosecutor powering his cross-spear. He cuts through lizardmen and warns of another wave coming. A loud crash comes from the trees. Manhwa spots the lizardman warlord stepping out. The prosecutor commands crossbowmen to shoot, but most bolts bounce off. Too many are attacking at once. He yells for them to stop. The barrage barely scratched the boss. Worse, it's pointless. The boss regenerates too quickly. The warlord charges the knights, slicing two apart with one swing. A knight panics, screaming for help as the blade rises. The prosecutor rushes in, intercepts. He tells his team to handle the mobs while he takes the boss. He steps forward and says, he's the one the boss wants. The warlord lunges. He blocks it. Their strength is equal. But the boss's weapon gives him better reach. Still, the prosecutor relies on speed and reaction to win. They clash hard, blow after blow. Helicopter crew films the fight. Reporters praise the prosecutor's power as he pushes the boss back. Gang Yoon and An Si-hyuk arrive. They spot skeletons nearby. MC is here too. The prosecutor drives the boss back using cross spear, landing heavy damage. Yet, for some reason, the boss keeps grinning. It starts to irritate him. He's furious, ready to erase that smug face. Suddenly, the warlord breathes fire, but the prosecutor blocks it with his force field skill. His crusaders rush to help, but he tells them to hold position. He knows it's too risky. The boss broke his force field with one strike. The warlord molts, revealing his real form, the Wandering Drake. A new alert announces Phase 2. The prosecutor is stunned. Was this his real form all along? Makes sense. The guy was grinning through the whole fight. The Drake charges. A single blocked blow nearly snaps his bones. In the next instant, the Drake's tail blade strikes, slashing deep and leaving him badly hurt. The crowd gasps as the prosecutor hits the ground. Manhwa starts crying, thinking he might not survive. As the Drake closes in, a corpse detonates beside him. Sungwoo's undead crash the scene, slamming the Drake's head with bone clubs while werebears land heavy blows. The Drake tries to stand, roaring. The MC drives the masterless sword into its skull. Cheers erupt. The Necromancer is overwhelming the Drake. Everyone watches the fight from home. Even Manhwa feels relief. She just wants him to finish it. not for the prize, but to save the prosecutor. Sungwoo leaves the blade in place. A werebear skeleton steps up with a hammer. Sayok realizes the plan slam the sword deeper. Purple-haired guy believes the Drake's done. Just then, someone reports to Manhwa that a huge wave of lizardmen is heading toward Sungwoo. She realizes the fight was unfair. The one-on-one rule never applied to monsters. She commands everyone to shield the MC. Knights form a wall around him. Hanho sees it and says they finally understand who to protect. At that moment, the werebear slams the hammer, driving the sword through. It looks like the boss has fallen, just when everyone thinks it's over. The MC sees it twitch. Isu asks what's going on. They already killed it. The boss enters Phase 3, revealing its final form, the young host of the Seed. A system alert says the raid isn't done. No one can leave yet. The MC grows angry. The system keeps twisting the rules. Feels like they're being toyed with. Knights struggle to hold the lizard wave, but the MC trusts his team. His real threat now stands tall before him. He shouts for everyone to move. The boss is about to unleash fire. The breath burns everything, even its own minions. Sungwoo triggers a corpse explosion, but it has no effect. His werebears turn to ash instantly. He can't think of a way through. He chooses to draw its attention and buy time. As his numbers thin, he revives lizardmen and orders a retreat. Spread out. Says they can't handle both the boss and lizardmen. The raid's over, they fall back. While pulling out, Hanho spots the prosecutor, badly wounded. As he rushes over to help him escape, the boss appears behind, ready to strike. Righty slashes in, interrupting the boss's next attack. MC leaps from the shadows, drives a blade into its eye. The boss counters, slicing off the arm, but it was just a shadow clone. The real Sungwoo grabs Hanho and runs. Hanho stares, stunned, asks what that was. MC says it was a shadow clone weak, but enough to fool it. Turns out, hitting the eye was the perfect move. But the boss doesn't like it, and charges after them in fury. Sungwoo wonders if he went too far. Suddenly, Jisoo ambushes the boss with a heavy blow, buying time. Sungwoo sees her and reminds her he said to fall back. Jisoo smiles, says the three of them always fight together. Inspired, MC and Hanho turn around, ready to face it again. Sungwoo triggers death response. Zombies rise around them. The boss cleaves through them like nothing. He blows them up. He knows beating it won't be easy. The blast did nothing outside. Inside's worse, boss won't eat his minions. He keeps raising lizardmen, but the boss crushes them before they can help. The boss charges another fire breath. This time, Hanho and Jisoo stand right beside him. Instead of dodging, he prepares to block. He raises a bone shield against the blast. He barely survives, but his minions are wiped out. The boss rushes again, and he's too drained to escape. As its tail swings in, Hanho leaps to shield his friend. The strike breaks through his holy shield instantly. Another blow comes. Righty steps in to stop it. His sword shatters. He grabs the enemy's weapon and slices off its tail. Turns out, he's the real MVP. As the boss rears for one more strike, Righty throws Hanho clear, says his last goodbye, and gets crushed by the boss. Hanho loses it, storms the boss without thinking. The were-tiger grabs Hanho, then snatches Jisoo. Without a word, he retreats, pulling them to safety. The MC steps forward, facing the boss alone, barely steady from Righty's aid. He knows escape is impossible, so he fights to buy time, summoning Bone Shield and Blade. He braces, taking the hit straight on. They clash, locked in a brutal one-on-one. Manhwa and her squad freeze, horror creeping in as they see the truth. The boss's tail sweeps, crushing the MC's legs. It draws in breath, flames building again. Broken and drained, he stares up, knowing it's over. He'll fall like his parents did. As death nears, he sees flashes of his journey, the friends he met. He finds peace, knowing he didn't fail completely. He bought them time. The boss exhales fire, and it lands clean. Hanho and Jisoo cry out as the skeleton drags them away. After death, the MC awakens in a strange void. He thinks it's a miracle he made it this far. Maybe luck, maybe good allies. Even now, he worries, unsure if they made it without his help. Then, a voice calls his name. He looks up, stunned to see the Grim Reaper before him. Realization hits. Death is real now. He asks if it's heaven or hell. He's done fighting. The Grim Reaper mocks him for giving up so young. The MC blinks, unsure if it's sarcasm. But then, shock hits. He's not alone here. The Reaper isn't some stranger. It's his father. Sungwoo asks if this is real or a trick. His father says it doesn't matter. He agrees. He's already dead. It fits. He asks if his dad hates him for fleeing the fire. He confesses his fear, how he studied to be better, to take on only what he could. Still, after all that, he thinks he failed. His father just laughs, asking if that's been haunting him. He teases him again, saying he thought his son had grown up. He reminds him he was just a kid. What could he have done? It wasn't fear that made him run. He followed instructions. The fire broke out while they all slept. Sungwoo and Dad made it down. Mom was trapped upstairs. His father told him to wait outside, warned him not to return. Sungwoo wanted to stay, but his dad promised he'd get her. He misunderstood everything, thought they were abandoned, but his dad only meant to protect him. His father says again, none of it was Sungwoo's fault. As head of the house, saving them was his duty. Sungwoo replies that he failed too, couldn't save anyone. His dad tells him he's wrong. He saved him. That was enough. He finally accepts he did not fall short, because saving his friends proves his strength, and the fight was not meaningless for him. His father asks if he plans to challenge him so he can return to the real world through force instead of surrender. Sungwoo gives a faint smile and says he refuses to quietly follow him without at least trying to stand his ground. His father points toward a bright path and explains that this light is the door leading him back to his original world. Before stepping through the light, he turns once more to look at his father. After so many lost years, he feels grateful to see his father again even in this strange place. His father halts him for a moment and hands him a scythe as a final parting gift. As he grips the scythe, power floods in and he receives his first awakening tied to a new ability. Back in the real world, the Drake boss keeps tearing through the battlefield without slowing down. Sue and Hanho still struggle to accept that the MC truly died during the fight. The prosecutor wakes up at last, weighed down by guilt for acting rashly earlier. He sees the cold anger in the eyes of the MC's friends as they look at him. Deep inside, he knows he earned their resentment and cannot deny his faults. He remembers Hanho dragging him out when he could not move, thinking the passive skill helped, but Hanho still risked himself. He abandoned his strongest ally and planned alone, and now he knows he must correct his path or watch the world fall apart. The blindfolded fighter sprints toward him once he notices the prosecutor has regained consciousness. The prosecutor realizes Hanho saved him before, meaning Minhyun left him behind in the chaos. With that bitter truth clear, they begin withdrawing from the fight to regroup. The prosecutor apologizes to the MC and vows to guard his friends with everything he has left. As they fall back, the sky suddenly dims and covers the field in heavy darkness. A warning message appears telling them the Great Spirit has awakened in their zone. Manhwa spots a faint green glow inside the dark fog and wonders if this surge is tied to the MC. Then the MC appears, clad in ominous attire like a Lich King stepping from the void. Manhwa and her team panic, thinking he revived as a lich after falling in battle. The MC barely senses anything, his body numb, and he wonders if he is alive while receiving notice of a Necromancer revival on cooldown. His first awakening lets him call the Grim Reaper Scythe and command large monsters, plus a secret shop coupon for being the 9th to awaken. He can summon the Grim Reaper Scythe daily for an hour and shift into a lich, gaining more minions and boosted stats with endless undead recovery. With this power awakened, he steps forward ready to confront the Drake boss again. He calls out the Drake and tells it that the second phase of their battle has arrived. Hanho and Jisoo charge toward the boss once they see the MC activate the Great Spirit skill. The prosecutor stares in disbelief, wondering how the MC survived such a crushing blow. As his friends race toward him with renewed hope, they stop short when they notice Sungwoo transformed, his presence almost monstrous. Jisoo spots the scythe in his hand and understands this must be the reward for finishing his quest. The Drake swings at his minions with brutal force. It wipes out most of them in one decisive strike, but they rise again instantly thanks to his newly gained power. Manhwa and her squad cheer as they watch the army reform before their eyes. The Drake unleashes a massive blast of fire across the field. Sungwoo lifts a heavy shield and absorbs the attack head-on. As the flames close in on the prosecutor's group, Raidi spins fast, tearing through the fire to stop it. Hanho bursts into tears and wraps his arms around Raidi. Sungwoo stands firm, asking the Drake why it stopped. It looks drained. He's untouched, mana still flowing. He summons more undead, sending them in to swarm the Drake. Then forms bone chains, locking the Drake in place. He commands his army to strip the creature's hide. Bit by bit, they tear it off. The Drake slumps, beaten. He looks to Raidi, says it's time to end this. Raidi lands a clean strike, and the Drake finally falls. The sword now counts down, 235 days until it hatches the egg. Sungwoo earns over 1 million gold and a new title, boosting his stamina and fire resistance. In town, Cheers erupt. Everyone watched the fight live on their screens. After the Drake falls, he lifts his hand and revives it. In full view, the beast returns as a skeleton, now under his command. The prosecutor's side stares, shocked by his power gap. Hanho sobs, saying he knew Sungwoo lived. He replies that he's technically dead. Jisoo eyes his new form, unsure if he'll turn back. One skeleton retrieves a heroic item from the Drake's remains. Righty finds a legendary dragon heart and hands it over. It's crafting material. Sungwoo also gains the seed of the World Tree, a divine item tied to an earlier prophecy. He suspects the Fallen Ones might come for it. A reporter walks up, asking to speak after the intense fight. Sungwoo warns not to trust groups promising safety. So far, none have kept it. The system keeps testing groups, often unfairly. Everyone must grow stronger to survive. Without warning, the ground shakes hard. A giant explosion erupts near Yongdongpo Station. Manhwa runs over and says their base is under siege. The prosecutor quickly orders a retreat to the station. Sungwoo spots the smoke rising from the blast, then realizes it's abyss breath. Could be tied to that group crafting explosives. As choppers lift off, headed toward town, the prosecutor drops to his knees, begging Sungwoo for help. He pleads, says the station holds civilians and he can't defend them now. Sungwoo can't ignore this. He tells him they'll talk later, but he'll help for now. Choppers land outside, blocked by thick smoke overhead. A survivor tells Manhwa they were attacked by beastmen who've regained awareness. Sungwoo confirms the station was hit by the wandering salesman group Werbeasts and mad scientists. Walking through smoke, he notices its shade is lighter, likely made that way to spread wider. The Crusaders can't act. Sungwoo steps in, says he'll go alone. If that werewolf spoke true, this group is a huge threat. He believes they struck while the Liberation Guild was out raiding. Now, he'll hunt them down and learn who they are. He summons the Drake from the abyss, testing it in real combat. The station is completely buried under abyssal smoke. Two masked beastmen talk, saying the attack went smoothly with no guards around. The werewolf scoffs, says humans never believed beastmen could think. The hog says coexistence is impossible. They're a new species now. He then asks how long the ritual will last. The werewolf shrugs, says only mage brain eaters know. They're now the bosses. The hog grumbles, says he ate an archer and gained useless skills. The werewolf laughs, says he's still better off than the scientists testing on themselves. As they chat, two giant glowing eyes glare through the glass. Suddenly, the Drake skeleton crashes through, tearing them apart. Sungwoo steps in and realizes the street was empty because the beasts were all hiding inside. He sends the Drake back to the abyss. From their talk, he learns they're hoarding people for a ritual. With his stats, he can handle them quietly. One by one. Inside, a bull beast gathers around 200 human players. They're told to capture more humans. One monster says more are on the upper floors. He asks if they're using them for tests. The bull says he doesn't know. He overheard a plan to extract experience points. The other is stunned, doubts it's possible. The bull says they became monsters, so anything could work now. A sudden alert appears, warning about Great Spirit and Death's response spells. Zombies and minions rise from the abyss, attacking the monsters. The were-tiger strikes the bull, but it blocks with ease. Fire bursts from the bull's hooves. It charges through the skeletons, crushing some as it goes. Knowing it's the MC, the bull shouts his name. Sungwoo drives his masterless sword into the bull's back. It calls him a coward. The MC answers, saying gassing innocence was just as low. After taking down the bull, he raises it as another minion. He's surprised to earn 30,000 gold for a low-level kill. It hints that conscious beasts use a different system. He spots a human barely clinging to life, but the gas is killing him fast. He orders his army to pull the survivors out of the poisoned air. As they exit the station, the ground starts shaking. A system alert warns of a wide-range summoning spell. He's unsure what it does, but knows he has to stop it fast. Sungwoo rushes toward the spell's source and sees something familiar. At the center stands a werebeast deep in the summoning ritual. He realizes this is the one behind the toxic gas attack. One werewolf spots him and says the researcher will pay big for his corpse. One day has passed, so he summons the Grim Reaper's scythe and takes on Lich King powers. He's sure 5 minutes with the scythe is enough to wipe them out. His undead keep pouring from the abyss, clashing with beastmen. Even when killed, they rise again without pause. The monster at the circle laughs while watching. He tells the MC it's already too late. A system alert pops up the summoning spell has triggered. He stands and mocks them for streaming the raid. Says it helped them gauge how many resources were wasted on the boss, while gloating. One minion bites him and hurls him off the rooftop. Sungwoo steps forward and asks what he summoned. The werewolf just laughs, says they're all doomed. Yandong Post Station crumbles as a new raid boss warning flashes. Elsewhere, the prosecutor still struggles, chugging potions to recover. He clenches his fists, blaming his arrogance. Hanho and Jisoo spot the minions bringing back rescued survivors, and cheer. The prosecutor reflects his approach was flawed. Big groups were the mistake. It wasn't about him needing others, but thinking others needed him. As the abyss breath fades, another system warning appears. A wide-range summon is underway. Jisoo and the others sprint toward the collapsing station. There, they see the structure fall as a massive ogre gladiator emerges the raid boss. The werewolf taunts, saying the MC is too worn out to win. Sungwoo grins, says he should have watched the stream till the end before summoning anything. Then reveals he brought a boss too, summoning the Drake skeleton. The Drake charges in and punches the ogre square in the face. The crowd erupts, filled with hope at the sight. The werewolf stares, stunned that Sungwoo had a boss of his own. The prosecutor knows he must surpass the MC to keep up. The ogre howls in pain. Then two minions rush in from behind, hurling spears. The ogre claps once, smashing them both to dust. They're crushed beyond revival. The MC sees this boss is on a different tier. The Drake's fire breath is off limits, or the fight would be over. But he still has full control of it. The Drake seizes the ogre's hair, then drives a powerful kick into its body. The ogre counters, gripping the Drake's shoulders hard. Righty leaps in, stabbing its eye. The ogre hits the ground, pinned by the Drake as minions close in. They strike together, finishing the raid boss. The MC hits level 16 and gains 705,000 gold from the kill. He upgrades Death's Response. Now he can summon 15 masterless zombies for 100 mana, lasting 20 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. He's happy with the level up in gold, but gaining control of the ogre is the real win. The ogre already wears a heroic bracelet, Thunder God's Protection. It burns all mana to boost attack. If the user has no mana, it activates once, then rests for 24 hours. Since the ogre lacks mana, Sungwoo lets him keep it. Now both bosses serve him. The werewolf stares in shock, unable to believe it. Sungwoo says he's great at turning monsters into allies, then pierces him with the scythe, saying playtime's over. Before he can question him, the werewolf dies instantly. Jisoo guesses their leader planted safeguards to block leaks. The prosecutor regrets losing a lead that could have revealed more. Sungwoo taps into memory fragments, reviving the werewolf to read his mind. He senses the system steering them again, vampires before, now beasts. He watches the werewolf and others heading toward Yangdongpo Station. The werewolf watches the raid stream, but another tells him to shut it off since they're almost there. Sungwoo finally gets why he never saw the full raid stream. One of them says he heard their true goal isn't just hitting the Liberation Guild. The other dismisses it, says he doesn't know anything. The werewolf pushes, asking what the higher-ups are actually planning. The monster insists their mission is to hit the guild while the chance is perfect. Then the werewolf brings up Yui Island, where the scientists were building a lab. Sungwoo freezes. That's where the second bad ending happened. The werewolf keeps talking, about to say more about the scientists, but the other beast cuts him off before he can spill it. Back in the present, Sungwoo's team asks what he learned. He says the beastmen hit Yangdongpo to secure Yui Island. He found traces of them in Cinderum and wants to uncover their motive. Cinderum Station connects Seoul subway lines 1 and 2. It's packed with people daily, perfect for gathering human test subjects. A mad scientist praises the monsters for placing the lab near the station, calling it a dream setup for experiments. His assistant grumbles, says they need more freezers and the stench is unbearable. The scientist brushes him off, says to get used to the spell. The rat monster complains, saying his strong nose makes it worse. The scientist scowls, asks if he realizes how bad he smells and if he still wants to become human. The rat panics, says he does. He never chose to become a beast. The scientist turns away, saying he should volunteer. Head office is starting trials. The rat trembles, stammers, asking if that was a joke. The scientist bursts out laughing, says he was just messing with him, but still suggests it, reminding him where rats rank lowest among beasts. Suddenly, a dog beast runs in, yelling that a dragon is wrecking the city. The scientist scolds him, asks if he's high. The dog frantically denies it. Realizing it's real, the scientist commands him to take him to the dragon now. As the scientist and beast charge toward the dragon, one shouts that Yangdongpo has fallen. When they see the Drake up close, they freeze at its size. The scientist nearly collapses, stunned by the dinosaur-like monster. Sungwoo's team bursts in with the Drake. The scientist instantly recognizes them from the Yui Island raid. Realizing he stands no chance, he flees. While running, he tells the dog to stall and pack up. As they rush down the stairwell, the rat suddenly halts. The scientist yells, but the rat says something smells familiar. He snaps at him to move, reminding him they still have gear to grab. They continue, but the rat senses something off. He shields the scientist just as crates fly toward them. Sungwoo steps into view behind them. He says the delivery was wrong, so he came back for a refund. The scientist plays dumb. Sungwoo summons the orc and says he knows who sent it. Glancing around the lab, he spots piles of human and monster remains. He suspected this from the werewolf's memory fragments, but now he sees they're worse than imagined. He asks if the scientist feels shame for his sick obsession. The scientist yells they're advancing humanity. He shouts about creating a superior race. Sungwoo's done listening and shoots him in the leg. The rat rushes to help him, but the scientist stabs him with a formula to mutate him. The rat transforms, growing in size and strength. Sungwoo summons a shadow clone using his ring. They fire crossbows at the beast. The rat tears through the clone in one strike. Sungwoo notices the rat's power has spiked. Then the orc crushes him underfoot, ending it in seconds. Sungwoo gains 13,000 gold for killing a mutant rat. The scientist crawls for a syringe, trying to inject himself, but before he does, Sungwoo slices off his arm. He warns that one more move means he loses more limbs. The scientist foams at the mouth, says he sent the rat as cover to inject himself. Before dying, he says others will use Sungwoo as a lab rat. Sungwoo smirks, says he won't even need to touch him. He'll just raise him and read his memories. But when he tries to revive him, a system message says resurrection failed target is still alive. Enraged, Sungwoo hits him where it hurts most, screaming. The scientist breaks. He offers his inventions in exchange for mercy. But Sungwoo is done, and ends it with a stab. Sungwoo revives the scientist again and reads his memory fragment. In the vision, the scientist sits silently on a chair. A man tells him it's time to earn his doctorate and lead the division. Sungwoo instantly knows this man commands the wandering merchants. The man orders large-scale gas production, asking if he can trust him with it. The scientist grins, says he made the gas and can flood Yongdongpo with it. The man says a small amount is enough to kill pests. The werebeast sorcerers will handle the rest and summon the 3 captured raid bosses. Sungwoo is stunned to hear they caught 3 raid bosses. The scientist questions if the captured beasts are reliable for the mission. The man warns him to choose his words. They're essential to the plan. He also mentions 4 beasts stronger than top players, needed for later stages. Sungwoo's confused. How are these beasts stronger than ranked players with no cards or time? Then it hits him these werebeasts aren't even human. They probably level up differently from players. Plus, both monsters and scientists receive their own unique quests. He knows those quests can boost power fast. Hearing about their strength makes the scientist eager to dissect them. The man reminds him they don't aim to kill everyone, just eliminate weaklings. The scientist jumps up, thrilled, saying humans can evolve into something greater. Sungwoo assumes this is tied to the scientist's personal quest. A white werewolf enters, interrupting their talk. Sungwoo recognizes him from another flashback. The scientist says he's one of the 4 elite beasts, a grand sorcerer, but the werewolf denies being a mage. He walks toward the scientist hiding behind the leader, says people think he's a mage because of his staff. The scientist freezes, shocked he knows his name. He strikes him with a sudden flash, causing him to panic and shout for help. He tells the scientist not to panic. If either is in danger, the other will be alerted during the trip. In truth, he touched him to use psychometry and spots Sungwoo. Sungwoo is shaken. The werewolf already knows him and is curious how he found their branch so fast. Sungwoo guesses this is one of the werewolf's skills. The werewolf locks eyes, asking if he can read memories from corpses. Sungwoo says the Cinderim branch was empty and asks if the main base is elsewhere. The werewolf warns him to leave Yongdongpo. If the fight drags on, they will win. Sungwoo looks tense, but keeps pressing for more answers. He asks who they really are. The werewolf says only one thing: evolutionary society. He casts a spell, saying this name will signal humanity's downfall. Sungwoo exits the flashback. Stunned, they can even use psychometry. He remembers the man's words about summoning 3 raid bosses. Even if they change plans, he must stay alert. Righty hands him a map he discovered. It shows 3 marked zones, A, B, and C. First is Yui Island. The second marker shows Sosa's location in Bukan. The third marks Byomgi Station in Anyang. All arrows on the map lead to Yui Island, likely hiding the raid bosses. He already defeated the Drake before capture and crushed the Ogre champion. That leaves just one boss, Plus, there's another Evolution Society base. Back at Yongdongpo Station, everyone works to rebuild. As Manhwa arrives to ask about the mission, he tells her to dig into Bukun and Anyang raid boss info. He plans to discuss more with the prosecutor, who's busy nearby. Seeing him approach, the prosecutor asks if he uncovered anything. Sungwoo says another attack is coming to Yongdongpo, this time from the Evolution Society. The prosecutor's never heard the name, asks why they're even being targeted. Sungwoo suspects they're the corrupted ones from the Yui Island raid but has no solid proof yet. The prosecutor slams the desk, says they don't need proof. If they're tied to the second ending, they must be stopped. Realizing how dangerous they are, he asks for Sungwoo's help. He pleads with him to protect Yongdongpo, offering 1 million gold. Sungwoo's the only one immune to the gas. Sungwoo wonders if it's just a bribe, but knows the prosecutor isn't an enemy, so he accepts. He was already planning to deal with them. Now he'll earn gold doing it. After the meeting, he steps outside and sees the guild leaders chatting with his friends. But Hanho looks annoyed. Everyone's trying to win over Jisoo. Suddenly, Hanho gets a ping from the community app. Player rankings updated. The prosecutor dropped. Dr. 000 now holds 3rd at level 15. Sungwoo wonders if Dr. 000 is the Evolution Society's leader. He knows level 15 unlocks First Awakening. He's unsure if it's for 5-star classes only, but it confirms Dr. 000 already reached it. Sungwoo must catch up. Jisoo returns after talking to the guilds. Sungwoo asks how it went. She shrugs, says it was awkward. Hanho, a bit too worked up, asks if he really thinks she'd switch sides. He reminds him she cried non-stop when he vanished. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy, now their Liberation Guild rep, gets knocked out after opening a jar. Those jars, made by a scientist, release Breath of the Abyss gas when unsealed. He warns Min Hyun not to touch them again. The guy points at himself, saying he's now their official liaison. He brags about squeezing them into his packed schedule, but truth is, he got demoted. Their guild has intel he wants. As they approach the guild, Sungwoo asks Hanho if Jisoo really cried when he died. Hanho leans in and says she did drop a few tears, but adds he only cried when Raidi died. Sungwoo realizes if both he and Raidi were in danger, Hanho would probably save Raidi. Meanwhile, the prosecutor reflects on the last raid and his talk with Sungwoo. He regrets charging in without clearing the mobs. If word spreads, it'll ruin his image. Now, top players idolize Sungwoo and Raidi. Then, he receives a special promotion quest to train 30 Crusaders to level 10 and reach Awakening. He knows finishing this fast is his only shot at staying ahead of other 5-star players. He already lost 6 Crusaders last raid. Only 14 remain, making this mission tough. Still, he pushes forward, aiming to grow stronger. Plans to train new Crusaders through guild hunts. Gathers the team, announces they start hunting tomorrow. She warns they lack time and people to rebuild, says now isn't ideal for hunting. He insists speed is key. They must catch up and prepare for the next strike. Says the MC will guard their guild, handling the Evolution Society. He yells motivation, firing up the guild's morale. Meanwhile, Blindfold introduces the MC to an informant tracking Sosa and Biome Guy. Says an ogre boss was seen in Sosa, but the news vanished early on, like someone buried it. In contrast, Biomgi station's covered in black fog and zombies. Seung-woo glances over at Hanho. Hanho looks like he's having a breakthrough. He tells him the town's secure. Taishang holds the safety zone. MC defeated bosses in Yui Island and Sosa. Only Biomgi station's boss remains. The station's post warned everyone off, blaming toxic gas. MC suspects the Evolution Society's testing. Breath of the Abyss there. Likely with a hidden lab. He calls the blindfolded man, asks to borrow a helicopter. Elsewhere, players flee a zombie swarm, guarding their last barricade. They fire at the horde, trying to shield the shelter, but bullets barely slow the undead down. The players realize they must act, or the zombies will breach the shelter. They split up, plan to divide and attack. They taunt the zombies, trying to draw them in. The zombies charge. Jisoo arrives, cutting down several with one strong blow. The MC appears next, leading his ogre boss, smashing through the swarm. He activated the bracelet, powering up the ogre's attacks. Other players spot the skeletons. Relieved, the Necromancers arrived. Back at base, players wait anxiously for MC's squad. Hanho strolls in grinning, says their hero's back, he means himself. He brags he and MC handled it all. The dad cuts him off, asks if he's alone. Hanho shifts serious, says someone must stay behind to guard the town, but others think he got left out. Says gold is needed to keep the safety zone running, and he brought plenty. Adds they may think he was ditched, but he'll prove MC still treasures him. Opens his bag. Raidi pops out. tied up like a captured Pokemon. The players cheer at Righty's return, trusting him more than Hanho. Meanwhile, at the university hospital, some kids peek through the door, watching the MC. They stare in awe, calling him Justice and Truth. Jisoo sees the kids watching and feels relieved they made it in time. While she talks, the MC spots blood on her face and neck. She says she's used to it, then casually wipes it off with her coat. They've survived deadly fights but barely shared words. He realizes he knows little about her. He brings up her home, asks if she ever thinks of returning. She says her family's likely fine, but she doesn't plan to go back. Says they weren't great people, and leaving was a relief. Feels like her life only improved once she left. Then the apocalypse came and changed everything. The MC feels for her, but also glad she's staying. Suddenly, a man in a white coat slides the door open. He says he's Min Seok-an, apologizes for the wait. He's the area leader. Sungwoo shakes his hand, introduces himself. The man already knows who he is. Says he also knows Jisoo, though her nickname isn't exactly flattering. Seeing her reaction, he adds, "It's actually the best one." Says the kids really embraced it, then apologizes. She smiles, says it's fine, but wants to know who made it up. Says whoever gave it is about to vanish. After the nickname talk ends, the leader says they'll need to leave soon. Explains zombies have controlled the area for 3 days, and they're out of time. Jisoo asks why they haven't evacuated. He says a local quest locks them in. Everyone here received it. Leaving triggers zombie swarms. The longer outside, the worse it gets. Half of them are children or elders. Escape is risky. The MC sees his team's weakened. He meant to help, but now sees they can't clear the quest alone. The leader asks them to leave before midnight. Avoid getting dragged into it. Sungwoo meets his eyes, senses he wants help even while telling them to go. Says they'll stay. They came to support this station. The group thanks them for standing by. The wife asks if they want to share a room. Jisoo's head ignites at the question. Both quickly request separate rooms. That night, kids knock and ask to come in. Jisoo welcomes them with a smile, says yes. The kids cheer to meet the Necromancer and Red Demon. One asks the MC to summon a skeleton. He knows there's only one skeleton they need to see. He calls Righty, and the kids think he's adorable. Lying in bed, MC recalls their happy faces. He's stunned that kind of joy still exists. A quest appears, titled, "Death Comes for the City." It says he can run or fight, but death will follow. The moment he steps outside, the hunt begins. Suddenly, the quest spikes in difficulty, triggered by a high-level player nearby. The MC jumps from bed. Jisoo bursts in, says something strange is happening across the whole city. Her sharp senses kick in. She feels the ground shake. Zombies now surround the building. A new alert says zombies will now hunt survivors inside or out. Minsuk approaches the MC, says zombies never attacked indoors before. Sungwoo replies the system raised difficulty due to strong players. It's messing with them. He starts summoning minions, says it's time to push back. The leader wants non-combatants on the roof. Zombies are manageable, but ghouls would be disaster. Ghouls, originally man-eaters, rank higher than zombies here. As they gear up for battle, the leader's children run up. He asks why they're not on the roof. The kids cry, asking if the zombies will eat them. He tells them he'll protect them. Plus, they have the Necromancer now. The kids wish them luck before leaving. On the ground floor, soldiers struggle to hold back the swarm. They pile up chairs and tables as a barricade, but it won't hold. The leader estimates over 200 zombies in the horde. As they close in, MC sees the space is too tight for stronger spells. Tells everyone to move out, says this room's too cramped to fight in. The leader agrees, and they begin to retreat when zombies smash through the glass and flood inside. His corpse explosion won't work. They're not corpses yet. Instead, he summons beast skeletons with shields, triggering defensive synergy. It weakens the undead. The virus turns players into zombies through bites, but not his minions. His shielded undead hold the horde at bay. The leader uses Pressure of Valor to push zombies back, then slices through more with Tornado Blade. MC sees his moves, guesses he's at least a 4-star knight. Commands his shielded units to pull back, blows up some corpses to open the way. Realizes he must ease off. Explosions near kids could wreck the building. More zombies pile up outside, frustrating the team. They all rush outside to gain space. MC, now free to cast, summons his Drake. It tears through zombies non-stop. He tells Minsuk to evacuate everyone from the roof. 2 buses wait below. A system alert warns one of his minions got destroyed. He's good against mobs, but this swarm's overwhelming. He saves his top skills for what's coming. Turns to Jisoo, says it's her turn. She's been waiting for that. She puts on her purifying mask, hand-stitched by Mr. Kim. She charges forward, slashing through zombies. MC watches, impressed by her close-range skill. Buses pull up. Survivors start boarding fast. An alert pops up. Ghouls are tracking the survivors' scent. Minsuk warns MC. Ghouls are faster and hunt children. They must protect them. One even shattered his car window and took his son. Youngwoo grips his shoulder, says it won't happen again. They roll out with the buses, keeping them guarded by the Drake and skeletons. MC knows clearing the quest is their best shot, but the silence around them feels wrong. They spot bodies ahead, signs of a previous ambush. As they walk, Jisoo quietly tells MC something's tailing them. The group starts to panic, fearing it's the ghouls. A ghoul suddenly lunges. Jisoo tries to warn, but it's too late. It kills the player, then charges the bus. Jisoo cuts it down just before it reaches the kids. MC sees how fast they strike. Only Jisoo can counter them. More ghouls appear, mixed in with zombie packs. Minsuk freezes, eyes wide at the incoming threat. He asks Sungwoo if skeletons remember who they were. MC realizes Minsuk wants to become one after dying. Just as the leader opens his mouth, the ghouls launch their attack. Everyone scrambles to guard the kids, their main target, even with the Drake. MC struggles against their speed and chaos. Some ghouls jump onto the bus roof. Werebeast skeletons leap up and drag them down. The ghouls fight back, breaking through the undead. Minsuk slams one with a spell in full rage, but another ghoul sneaks behind him while he's distracted. He blocks the hit with his shield just in time. MC turns a fallen ghoul into a minion, stunned by its regen. Tells Minsuk he's taking over, summons Reaper's scythe, though he wanted to wait. Using the Lich King's power, he converts all ghouls into allies. Notices Minsuk isn't bad, his strikes hit vital spots. Not polished, but he fights at the prosecutor's level. With the Drake and Ogre boss, they hold the line. MC thinks they can fight because they're protecting loved ones. He knows he still needs more strength. Even with all this power, one ghoul breaks into the bus. It heads straight for Minsuk's wife and kids. An old man steps up to protect them. The ghoul strikes, killing him instantly. Minsuk tries Wall of Bravery, but it's still on cooldown. Not wanting more loss, he charges and slams the ghoul off the stairs. He kills it, but suffers severe wounds. Sungwoo turns to grab a potion, but Minsuk stops him, says it's too late. With his last breath, he begs MC to protect his family and use his body as a minion. MC receives an exclusive quest. Minsuk died with regrets. He can now use the corpse if he fulfills the man's final wish, gaining his full loyalty or decline and leave him. MC clenches his fist. This quest feels just like the one from the professor's death. With no other choice, he accepts the dying request. Minsuk floats in a dark void, wonders if he's entered the afterlife. Grim Reaper appears, says he's not dead yet. Minsuk aches, knowing he'll never see his family again. He wanted to protect them, but the world took that away. Grim Reaper says MC is reviving him and will protect his loved ones. Tells him to let go and rest now. Minsuk pleads, asks to keep his memories to keep guarding them. Reaper replies someone stronger will guard them now. But Minsuk insists, says it's his role as their father. The Reaper grants his wish, revives him as a skeleton knight with memories. MC receives confirmation Minsuk's returned as a memory-keeping death knight. Rare among undead. He wants to talk, but the ghouls won't wait. They rush back into the fight. Jisoo blazes through ghouls with her burning sword. A player calls her for backup at the buses. She realizes they strayed too far into enemy lines. As she runs back, zombies and ghouls start to corner her. One ghoul slips into the bus, aiming for the wife. Minsuk slices it in half. He senses the ghouls fear him. As the strongest undead, he feels all his allies' emotions. He keeps killing, mocking them as weaklings. The players watch, stunned. He's beyond anything they've seen. Some ghouls try to flee. He casts a spell, grabs them. MC feels he made the right call letting him face them. Minsuk feels odd without a shield, thinks of finding one. MC checks stats level 12 Death Knight. 2 spells, 1 binds, 1 drains life. Jisoo walks up, says all ghouls are gone. Sees him with the Death Knight, asks who it is. Sungwoo says he'll explain later. They pause to rest, but MC knows they must reach Biome Guy fast. The enemies had their fun, now it's their turn. They finally arrive at the station. The black smoke grows even thicker. Seungwoo asks if Minsuk wants to tell his family. He says he's not ready. Other things matter more now. They keep moving until Jisoo stumbles back, coughing. Her mask no longer works. Sungwoo knows he can't take her farther. He continues with Death Knight and Righty, both immune to the smoke. Inside, it's quiet, no guards in sight. He figures the smoke makes guarding pointless. Still, he wonders how they contain a raid boss here. Thinks they must have used magic to trap it without killing. Death Knight urges him to hurry and clear the quest. Sungwoo asks if he's worried about his family. He says Jisoo is protecting them. He also needs to wait. Reaper's scythe still on cooldown. They're now deep inside enemy territory. Things could turn fast. Deeper in, they find a note from the Emergency Action Committee. Death Knight spots a government seal, wonders if they're tied to officials. MC feels even less trust toward them. They head deeper in. Suddenly, a notice appears. Ghoul King raid boss has spawned. Death Knight sees its arms and legs already severed. A new alert says an abyss rupture has formed, flooding the place with zombies. Sungwoo realizes this is the zombie source. As they question who's behind it, a voice speaks. The doctor appears, not alone. Says the gas lured the test subject as the quest level rose. He offers a deal instead of a fight. Says Seungwoo's class controls death, and he studies it. MC asks what studying death means. The doctor says he'll kill him, then be killed, over and over. Claims it's part of testing abyss energy to evolve humans. Says they must break their limits and ascend beyond. MC connects it all. Doctor says controlling the Ghoul King in death helps uncover the system's fake happy ending. So the Evolution Society has a prophecy stone too. Doctor invites him to join, says it will help him too. MC instantly refuses, asks if he thinks he'll become a pawn for their goals. Says their gas and human testing aren't for good, just selfish survival. Doctor sighs, says if this were the real world, he'd show him true science. But it's not. Realizing MC won't join, the doctor orders the Ghoul King's release. MC tells him to stop. Commands his undead to attack. But before they strike, the doctor finishes posing, triggering his holy spell. MC's undead suffer a 60% stat drop. He sees it mirrors Hanho's abilities, realizes they're priests. Their holy magic counters undead, so he raises his crossbow and aims. His arrows fail to reach, stopped mid-air. The girl uses telekinesis, hurls them straight back. He barely crafts a shield in time to block. The Death Knight charges. But then, Shungu casts holy pressure. It shatters his shield, throws him into a room. Carol yells, warns her test tanks inside. Hearing her, Death Knight scans the room and spots a child's shoe in a tank full of bodies. Realizing his child's inside, he snaps, chains whip out, 2 enemies strangled instantly. He growls they don't deserve to live. The group tries melting him with holy power. Sungwoo covers him in fresh armor. This activates synergy, blocking all debuffs. Their spells fail. Panic sets in. Though damaged, the Death Knight stands firm. With their magic broken, he wipes them out. MC's ghouls clean up the rest. Carol stares, stunned. Her side was supposed to win. Death Knight walks up, asks if she ran the tank. She tries to stop him, but nothing works. He steps closer, demands why she used his child. He reaches her, ends her with 1 strike. MC earns 12,000 gold. Seeing his allies fall, the doctor plays his last card, releases a strange tree beast that traps Righty and Death Knight. MC knows he must end this now before it gets worse. He uses Lich King magic, cuts all roots down. Doctor throws a flash grenade, but MC doesn't flinch at the light. He drives his scythe through the doctor, dying. The man says the card he chose is perfect for survival, just not for teamwork. Then reveals he unleashed zombie and ghoul armies outside. Death Knight rages, wants to end him. The man babbles about forging new weapons from the system as the Ghoul King starts regenerating. Doctor laughs, asks if they'll still fight after losing everything. Sungwoo calmly tells Death Knight to finish it. Minsok swings once, beheads him. A system notice reveals it was just the doctor's clone. MC pulls out his phone, checks the forum. The 5th rank spot vanished, clone confirmed. They realize he holds 5 more clones among the top 20. Using them, his group expands fast, chasing goals across regions. While Sungwoo thinks, Death Knight reminds him of the bigger threat, the Ghoul King. Outside, Jisoo clears another wave with help from the Drake and Ogre. Players wonder if the fight is finally over. But Jisoo senses more incoming monsters. Panic spreads. They've already fought so many. She knows losing anyone isn't an option. The MC trusted her to protect them. Though weaker than him, she's working to close that gap. She charges straight into the enemy swarm. Elsewhere, skeletons keep falling with no MC to revive them. Suddenly, one of them comes back to life. Sue spots it, realizes MC used his lich skill, then pushes forward hard. Players cheer, calling her Sungwoo's girlfriend. One even calls them Korea's strongest couple. Jisoo blushes hearing it. She keeps slaying ghouls and zombies non-stop. Some ghouls break through, rushing the buses and kids. Death Knight appears. Chains whip out, stopping the ghouls instantly. He checks inside, asking his kids if they're okay. They hear his voice, ask why he's a skeleton now. He pauses, then says the Necromancer turned him. The kids light up, say they want to be skeletons too. To them, the MC is justice itself. Meanwhile, MC meets Jisoo, says he wasn't worried. She handled everything. He knows she must be tired. She replies he must be tired too after fighting the Ghoul King. He flashes back, remembering they didn't actually fight. The boss was too weak, collapsed without resistance. But to impress her, he says it was a tough battle. Then a system alert appears. Chapter 2 ends suddenly. A balance patch is coming. The system praises their survival. It shows raid kill rankings. Gangsok Han leads with 4, Seungwoo holds 3. They're praised again. Korea's server ranks 4th globally, unlocking a hidden chapter. But a warning follows. Massive monster armies led by warlords are coming. Death Knight sees speed isn't always best. Seungwoo stays calm. He's seen the end through the prophecy stone. This is just another step. He wonders if the system wants to push necromancers into full war. If so, he's ready. He smiles at his team, says it's time to move on. Back at the shelter, Hanho frowns at the new alerts. Swatting enemies, he curses the system for targeting Korea. As goblins flood in, he falls back into the shelter. They brace as the shield takes constant hits. His dad asks why he ran after claiming he could handle thousands. Hanho scowls, blames others. Truth is, he just hates how goblins smell. While they stand, goblins keep pounding the shield. Kyungsoo calls everyone to battle, tells them to hold ranks. They don't rely solely on the MC now. The goblins hammer harder, shield begins to strain. Hanho suddenly thanks his dad for everything he's done. His dad wipes away tears, thinking it's the end, says they'll die together. Hanho looks confused, says no one's dying. Goblins are no threat. He hurls his dagger, drops one the moment the wall cracks, activates his force field, laughs wildly, charges in to become a legend. He goes full Superman, fighting the goblin horde solo. Starts believing he's Korea's biggest badass. Goblins close in. He spins and knocks them all back. Lieutenant Kim is impressed, but Dad isn't thrilled. His father cringes, embarrassed by his son's wild style. Can't blame him, the guy looks like a beast. He's brutally tearing goblins apart. Then sees Righty jumping in beside him. Suddenly, the MC arrives, riding his Drake. Hanho cheers, then freezes. He spots the Death Knight, worried about losing his spot. Back at base, they gather to discuss the rising threat in the new chapter. Safety zones weaken as monsters grow. Survivors nationwide are struggling. Liberation Guild fights waves of orcs. Kyungsoo says they still need the MC. Seungwoo agrees, says they must help. They're their only true allies. If Evolution Society strikes now, it'll be chaos, but they may be dealing with monsters too. Lieutenant Kim walks in, says they found the goblin base. He believes it's on Mount Paldal, judging by the goblin trail. Other areas face red orcs and tougher beasts. Their town gets goblins. Kim estimates 3,000 monsters ready to attack. Suggests playing safe unless clearing them is urgent. MC says their goal isn't just victory, but to farm gold and EXP. Kyungsoo likes the plan, but doubts they can kill that many. MC admits he won't do it alone. He points at them, says it's their turn to level up. Night falls. 2 goblins guard a mountain factory. MC sneaks in, eliminates both instantly. Learns all goblin leaders are gathered inside, saving him the trouble of chasing them. United, even goblins get deadly. His plan take out leaders so the rest fall fast. He summons the ogre champion. It slams a massive strike into the factory, wiping out the entire goblin leadership. Wait, one survives. The goblin lord charges. Death Knight steps up, says he hasn't seen a goblin lord in years, and asks to take the kill. Seungwoo swings the Reaper's scythe, giving the signal. That goblin is now its target. Death Knight quickly takes down the goblin warlord. MC raises fallen goblins, turning them into his undead army. Back in town, players reinforce their barricade. Pengsu calms them, says the goblins have lost their leaders. Players notice how easily the goblins fall. Confidence rises. They start wiping out the rest. Leaderless. The goblins suffer debuffs that weaken them further. MC wants the townspeople to gain levels. Too many are still weak, slowing progress. Though they try hard, the game keeps scaling up. That's why MC sent Hanho back. He believes even the weakest players can still grow. Some help kids and elders level up, building a stronger community. One child slays a goblin, tears up with pride. With the goblin army crushed, MC gets the top contributor reward. Everyone receives bonus gold based on their performance. Sungwoo watches everything from a rooftop. Says solo fighting is easier, but he doesn't mind this teamwork. Next morning, he tells Kyungsoo everyone should hit level 8 before he returns. He reminds them he won't always be here. They must learn to survive on their own. Hanho walks up, says the helicopter just arrived. MC's deal with the Liberation Guild was short-term, but he still plans to help them through there. At dawn, Crusader buses move out together. Prosecutor asks his scout how many monsters are nearby. Scout says wait a bit, they're almost at the northern edge. Sends a magical drone to scan the area. Reports roughly 200 trolls heading their way. As he zooms in, a troll hurls a rock and smashes the drone. They suggest blowing the bridge. Thousands of orcs are also marching in from Gimpo. No way they can handle both forces at once. Still, the prosecutor wants to fight the trolls first to train his crusaders, even if it's risky. He aims for level 10 to trigger the exclusive quest. Risky, but sees no other way to catch up with the MC. Manhwa follows orders, summons all troops, leaving a skeleton crew at base. The blindfolded man rushes in, says the MC's helicopter is almost here. Manhwa sighs in relief, believing they can now face orcs and trolls together. But he says the MC wants them to meet at the orc army's location. She asks if he even told him the situation. He replies that the MC just wants to gather bones. As the helicopter arrives overhead, Sungwoo summons his undead mid-air. They drop in and tear through trolls. Alongside the Drake and Orc boss, he now commands the Ghoul King too. Blindfolded man and prosecutor gape as trolls get crushed like bugs. He keeps slaying trolls, raising them as skeletons. The prosecutor wonders if he'll ever surpass Sungwoo after awakening. Players from other factions watch from afar. Curious if the Necromancer joined the Liberation Guild. They're streaming everything live. The MC earns a new achievement for controlling over 20 giants, cutting damage from smaller foes as they wipe out normal trolls. The troll warlord finally enters the scene. Everyone watches the orc rush at Sungwoo's army, unsure if he can handle it. But the ogre champion and undead overwhelm the troll boss fast. The warlord can't even fight back, completely dominated. The troll leader dies after a final blow from the Death Knight. Sungwoo revives him, adds him to the army, then tells the team to move out to meet the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor thanks him for stepping in. He hoped to stall and grow stronger, but Sungwoo came back even stronger. He updates him on a massive orc army heading in, with one bridge as their route. They sealed all other paths using items and traps, ready to test their strength. The prosecutor knows everyone on the Korean server will watch this fight. He must lead and prove himself or it's over. As MC news spreads on forums, many players want in. They see him as the future and want to support him. The Liberation Guild struggles to maintain its image. Smaller guilds spread MC's feats across the net. One informant tells her a group of 200 survivors is coming, 5 buses on the way. Manhwa agrees to welcome them. She plans to sway them to join their raid force. She heads into the war room. The prosecutor asks her to brief the team. She explains most of the bridge is blocked and orc movements are tracked by magic drones. Seungwoo notices all the commanders quietly staring at him. Even Manhwa admits he's the strongest, all eyes fixed on his move. A crusader announces a survivor's arrival from the west, a woman riding a strange beast. Sungwoo thinks only helicopters are used now due to wyvern threats. He wonders what beast she brought. The prosecutor stands and suggests they hear her out first. They meet her, and the MC sees she rides a griffin. She assures them it's safe. She tells the prosecutor a large group of Chinese players landed on Ganghwa Island. Sungwoo freezes. This is his first time hearing about players from another server. Gyeodong Island sits off Ganghwa, linked by a stretch of land. The girl says Ganghwa's players cleared Gyeodong Island of monsters and made it secure since it's small. They knew strong guilds roamed the mainland but chose to stay hidden. The MC thinks her point makes sense. Safer on a small island, where people could unite and survive. She adds that pirates stormed the island just hours ago. They came in waves, all on fishing boats. Island players fought back, but were overpowered. The prosecutor questions how many attackers there were. She guesses around 1,000, maybe even more, judging by the boats. The leaders tense up, fearing this could be an all-out raid from the Chinese server. Manhwa doubts it, saying these pirates are likely low levels chasing quick loot. Sungwoo says such players are worse than monsters. They strike when others are weakest. They face a hard choice. Deal with pirates or focus on the orc threat. A commander warns the pirates could ride upriver and hit them while the orcs attack. Hearing this, the prosecutor says they should handle the orcs first. The pirates might stay put for now. Scouts will watch the river. The girl looks crushed. No one plans to return to the island soon. Sungwoo lifts his hand with another idea. He suggests splitting up. One team crushes the pirates, rejoins the rest, then ambushes the orcs from behind. He'll handle the pirates solo. The prosecutor asks if he can really do it alone. He replies that his abilities work best solo. He also wants insight on the Chinese players. Believing this won't be their last clash, he'll strike the orc leader afterward. He asks the girl to ride her griffin with him to stay hidden on approach. They take off, heading toward the island together. She says they need to stay on the beach till nightfall. The pirates use giant birds to scout from the sky. At night, some pirates light a lantern, grumbling about being kept from the prisoners. One grins, saying they'll get their chance when they hit the Korean mainland. They boast about fleeing China for easier gold in weaker regions. Mid-chat, one hears something, sharper than most. He's a hunter. The MC suddenly appears behind them. He cuts them down, sparing one to interrogate later. The Death Knight wraps chains around the survivor. They move swiftly, clearing out nearby pirates. The captured man wakes, staring into a griffin's face. The girl is there. She says not to panic. She'll feed him to it later. Sungwoo steps in, says he can read the dead's memories. Either talk now or die, and he'll find out anyway. Elsewhere, the pirate leader rages after hearing some went missing. He tells his crew to track down any survivors. At the same time, he releases a giant bird to hunt the intruder. The birds launch into the sky, scanning for movement. The captain grins, knowing they won't stay hidden here forever. One of his men reports, all the missing crew were found dead aboard. The captain fumes, questioning who dared return the corpses to the ship instead of tossing them at sea. He suspects someone's trying to provoke them. As they rush out, the man points to another vessel, also filled with bodies. That ship suddenly erupts into flames. The explosion leaves everyone stunned and clueless. Then, shouts erupt, others exposed to a black gas. One of the crew says it's the same paralyzing smoke used by dark sorcerers. The captain warns more bombs might be on board, orders retreat. They jump into vehicles, racing toward the bridge. The captain uses his birds to track signals from across the island. He's sure this is Korea's all-out strike. Furious, they used gas attacks to blindside them. He knows they must escape and set up a new base for the main fleet, for the general. Just as they reach the bridge, a massive creature blocks the road. The captain freezes, shocked Korea had monsters like this. These pirates belong to China's second server. China runs 3 in total. Sungwoo knows they're just the vanguard, sent to secure a landing zone. The captain steps out and commands his troops to fight. As they move, the MC summons his undead horde. At once, he paralyzes them using the abyssal breath. He's flanked them from both sides. The captain, cornered, casts a bird spell, calling winged beasts to battle the undead. His birds attack. Pirates rush in to back them up. The MC recognizes these birds, same ones the girl warned about, but they fall fast to his skeleton ghouls, wiped out in moments. Sungwoo reanimates them, adds them to his army. The captain sees no way out. He leaps off the bridge, tries to flee on one of his birds. He's convinced the minions can't stop their full force, but the MC sends skeletal birds, bringing the captain down. He crashes hard, spine snapped. The girl returns, says the islanders have armed themselves, fighting back, thanks him. The captain, barely conscious, asks who this man is. Sungwoo knows he won't talk, kills him, levels up to 17. He then taps into memory fragments, sees a giant warship, clearly from the same pirate faction. A man stands at the bow, asking where to go next. Sungwoo wonders if this is their general, hoping he's not another lunatic like the last. The general says elementalists now control the second server, while the first one expands under a self-made emperor aiming for world rule. He turns to his men, asking what they should do next. One suggests seeking help, but the emperor slits his throat. He scolds them, blaming their weakness and lack of brutality. Says they must devour the mainland like predators. The MC realizes the general has snapped. No sane man plans an invasion. The general complains there's nothing left to loot on the mainland. A soldier speaks up, suggests taking nearby islands to control the sea, then hit Korea. The general approves, calls it a good plan, pats him. He orders Jigong to seize all nearby islands and secure the waters before Koreans finish fighting monsters. Another general receives ships and a small force to build a base on Korea's coast. They must finish everything before the Korean forces return. The general tells them to use pirate synergy smartly, gather gold fast. Pirate synergy is a rank 3 group skill. Triggers with 10,000 pirates, doubling gold from kills and stealing 20% from players. Hearing this, the MC finally gets why pirates were so ruthless. Before wrapping up, The general reminds them of their quest, that chaos will birth a righteous man. He mocks it, saying, "They follow not righteousness, but the path of devils." The memory ends. The MC comes back, now knowing not to trust anyone, preaching purpose. After slaying the pirate general, he levels up, gets 5 card choices. Among them is Death's Response, boosting his main skill. Now he can summon 25 abyssal zombies. A female player asks his next move. He calmly says he's heading to Gimpo to join the real war. Elsewhere, human fighters clash with enraged red orcs. The squad senses these orcs are far stronger than usual. Sayok says this is just an elite scouting force. Worse, they've enslaved trolls. That stuns the group. Trolls are tougher than orcs. The sword girl charges in with Righty, slashing through trolls, closing in on the orc core. Hanho hurls a storm of blades, activating his Giga Chad form. The team fights to repel the orcs. The purple-haired guy joins in, slicing them with his flaming sword. But as he grows reckless, an arrow shoots at him. Anseok snatches it mid-air, warns him to stay sharp, then charges in, knocking down orcs, shouting to protect the mages. Humans start to turn the tide. Orcs fight back harder, even enjoying the pain. An orc chief charges in. Hanho blocks him, grinning. Shield bearers hold the front, while priests cast blessings behind them. One fighter shouts, pointing as trolls carry orc shamans on their backs. The shamans start chanting. Shield bearers yell for mages to raise barriers. But they arrive too late. Several players take direct hits and drop badly hurt. Hope starts to fade for everyone. Then the Crusader team storms in and takes position. They carve straight through the enemy ranks. The sight lifts the spirits of every fighter. They rally and move to back the Crusaders. The prosecutor keeps thinking about his nearing awakening. He cuts down orcs non-stop, wanting to reach our boy's level. At last, his final soldier reaches level 10. A system alert appears, telling him he cleared the quest and earned first stage awakening. The orcs stop attacking as a blinding radiance bursts from him. The light is so fierce that even allies shield their faces. Holy War Zone spreads, boosting healing over time and raising player stats. He grips his shining spear and commands a charge. Human fighters quickly recover, their wounds closing faster under the holy field. With his allies gathered, Bro feels his lost presence returning. He built this guild to give this world a leader, and he believes this moment marks that beginning. Meanwhile in China, a runner informs Li Wei that the bandits who fought them fled to Korea. She grows furious, saying she should have erased them earlier. Her aide tries to comfort her, saying she wasn't at fault. Their intel claims the Koreans already crushed the advance party. That makes her realize Korea has strong warriors, sparking curiosity about who stopped those beasts. Back in battle, the prosecutor earns 3,000 gold for slaying the orc captain. With the captain gone, he declares the fight finished. He asks for a report on their losses. The blindfolded guy says 3 crusaders and 100 players fell. The prosecutor still feels disappointed. Any loss hits hard. Human players don't revive like Chongwu's forces. Enshok warns that everyone is drained and needs rest, saying fatigue will finish them faster than steel. But before they catch a breath, the earth shakes as another orc army marches in. From the front, Hanho shouts this squad belongs to the main force. The players sense danger, even with the crusaders supporting them. The blindfolded guy suggests retreating into narrow streets to reduce the orc advantage. The prosecutor hesitates. Knowing retreat leads the orcs straight to Yongdongpo Station packed with refugees. Jisoo agrees, knowing orcs always head for crowded areas. The crusader leader refuses to fall back and stands firm against the charge. Jisoo steadies the players, saying they still have a path to victory. Then an explosion erupts in the distance. An orc collapses as its body blows apart near a mounted warrior. Our boy has returned to the fight. Above, giant undead birds fly over the orcs, dropping corpses. Bodies slam down, exploding and ripping through orc ranks. The Death Knight soon enters the fight. The prosecutor remarks they've used old tactics, while our boy bombards from the sky. Multiple guilds launch magic drones to capture it all. The battle streams live, spreading fast on the forums. Viewers shift focus from Righty to the rising Death Knight. Broadcasters cheer, their subscribers and chats explode. The Necromancer dominates, Crusaders fade from spotlight. Suddenly, pounding echoes at the broadcast room door, Manhwa arrives with Crusaders. She commands them to shut down the stream and drop all weapons or else they'll forcefully end the broadcast. The crew argues, accusing her of hiding the truth and silencing the media. She reminds them terrorists hit Yuji Island after watching a stream. That shuts them down. They agree to stop. But Manhwa clenches her fists, knowing many private streams are still live. showing the Necromancer as the true leader here, and their enemies are watching too. That night, just outside the Liberation Guild camp, Bridie sits by the fire with others, guarding the area. Inside, our boy explains the current threat, sending his team into panic. Monsters and pirates now hunt them from all sides. Jisoo stays calm, noting they've grown strong in Korea but don't grasp the full global scale. Korea's players lack resources compared to others. She says they must level up faster or fall behind. The team agrees, since leaving school. Their main goal has always been power. But Korea's small map slows gold and XP gains. Our boy thinks this orc war might help them gain faster. He knows a clash with other players is coming. He's already talked about it with the prosecutor. Once monsters are cleared, they'll fight in other servers too. He still doesn't know where this ends or who the last enemy will be. Night deepens. One crusader hears movement. His partner says it's nothing, but he's not convinced. Moments later, thick roots tear through the ground, spreading fast. Jisoo rushes to warn the hero's camp, but before anyone reacts, a red orc charges from behind, going for her. She and Righty react fast, slicing it down together. The crusaders sound the alarm. Orcs breached the camp. Panic spreads. Players don't know how they got in. Then they spot it. The orcs are using portals. Their army now advances toward the prosecutor's side. Frustrated by the chaos, the prosecutor activates his skill, turning the camp into a holy war zone. Sacred light floods the entire area. Every human fighter receives divine boosts. The zone's power surges, raising his level. He teams up with his archer ally, pummeling orcs. The purple-haired guy joins the fray. He scorches a portal with blazing fire. Anseok, now empowered by the aura, feels hope return. He follows up, ripping through orcs with his crossspear and breaking another portal. The blindfolded guy shouts 2 portals are gone, urges focus on the rest. The prosecutor searches for more, only to learn our boy's undead army already destroyed them. Even though both reached First Awakening, the power gap is massive. Soon, they spot a black smoke-emitting stone. It appears to be the portal's core. The blindfolded guy picks it up. A red warning flashes, alerting that dark energy could corrupt him. Suddenly, a mission window pops up. The Orc Lord is casting a dark ritual. If they fail to stop it in 30 hours, all orcs will transform and gain powerful buffs. Our boy recalls the Dark Sorcerer Orc from campus, sensing a similar fight. He grins, thinking this battle will be entertaining. Right then, the blindfolded guy gets a warning call. Wyverns inbound. Seconds later, wyverns circle the camp from above. Iron Fist and others duck inside, hoping they fly past. Once they pass, Manhwa tells the prosecutor to keep troops hidden longer. They might return. He knows time's short, but agrees since they're helpless for now. Meanwhile, Hanho asks if they can handle the wyverns. Jisoo says maybe 1 or 2, but not in groups. The Alpha and his pack rule Korea's skies. Fighting them is suicide. Silence falls as shadows glide overhead. Our boy wants to strike, but has no safe plan yet. After a while, they notice the monsters flying off, so they move. One friend brings up Gimpo, which is turning into a wasteland like Yuji Island. They push forward. The deputy warns that orcs are massing at Gimpo Airport, maybe for total war. Seeing morale rise, our boy warns to stay sharp. It could be another setup. The prosecutor agrees but says there's no time. They should hit the main army now, even if outnumbered. They can't risk waiting. That dark magic could power up the orcs further. The prosecutor glances at our boy, says to start with corpse explosion. With enemies clumped together, it could hit hard. But when our hero launches an explosion, a dark sorcerer blocks it with a force field. Even though the blast fails, the orcs still hold their position. Making him suspect they're waiting for the spell to activate. So the players will have to strike first. Before that, Manhwa asks if there's any way to reduce casualties, since even winning might cost too much. Hearing this, our boy asks the prosecutor if he's worried about outside forces. The prosecutor says no, just focus on building strength. The guy asks what he means. Our boy explains that survivors are gathering, but monster hordes keep invading. The real issue isn't monsters, but the lack of order and leadership. The prosecutor promises to form a powerful alliance, unless a major threat appears. Meanwhile, our boy considers another risk. Korea's attackers are exiled players from a fallen Chinese server. If left unchecked, they'll become a real danger. He says they must be eliminated early, but he also knows stronger enemies will come. The more power they gain, the more enemies they'll attract. To survive, they'll need structure, something beyond the current Suwon base. The prosecutor starts planning a national survivor network, which fits his skill. Our boy agrees, knowing teamwork helps them both. Truth is, they're both using each other to reach their goals. Watching quietly, Jisoo feels relief as their rivalry fades. With the alliance set, they turn to the orc threat. Shounen says they must manage gold better, then suggests starting with long-range attacks. Soon, the Liberation Guild and main forces march toward the orcs. Some players feel like they're heading to their graves, but Jisoo remains sure of their strength. The orcs finally charge. The prosecutor orders formation: tanks front, mages center, cut off flanks. One rookie mage freezes, but his friend says there's no backing out now. The prosecutor shouts to lift morale, reminding them they've beaten impossible odds before. This battle is only the first of many bigger wars. His words ignite the troops. They roar back with power. He activates Holy War Zone, blessing his army with divine light, vowing victory. The orc barrier shatters, and the mages fire blazing spells that rip through the battlefield. The explosions hit hard but barely dent their numbers. Orcs slam the front. Tanks hold the line as they try to flank. The spearmen shift fast and block the path. Orc shamans rise next, staffs glowing with spells. Human mages brace for a duel. Rhino riders charge, aiming to break through. But spears pierce their mounts, halting the push. Humans fight back, forcing slow retreat. Then orcs roll in siege weapons and launch flaming rounds into the sky. The prosecutor answers with his blind faith zone. A massive shield forms, covering the entire formation. He orders the troops to stay firm, draw the orc lord in. They need him isolated to finish him off. Above, our boy rides in with the griffin girl. He signals her, drops midair, transforming into awakened form. The orcs spot him, but too late. He summons his ogre skeleton and triggers the power bracelet. Shamans scramble, shields raised in panic. But the ogre uses Thunder God's blessing, crushing them instantly. The blast wipes them out, watching from afar. The prosecutor realizes this was the snipe plan all along. From the rubble, the orc lord stumbles out, alive but bleeding. The necromancer mocks him, asking if he's mad to be so exposed. The orcs rush back to shield their wounded leader. The blindfolded guy spots it, commands the squad to flank them. At once, our boy activates Great Spirit and Death's Roll, shifting the tide. A secret synergy triggers as Righty commands over 30 undead. Then 2 more synergies activate right after. Giants, boosting strength with 50 heavy joint units, and Armored Knights, triggered by over 50 armored troops. Meanwhile, Hanho drops a bottle of Abyss Breath from his griffin. It bursts, spewing black fog over the orcs. Dozens fall immediately. Our boy strolls through the toxic mist unharmed. He eyes the orc leader, smirks, and summons 2 top undead for a proper talk. Righty and the Death Knight rush forward. The orc barely parries, but slips for just a second. The Death Knight slices deep across his chest, while Righty leaps, blade aimed straight for the throat. The Death Knight binds him in chains mid-air, then cuts him clean in 2. Our boy earns 900,000 gold from the kill, and the dragon egg's hatch time drops to 3,180 days. Righty fumes. Annoyed, the Death Knight landed the killing blow. With the Orc Lord dead, orc morale crumbles instantly. Human players seize the chance, slashing through scattered red orcs with ease. The blindfolded guy and Liberation Guild riders jump on bikes, chasing down survivors. The prosecutor finally breathes easy, thinking the rest can be handled cleanly. But peace doesn't last. Manhwa's phone blares with an emergency alert. He bolts to the prosecutor. Says magic drones spotted wyverns flying straight at them. The prosecutor demands their distance. The scout team that reported is only 3 kilometers out. Impact is near. The trap becomes clear. They've been lured out. Wyverns waited for the city to empty. Now strike in open ground, no cover, no walls, without pause. He commands full retreat. Everyone move into the airport terminal now. Some players freeze, confused, but a system message arrives before questions rise. Field boss sighted. Wyvern, alpha male. The beast is near, but the warning comes seconds too late. One wyvern grabs a player mid-run. Our boy won't let it slide. He sends undead birds skyward, carrying orc corpses, waiting for the wyverns to bite. He tells the prosecutor to prep the ballista. Soon, one wyvern takes the bait, and our boy detonates the corpse in its jaws. As it crashes, crusaders impale it with spears. Then his drake skeleton moves in to finish it off. Working together, they finally bring down their first wyvern. The win boosts morale. Players see it's possible. The Necromancer doesn't waste time, adds it to his ranks. He climbs on, calls the Death Knight. They both mount and lift off. Now they have air mobility. Even if flight is rough, already airborne, our boy sets his sights on more prey. They spot a lone wyvern, drift toward it. As they land on its back, the Death Knight binds it tightly with chains. But before the kill, another wyvern ambushes from behind, nearly landing a blow. He dodges in time, while the knight finishes the target. The knight yells for help as he plummets, so he reanimates the wyvern and snatches the knight mid-fall. At the same moment, he and Righty attack the second wyvern. He hurls the skeleton commander into the monster's jaws, but Righty narrowly dodges, then slices the wyvern straight down its body. More undead wyverns dive in, tearing the beast apart. With that kill, he now commands a trio of wyverns. He scans the battlefield atop his new mount. The field boss wyvern glares wildly from above. He decides to only hit targets isolated from the pack. Charging the whole swarm means death. A thunderous roar erupts in the sky as he peers out. Wyverns snap their heads toward the sound. He sees a swarm of monsters launching into the air. On the ground, others watch as the leader flies toward him, wyverns at her side. The Death Knight senses danger climbing, bracing for worse. He counts nearly 30 wyverns circling, no way out. Accepting that, he readies a jar of abyss breath, thinking if they can't run, they'll wipe them out. The alpha wyvern screams again, unleashing the horde. As they rush in, he raises the jar and releases its abyssal mist. A black cloud spreads fast through the sky. The wyverns wheeze and gag, overwhelmed by the fumes. He sees them back off and relaxes a little. It won't knock them out, but the stench drives them off. The Death Knight mutters, "It just reeks." The wyverns now hover, hesitant. He mocks them, daring them to move, says he's got more jars, though only 1% remains. The alpha wyvern roars again, this time calling for retreat. The entire flock turns and vanishes. He takes off his mask, smiles, and says the fight's over, time to raise the dead. His undead ranks gather around him. The players stare, stunned by this unnatural army. The prosecutor arrives. Now thinking Xiangwu wasn't bluffing about the pirates, he decides to trust him with external threats. The team cheers, arms high, just as the system announces, the 4th Korean server Monster Warlord event is done. And he's the MVP. His friend sees the leaderboard and fumes. He's still not number 1. The hero reminds them, rankings matter, but power matters more. He picks a card to boost strength by 3, hoping it'll help in PvP. He recalls how much got exposed about him lately, making him a target. He pulls out a strange ring with a dark, glowing purple gem. The system calls it the Black Pearl Ring, a heroic item that boosts curse spell damage by 10%, but warns of its harmful aura if unresisted. He knows it fits him, since he carries both Death's curse and its reply. Still, he wonders what if he'd let that forbidden dark magic finish. Maybe he'd have gained something like Devil's Bloodstone. Watching the mourning crowd, he knows halting the spell was right. Cut to a guild building where members review what happened. Out of everyone, only 492 made it out alive. Someone says Songdong District was completely destroyed. The prosecutor steps in, correcting that many died. But the ones left are now stronger. He warns more battles are coming. They must build a bigger force. Behind them, Xiangwu silently agrees. The harsh words ring true. One friend's at level 15, the other 12. They rank well, but can't awaken, stuck with low star classes. Suddenly, Hanho whines. It's unfair others pulled 4th and 5th star cards, while he got 1 star, blaming luck. Xiangwu holds up 2 fingers, says he had 2 chances and still chose the worst. His friend tells him to shut it, saying fate's helping him. Just then, armored knights march into the room. One knight reports they found a strange store near the airport. When they approached, a notice blocked entry, saying access denied. Hearing that, he smirks, drawn by the mystery and potential loot. The others argue they should go anyway, restricted or not. They reach the place and see a huge purple barrier covered in symbols. He notices both the store and system icons seem off. Anziok and the purple-haired guy try to enter but get blocked. A message says a secret store coupon is required. He steps up, realizing he holds one. He got it as a reward when he first awakened. Only the first 50 received it, so the prosecutor likely didn't. As he enters, others complain, wondering why he always gets special treatment. Inside, he surveys the eerie place. Curious what it hides, a screen appears in front of a chair, so he sits. Instantly, he senses this isn't a normal shop. The system says 5 items will show one by one, and he must decide within 10 seconds to buy or not. He frowns, unsure if it's meant to pressure him. The first item appears, a golem creation parchment, special rank, single use. It builds a golem from nearby materials, depending on what's around. Cost is 1 million gold. With only seconds to act, He panics and checks his gold. He's still got over 1.2 million, so he buys it instantly. The second item is 3 cure-all potions, priced at 2 million. Since his skills protect him already, he skips them. The third item shows up, a black orb called Skill Rank Booster Potion, special rank. Upgrades any skill, price is 3 million. Tempted, he hesitates. Prices keep rising. He might need gold for better items. Then comes the Shadow King's bracelet. Legendary item, boosts strength, agility, endurance by 3. Teleports to nearby shadows. 10-minute cooldown. Price, 4 million gold. He buys it on the spot and wears it. Excited by the item tied to the Shadow King's successor quest begins. With this, only one relic remains for him. He braces himself for the final reveal, leaning closer as the screen brightens. The last item is a resurrection scroll that revives its user at a chosen spot. He recalls resurrecting during the Drake fight, how the Drake, and that comeback was the reason he won. Even with a 31-day cooldown, the ability is still powerful, but it carries drawbacks. The long wait means rare use, and reviving mid-battle can turn fatal fast. Returning to the same spot against a strong boss risks another fall, and it only works on him. He can't bring allies back. Thinking of their faces, he admits they're the few he trusts. After a moment, he decides it's worth it. To live, they must grow, and growth needs risk. This scroll will be their last shield. With a single second ticking down, he taps the screen, completing his buys. The system warns the shop will close in 10 seconds. Standing in the dimming magic circle, he smiles, satisfied with his haul. Elsewhere, the prosecutor forms the Metropolitan Players League. At the same time, his hunters push through monsters, capturing smaller ones and hauling them back to base. Meanwhile, Shengwu's group relaxes by the pool after non-stop hunts. He scratches his head, agreeing, but reminds them to keep gathering intel even while resting. Suddenly, the Griffin girl arrives, reporting the pirates' arrival. Jisoo sighs that their break ended too soon. The prosecutor hears the same news and asks the Necromancer for his plan. He suggests taking the pirates out before they hit the coast. Hanho smirks, saying smart pirates wouldn't charge straight in. The sword girl argues the enemy has adapted and might change tactics. She believes the pirates gathered intel on Korea through broadcasts and outside help. She teases him about collecting intel too. He nervously admits it, and explains the pirates are raiders driven from mainland China, led by General Zhigong and General Ingong. Manhwa recognizes the names from games, jokes about why they picked those names instead of famous ones. He believes they brainwash their players, who treat them like idols. He recalls recruits being forced to drink a potion made from poisonous centipedes, likely part of the brainwashing. Hearing this, the prosecutor says they should target the leaders first. So they choose to move toward Gyeodong Island. With their drakes, reaching it will be easy. Before leaving, the prosecutor says he's counting on him. He promises to handle the pirates, but warns the Evolutionary Society might be plotting something. The prosecutor fumes, vowing to post as many watchers as needed. That night, the team lands and questions a man with a head bandage if he really saw pirates. The man swears he saw them himself. The Griffin girl asks her dad again, and he snaps the old leader got eaten by those blackbirds, so he knows what pirate ships look like. Her dad now leads Gyeorong Island. He's so mad at the pirates he quit hunting. He says he spotted a ship 12 hours ago heading toward Ganghwa, warns the pirates still want this island. The girl agrees, says they can't rule out an ambush from the south. Hanho wonders why that's bad. Since the south has no players, just monsters, maybe it helps them. Our boy disagrees, says the pirates might strike here next. They're not stopping at the southern tip. He asks the locals if they plan to fight. They shout, fired up, ready for payback. He decides to leave and prepare for their landing, guessing Ganghwa or nearby islands will be hit. He grows tense. Sure, a bigger fleet is coming after they crushed the scout team. Before leaving, his team quickly asks the villagers where to find a shop or blacksmith. Suddenly, a man in a yellow jacket bursts in, gun to his own head. He waves a map, yelling the pirates already crossed the island and are about to strike. Hayeon's father stares, stunned, and asks what they should do. Our boy assumed they were just scouting, but this feels rushed. He figures they either underestimated him or know nothing about him. Either way, they must move now. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, a man wearing sunglasses at night steps into view. He narrates their journey, saying they're sailing to conquer Korea. As he talks, the live chat explodes with hate. He's used to it. They were forced off the second Chinese server. But he says those critics will learn once they take Korea and hand it to China. He mentions the Necromancer calling him a villain, blaming him for destroying their scout team. But this time, he's sure they won't lose. He claims the scout unit was minor. The main force fears no Necromancer. Ro mocks Li Wei, calling her a dirty elementalist. Laughing, he says they'll enslave Korea, then storm Manchuria, dares anyone to face them there. He promises to record the Necromancer's death and stream it, proving the Red Revolutionaries still live. But before he continues, explosions rip through the fleet. Ship after ship erupts as corpses glowing blue drop from the sky. Blasting on impact, in the smoke, a massive dragon-like beast flies above, cloaked in darkness. Standing on its back is our boy. The pirates spot him, whispering, "Necromancer." General Jigong raises a sniper, fires shots that rip through ships. Pirates, scared but riled up, rally under him. Their fallen begin to rise again. The general orders magicians to cast a defense spell, and a giant blue barrier surrounds the fleet. Above it all, our boy stares down with a cold grin. The pirates spot the Necromancer pulling back. The general strokes his beard, noting their losses came too fast. He says the Necromancer used exploding corpses, and even killed General Ingong's birds for summons. He assumed the Korean captives gave enough intel, but now sees it wasn't. Still, scouting first was the right call. The streamer nervously reports 8 ships lost, along with many men. The general replies coldly, saying they still have more pawns to spend. Ro snaps at the camera crew, accusing them of making them look weak. The streamer tries to boost morale, suggesting they film a comeback fight. The general agrees, vowing to take the Necromancer's head and show the world. He then turns to Hui, and tells him to prep a mini-game. They'll launch it during the Manhwa raid and kill the Necromancer there. Stroking his beard, the general asks if they can reach safely. Hui says no issue. Meanwhile, our boy lands and is welcomed with cheers. But he knows there's no time to rest. The pirate force is far bigger than expected. The scout team alone had over 1,000 sirs. Now nearly 3,000 more are coming. He recalls the orc fight only had 800 defenders. He wonders how huge this group is if this isn't even the main army. Despite early losses, China's numbers still overwhelm. The island leader tells him they're ready to move to Manhwa to intercept. Moments later, they depart on their own boats to defend it. At the same time, our boy heads over, flying on his wyverns. He knows the island holds 258 people, but only 100 are battle-ready. Most of the damage came from the pirates' first attack. He orders the leader to post everyone available on lookout. Says the pirates might strike suddenly again. He can fight, but eyes on the coast are crucial. Though the coastline's wide, they commit all manpower to sea patrol. Nearby, Hanho chats with kids, bragging they'll fight too, proudly saying they're already level 3. The Griffin girl says many lost their families to pirates. Some saw their parents die. That's why they want revenge. Jisoo understands, but says needing kids to fight means they've already lost. Our boy turns to the Griffin girl, asks her for the smithy. He has gear he wants to combine. Elsewhere, pirates sneak ashore wearing dive suits. Their purple-haired leader checks readiness, then directs them to the forest. Once they reach the target area, he plants a flag. One pirate thinks it's overkill, but the leader says this trick worked in China against bigger enemies. The flag triggers a mid-tier minigame event. It marks 3 battle zones. Capturing each gives buffs. Taking all grants the Conqueror title. The captain agrees it feels too much, but figures the general didn't want failure. Everyone nearby, including the Necromancer, gets the system message. At the same time, the Griffin girl hears her dad over the radio. He reports the pirates have surfaced on the south coast, as chaos blares through the line. Our boy frowns. The pirates' appearance lines up exactly with the minigame start. Too precise. He suspects the pirates timed this perfectly, using the system to their advantage. The system alerts them that an occupied zone exists nearby. Thinking fast, he figures they must capture all 3 to win. But it's tricky. The pirates have more troops. While he plans, his Temu Giga Chad buddy jumps in confidently, declaring himself the game master. He remembers him as the dagger fool who picked a 1-star card twice. He glares at him, disgusted by the game master title. Hanho yells, calling him friendless, making our boy tear up. After the roast, the guy finally lays out his plan. Cut to Sword Girl and Seong Woo flying toward an orange flag marked Zone B. He guesses it's the central zone. With wyverns, they outpace pirates. First objective, claim the hardest points. At the flag, he expects monsters, but nothing shows up. Then the system starts the occupation countdown, giving them 100 seconds. Skills lock out during this time, and purple chains wrap his body. He recalls Game Master's warning. If no monsters appear, there must be a timer or puzzle, since part 1 was right. Part 2 might be 2. The guy also said pirates would use numbers, which proves true. Seeing only 2 players at the zone, pirates charge. Thinking it's an easy win, Jisoo guards the edge for 71 seconds. She believes that's more than enough. She swings through enemies, cutting down every pirate in reach. They panic, realizing she's too strong to break through, so they change targets and rush the Necromancer. A few make it close, but then the girl tracks their footsteps and slices them from behind. No matter their tactic, she holds the line. Elsewhere, General Jigong prepares troops to storm Zone A. He thinks victory goes to those with more numbers and power. Though now a cannon shooter, tactics remain his greatest weapon. As a kid, he dreamed of going pro in chess, but 50 years passed and he stayed an amateur. Now, with the world changed, he gets another shot at leading. Gro even feels pity for anyone up against this guy. But that ego cracks as a system message reports Zone B is lost. The enemy gains 30% defense and 5% health boosts. Retaking it is locked for 5 minutes. Pirates panic, but the general stays calm, claiming he expected them to take at least one zone. Then another alert hits. Zone A has fallen too. The general erupts, demanding someone explain what happened, grinding his teeth. He wonders if the Koreans somehow knew the game's rules from the hidden quest. Still frustrated, he rallies the troops, reminding them they hold the numbers. He orders a squad to grab the last zone while he leads the attack on A himself. As the general marches with his forces toward Zone A, they freeze, confused. The ground's covered in monster corpses. The streamer grows suspicious, thinking the Necromancer placed them. The general quickly sees it's a trap. The corpses can explode. He tells his troops to avoid them, no need to trigger blasts. But dodging one pile leads them straight into another. Frustrated, the general snaps, calling his men cowards. He commands them to burn all corpses with fire magic. Inside the zone, the sword girl asks what to do now. He calmly says it's all going to plan. The corpses aren't for blocking, they're sound traps to reveal movement. Simple trick, but the pirates still have to burn through, buying time. If it all collapses, they'll pull back and regroup. She hesitates, asking how they win if they give up the zone. He laughs, sounding like a true Lowell player, saying sometimes it's just about annoying the enemy. He points at the burning forest, saying they're outnumbered, so survival is key. His undead and their master will handle the rest. Meanwhile, the general reaches point A and sees the dagger clown waiting. That guy smirks, mocking them for fearing corpses. The words hit hard. The general roars, furious. The guy knows trash talk tilts enemies, and he loves it. The general fires back, calls him a dwarf. Dagger guy replies, "Old fart." That sets him off, ranting about manners. He orders his men to fire. The dwarf retreats, and with him gone, pirates capture point A. Over radio, the general calls Huey to ask about Zone C. Huey reports they're there, facing the Necromancer. He turns to our boy, calling him bold for staying while weakened. The squad leader charges, aiming to kill before the timer ends. Seeing him calmly hold the flag, he thinks anyone who's done this knows they're vulnerable now. Yet he stands still as they close in. A system alert pops up. The point is unoccupied. Our boy grins as they realize they've been baited, even if he won't admit it. Hanho's fake flag plan was genius. He held a decoy flag, baiting them. Now that they're in range, he unleashes every skeleton. Cornered, the enemy casts a powerful spell, summoning sea monsters nearby. Water floods in seconds, and monstrous fish swim through the rising tide. With the field submerged, the leader smirks, saying the Necromancer didn't expect a water fight. Pirates drop their cloaks, head for corpses. Planning to destroy them, he says maybe they'll kill the Necromancer too. Unlike them, the Necromancer lacks underwater bonuses. Just as they search the water, he calls down from above, revealing he's still alive. He teleports using the shadow bracelet, landing on his wyvern. Furious, the enemy growls, angry that many undead were lost. He commands his men to fire. Calmly, our boy crafts bone spears. Declares he can fight underwater too. The spears miss the pirates, but hit fish instead, killing and reviving them as allies. Pirates groan, calling it unfair. Just then, one of the general's scout drones flies in. The squad leader spots it and radios for reinforcements, but the general coldly says their failure will teach him how to beat the Necromancer, then cuts the radio off. He strokes his beard, thinking the sacrifice is worth the intel gained. Checking the map, he sees Point A secured, troops pushing from B. He decides to ignore Zone C and focus on capturing the dwarf and others. But again, reality hits when he hears they lost Point B. 2 monsters wiped out the entire squad. Enraged, the general hurls his laptop across the room. screaming in shock. The streamer asks what now, but the general's out of plans. He orders a retreat to base. At Zone B, Jisoo wipes her blade. Pirates dead around her. The Gryffindor and locals cheer loudly. She even compliments Hanho for once. Sword Girl asks if they keep pushing or shift plans. He thinks briefly, then says they need to end this fast. In most games, it's best to let enemies fall apart. But this time, too many unknowns. Better to strike now. He turns to the girl with the walkie, asks if the Necromancer hears. When he confirms, he tells him to go all out. Drones catch him moving. The streamer alerts the general. The general tries to stay calm, telling himself they still have numbers. Another soldier rushes in, salutes, reports Koreans from Point B are also advancing. He's stunned, thinking he could take both zones by teleporting a small force. With buffs from capture and numbers on their side, it should be easy. He sends troops through the forest, but giant skeletons stop them in their tracks. He knows minions can't move far from their master, so he orders a teleport to Zone C, guessing that's unguarded. But when they arrive, a towering robot, like something out of Terminator, stands waiting. It introduces itself as the legendary warrior Necrogan, leaving the pirates questioning if they're the real villains here. Suddenly, one pirate notices that the towering robot is actually clay, meaning it isn't a legendary warrior, but a simple golem. Hope returns and they launch attacks from every side, hurling stones and swinging blades. But to their horror, the golem regenerates instantly, snatching a soldier in its massive grip. Troops shout that he's been taken hostage. The golem states it has no need to take weak beings hostage. Its mission is to erase all inferior life from Zone B. A surge of mana explodes outward, sweeping soldiers aside. Its only flaw is high mana usage, but he sustains it easily with the Chaos Crystal. The general slams the table as the Necromancer appears on screen, enraged that his strength no longer matches their data. He realizes the Necromancer has grown far stronger in no time. Regret hits him for boasting to the Heavenly General earlier. Now the front line collapses under undead pressure. He orders magicians to fire. One of his monsters freezes in ice, but another bursts out of mana, appearing instantly, cutting through soldiers with its blade. Terrified troops scatter while the commander yells to focus on killing the Necromancer, thinking it ends if he falls. The system shows a descendant of warrior synergy, boosting shaman armor users. Pirates charge, convinced the buff will help them win, but as they close in, he slices them apart with his scythe, red splashing across their allies. He smirks, saying he may be weaker than his summons, but still far above them. These low-stat pirates fall instantly as he sweeps through their lines. The general trembles watching his forces crumble on screen. He yells at the streamer to stop filming their defeat and show something that lifts morale instead. Their strongest warrior, Hai Rang, was sent to reclaim Zone B, so they expect at least one victory. But when the broadcast switches, it shows only Jisoo in the zone. The streamer laughs, mocking the Koreans for leaving it undefended. Yet when the drone zooms closer, it catches bodies scattered across the forest, including their champion's corpse. Jisoo notices the drone and steps out of the car, then slices it cleanly apart, ending the broadcast. At Zone C, pirates pray that capturing Point B will give buffs to survive, but someone tunes in and sees their strongest warrior dead, killing the last bit of hope they had. Desperate, the general charges in, swearing he'll kill the Necromancer himself. He spots our boy and fires a freezing cannon shot. It looks blocked at first, but ice starts spreading. He loads another to finish him. Suddenly, the dwarf bursts from the bushes. Trash talks the old man. The general turns and fires, but misses. The dwarf laughs while the general senses something's off. The Necromancer appears behind him, warning never to lose sight of the enemy. He slashes him down, ending the fight. Drones capture it all, streaming it to the Heavenly General. The old man scolds the streamer, who insists he's just following orders. The Heavenly General calls him a failure, yet says he's still pleased with how things turned out, since they've gathered critical data on the Necromancer. He repeats coldly, pawns are always replaceable. With that, our boy ends the old man's life and challenges the Heavenly General to step into Korea himself. Meanwhile, fighting continues on the island as pirates clash with Korean players. Pirates ignore the undead and charge at the players. One kicks a boy toward a crewmate, then lunges to stab him. But the system flashes a message, announcing Korea has captured Point A with a strong buff. The boy feels a surge of power flow through him. He grabs the pirate's wrist and finishes him with ease. Soon, the rest fall, overwhelmed by the buff. The Necromancer walks toward the yellow flag at the base. As he touches it, he wonders why losers at home try to conquer abroad. The system announces 8 hours left. He smiles, more than enough to end this. They finish off the last pirates before nightfall, capturing a few. Nearby, a Chinese reporter admits defeat on live broadcast. Our boy stands behind, hoping this shakes public support for the pirates. Viewers flood the chat, talking about him. Someone says he looks like an emperor. Curious. He asks who that is. The reporter says it's a top player from the first Chinese server, ruling from Shanxi to Beijing. He wonders why they compare him. The reporter says it's probably because both command armies of minions. He reflects that top-tier classes often lead others. The Heavenly General also commands squads, so maybe their classes match. Still, he summons monsters, not people, so he doesn't see the link. He asks the reporter what class the Emperor actually plays. The man admits he doesn't know, which makes sense. Top players hide their builds, while he thinks. Manhwa is busy looting the Emperor's corpse. He finds a pair of dwarf hand cannons, but gives them away since he prefers throwing weapons, then takes everything else. Our boy calls him a thief, then pauses, realizing he's not much better. He converts the Emperor into an undead follower and taps into his memory fragment. In a blink, he's inside a meeting room on a dark warship at sea. The vision shows generals discussing a new angel statue found in the south. They claim it's the first find different from the usual devil statues on the first server. He figures this connects to future updates about angels and demons. The general says only the Heavenly General touched the angel statue, triggering a secret mission. The streamer grows annoyed that Heavenly General still doubts the old man. But the man adds, the general will reveal the plan once Soul is taken. Then he rolls out a scroll with a circular mark, explaining they'll activate it in Seoul after conquering the island. The whole room freezes in disbelief. The streamer blurts out, asking if he means opening the demonic gate. The general confirms, saying it stays open for 24 hours, enough to destroy the whole area. The vision ends instantly, and our boy questions the purpose, unsure why he saw it. He decides to find that scroll from the vision. When suddenly, a girl shows up on a griffin, reporting her scouting is complete. She says most pirate ships are returning to China, except some waiting for the minigame to end. Those ships carry sorcerers, and they're shielded by a strong barrier, hard to attack at sea. Hearing this, he smirks. He's ready for this exact scenario. Meanwhile, the pirates brace for combat. One spots undead birds glowing in the sky and yells a warning. The captain roars, saying corpse explosion won't work at sea. He agrees, too much hassle from above, so he sends his underwater troops. Soon, the crew notices strange movement under the surface. Shouts break out as undead mermaids launch from the water. They strike fast. Pirates try holding them back, but all hope dies as a giant undead sea serpent rises from the ocean. It took him an hour, and every undead to beat this monster. The barrier starts flickering. The pirates panic, rushing to kill skeletons and guard their mages. A few see only 2 skeletons and lower their guard. Then Jisoo boards. One look at her, and they freeze. She's the red demon. The griffin girl reminds him the minigame's ending. He nods, says it's time to board. They land on the captured ship, where islanders collect loot. He and his squad can't stop grabbing the pirates' supplies. Kanho finds a charger still holding 68% power. He says they got many from the engine room, likely how the ship ran. They guess more loot's hidden. They check the captain's room and find a locked safe. Inside, he finds the same demonic gate scroll from the vision. The item says it's best used at level 35, way above the Necromancer's current level. Now he gets why the pirates wanted it. Tempting as the reward is, he locks it away. Too risky. Jisoo looks into the safe and spots something else. She pulls out an item called Sworn Safe. It lets the owner register people and collect part of their gold earnings. As usual, he sees gold and grins, thinking of profit. Right then, a system alert shows they've won the minigame. Cheers erupt as everyone claims their prize. They earn 1.5 million gold and enough EXP for the Necromancer to hit level 19. The system gives him a random skill card. He gets Poisonous Cloud, a dark spell that creates toxic rain, lasts 10 minutes, costs 30 mana. He pumps his fist, excited, as others also score big. Later, they rest in a corridor. The dwarf scrolls his phone for forum updates. First update. The Metropolitan Players League just formed. Survivors in Seoul are gathering in Yongdongpo. The Liberation Guild broke the news. He figures they're all getting stronger. Wonders how to rally them. Next, a message from Kyungsoo, saying residents in town average level 8. He also hit level 11, which makes Hanho boast about being level 14. Gro calls himself the idol of failures. He ignores him and reads on, reaching a headline about the Necromancer hitting level 19. He's tied for first place with Gangsok. Then he jokes it's fake. The guy already hit level 20. The Necromancer nearly fires his cannon, but Jisoo reminds him they're friends. Still, she's curious. Everyone knows Yongwoo, but no one's heard of this other top player. Our boy's sure the man's out there grinding, but where is unknown. As he ponders, the dwarf spots a sword on Jisoo's belt. She smiles, says it's her latest weapon. The sword disrupts magic with a special wavelength. Outside, players hear a chopper coming and call the squad. It's a team from the Liberation Guild. The blindfolded man praises them for beating the pirates, then says the top-ranked player has shown up in Yongdongpo and he wants to talk only to the Necromancer about a matter that could decide the nation's future. Hearing this, the Necromancer tells the lieutenant to delay him. He has gear to sort and upgrades to finish at the smithy. The blindfolded man tenses. Worried the top player might take offense, he shrugs it off, reminding him their league just began. They must show strength. As he leaves, the man trembles, thinking this might be tension between the top two players. Meanwhile, at the Liberation Guild headquarters, someone reports the situation to Manhwa. She scolds the blindfolded man for failing the one task she gave him. But all they can do now is wait, and she notices the prosecutor shaking in pain. He struggles against the crushing aura of the rank 1 player. The scene shifts to their helicopter landing in Yongdongpo. Our boy steps out fully geared, crossbow in hand. Everyone goes silent, sensing his presence from afar. Anziok folds his arms, saying he looks different now. His upgraded gear stands out. He carries the dwarf repeating crossbow and wears the Shadow King's robe forged from dragon scales. With all his enhancements in place, he feels prepared to face the top-ranked player. Later, as their vehicle rolls down the road, Anho stares out, saying the world has changed. Jisoo notes the land looks the same, but players have multiplied. The blindfolded man adds that 6,000 joined in a few days, many forming small squads. Tensing crowds pack the area, and our boy thinks this huge group will help once a solid base is built. Soon, they spot armed players in matching uniforms. They're members of the Reconstruction Alliance. These players come from nearby regions and reject the main alliance, some ex-soldiers, more disciplined and threatening. The man says this faction challenges the alliance instead of supporting it. The Necromancer sees that division still thrives, even here. When they reach the new guild headquarters, a player demands to meet the number 1. As the blindfolded man steps in, the player snaps that no one can block them. The lieutenant says rank 1 refuses to meet anyone, but the man ignores him. He even uses the Necromancer's name to argue, but then, our boy walks in, stunning him. He calmly states he joined by his own choice, not through pressure. The man smirks, hinting he's too young to see he's being used. The Necromancer steps closer, eyes cold, warning him to choose his words, since those who insult him rarely walk away fine. The man retreats in fear but grumbles that they won't surrender. Later, the lieutenant explains these agitators are from the Reconstruction Alliance. They suspect the chairman sent them, a shadowy figure no one has ever identified despite his constant interference. They agree to watch the group closely, aware more hostile forces could be involved. The Necromancer heads upstairs to meet the prosecutor, who looks close to collapsing. The man says he has questions about the Chinese server, but first wants him to meet someone tied to the country's future. No one's reached this person yet, so they hope our boy can. Everything may ride on this. As he nears the meeting room, the system flashes a warning, saying unknown energy is corrupting the area. The prosecutor frowns, unsure what's behind it. Our boy feels weaker as the system says his skills dropped. The prosecutor urges him to hurry before it spreads. A soft glow flickers on the table inside, but instead of the top player, a cake-loving fairy greets him. The prosecutor demands to know where Gangsuk is. The fairy dashes off to tell number 1 the Necromancer has come. The door opens a moment later, and the top player finally steps in. His presence is overwhelming. The system warns he's divine, barely within the Necromancer's league. The truth hits hard. Calmly, the man says he's showing his true form, still stunned. Our boy realizes this number 1 isn't human, but a demigod. He tries to process the system's label. He figures this guy must hold a 6-star card, way beyond him. As our boy scrambles to understand who he's facing, he sees the prosecutor already gone. Just being near this man feels crushing. The man casually offers him a drink. Our boy asks for water. The fairy excitedly wants a Sprite. Drinks handed over. The man says he's long wanted to meet Korea's rising star. Xiangwu observes him closely. He spots the top-tier rings and bracelet, all high-level gear. Still, our boy's gear isn't lacking either. The man thanks him for coming, says he admired his fight on Yui Island. He calls the fairy Butterfly, adding she liked it too. She gets annoyed but still compliments the Necromancer, asking to ride the Bone Drake. When he asks if she's an item, she gets furious. The man confirms, saying it helps him feel less alone. The Necromancer cuts in, asking about the thing tied to the country's fate. Gangsok teases him for rushing, then mentions a prophecy stone showing the 15th bad ending. That rings a bell for our boy. Gangsok notices his reaction. He explains some prophecies trigger as soon as someone learns them. Just finding a stone can start one. His prophecy opened a dungeon called Hellgate. Though level 27 is recommended, that's not the problem. The real issue, he says, is it needs a full team. Then, he creates a glowing white crystal and tells him to look. When our boy touches it, a blinding blue sphere forms. It pulls him into a new vision. He finds himself inside a memory, right before he made contact with the prophecy stone. The moment his hand touches it, the stone bursts apart. System announces that Hellgate level 1 has been triggered. Monsters crawl out from the portal. A towering stone giant with fire-wrapped limbs. Then, black hellhounds with glowing eyes follow. The surrounding city burns, collapsing fast. System warns, this is the future if the hell armor isn't stopped. As the vision ends, the guy asks if he's seen enough, saying this game may destroy their world. He says he can handle monsters solo, but not this armor. If both parts aren't destroyed together, it regenerates. That's why he came here, he says. Our boy knows he prefers solo play and might be the only one who can tackle level 27. The top player adds that both monsters are heading toward the city, and he's likely the only one who can stop them. He could let the city fall, but wants help. He suggests they defeat the monsters and split the prize before they grow stronger. Our boy frowns. The guy sounds distant, like it's not his problem. His offer feels more like a favor, not real teamwork. With a sharp look, the Necromancer asks what the reward is. The man says it's a legendary item, but there'll only be one, so only one of them will claim it. To decide who, he suggests a game, teasing our boy a little. The Necromancer sees he doesn't take this world seriously, but still accepts the challenge. Later, he updates the prosecutor. The prosecutor groans, fed up with non-stop disasters. He shoots a glare at Manhwa, who confirms sightings in Pyeongtaek and Ansong. She says those areas are reduced to ashes, impossible to rebuild. Our boy worries about Suwon. The monsters might head there next. The prosecutor agrees, says working with the top player was the only option. He promises to evacuate Suwon's people. He hates being stuck in support, dreams of fighting beside them someday. He doesn't trust the top player fully, so he backs the Necromancer all the way. The main team sets off with the top-ranked man. He stops, asking if the Necromancer really plans to bring his friends, warning they could die. Jisoo says it's fine. They've survived worse and come back stronger. The guy commands his pet to teleport them to Osan. The fairy greets the team cheerfully, but when Hanho says hi, she kicks him in the face, calling him a loser. He casts a large magic circle, teleporting the team to their location. Our boy's impressed by the gear. The top player says it's his favorite thing about the fairy, aside from feeding her. They prepare to split, and he hands over a comm item that links through the fairy. As soon as he puts it on, the guy vanishes through a portal. The dwarf likes the rancor, but not the fairy, calling her a moth. Moments later, the three soar over the city riding bone wyverns. The fairy keeps chatting with our boy mid-flight. Jisoo spots hellhounds chasing people through the streets. Then, the fairy warns them about a fire giant throwing fireballs from above. The alert comes late, just as they spot him. A fireball heads straight their way. They leap off the wyvern to avoid getting hit. They barely survive by landing on another skeleton. Now on the ground, the hellhounds charge in. Jisoo draws her blade and starts cutting them down. Our boy backs her up with crossbow shots, summoning the Death Knight. Heidi joins and slashes at the hounds. The Death Knight sees them fighting and gets serious. He traps the hounds with chains, then cuts through with one clean strike. The Necromancer yells they must leave before the fire giant arrives. He can't waste his awakening here, but also won't lose his army. He spots a narrow alley and orders everyone inside. Even from afar, the fire giant looks unstoppable. To slow him down, he summons troll skeletons, but they're wiped out instantly. He sends explosive ones, still no damage on the giant. Amid the chaos, the Dwarf King wakes, sees the mess, and asks to pass out again.